What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Issei had Zenith Tempest and married Sona. Two polar opposites yet shared one crucial similarity. Through chess, they will rule their destiny. Through chess, they will live their life. Through chess, they will find love. Through death, the game will end. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. Kuo, where amazing happens. Alerted by the alarm, a young man named Issei opened his bright hazel eyes. The first thing he noticed was that his bangs were blocking his vision, which became the source of his first minus in the day. Normally, he wouldn't mind it because he loved the style of his hair, but nowadays, it was becoming harder and harder to tolerate the length of it. It was about time that he had a haircut. Groaning and yawning silently, he moved his hand with his eyes still closed, trying to find the alarm so he could turn it off. Even if it was still early in the morning, 6:45 a.m., Issei knew that he had to get up if he wanted to keep in shape. He had roughly 2 hours until he needed to show up in academy, which meant that he could take his sweet time to get ready. Formerly all-girls school, Kuo Academy had been accepting male students since last year. Lady Luck had been on his side as he wanted to receive his high school education in his hometown. Trying to move carefully so as not to wake up his parents, Issei decided to take a shower before the day had officially begun. Before he released himself to the bathroom, Issei took a glance to his current state. Messy brown hair that magically couldn't be shaped, bright captivating hazel eyes that still had the light in them, chiseled jawline giving him a look akin to a bad boy, his face free of acne and wrinkles, fully accepting the beauty of his youth. His chest was full of bruises and scratches that had become a constant in his life. His upper body had been modeled to a V-shape after the hellish nightmare that is the last couple years. His figure wasn't exactly like a bodybuilder's one, but he had a lot of pride in what he had become. This sight would always be the reminder of his hard work and determination. With a smile curving his lips, Issei went on his way to have his therapy as he called. "Issei dear. Breakfast is ready, your dad and I are waiting for you." The boy in question heard the loving tone of his mother, truth to be told, it always made his day. They meant the world to him, always kind and caring, supportive and full of love. He felt utterly grateful that he had born a human as their child. Hastening his process, Issei managed to finally get ready for school. As everybody else, he wore Kuo Academy's uniform, the only difference was that he had a plain red shirt under the jet black blazer. He felt better that way, at the cost of sticking out in the crowds, as not everybody had a style like him. He knew that wasn't a good thing, especially considering the circumstances surrounding the academy. There was something out of place though, he had a weird shaped cross hanging down from his neck, with the vertical side being more lengthy and resembling a spear. By circumstances, Issei meant the devil families. The Archduchy of Gremory and Matriarchy of Citri. The heiresses of those respectively powerful devil clans, Ria's Gremory and Sona Citri, had been governing Kuo for at least a few years. Again, both of the heiresses are also attending the academy and Citri being the one that has been dealing with issues related to the Kuo Academy as the president of student council. When Issei came back from his journey, he wanted to apply for Kuo Academy without this knowledge. Over time, he had learned, through series of unfortunate events, that those two are actually very dangerous individuals, not because of their strength, but because of their relationship with the mass of the underworld. Ria's is the younger sibling of Sirzich Lucifer, formerly known as Sirzich's Gremory, whereas Sona is known for being Leviathan's sister, initially Seraphol Citri. By no means he meant harm, but if those two princesses made any move on him, it would be only natural for him to retaliate, as it was his birthright as a citizen of Kuo to live in his own county. He was actually pretty good at hiding under their noses though, neither of them suspected anything despite Tsubaki Shinra, a member of Sona's peerage, and Himejima Akeno, Ria's queen, are actually in the same class as him. This should show the great difference in power between them, as he can conceal his identity and speciality from them without actually trying. Even if they tried anything against him, Issei could hold his ground fairly well due to the training he had imposed on himself to cover his weakness as a human. However, this predicament only strengthened him on a whole other level they couldn't comprehend, mainly, the element of surprise. Yet, he knew Sona Citri personally, enough to deduce that she wouldn't make a move on mortals due to her sympathy and care for humans. Even if she hadn't shown something like it, Issei knew that, under her icy personality, laid there a very fragile yet caring woman. He had his fair share of dealing with strict and demanding people to realize this fact briefly. Upon taking a look at himself in the mirror once more, Issei went on his way to have a healthy breakfast with his family. The delicious scent of bacon endorsed his nose, actually awakening his being right from the beginning of the day. He couldn't thank her enough for being such a great mother and human in general. Arriving at the table, he was met with a familiar sight. His father, Goru Haidu, peacefully sipping his coffee as he read the newspaper, sharing a glance to his son, Goru implied him to sit by his side with a smile. His glasses were blurry because of the coffee, and that fact would always annoy him. He couldn't do anything about it due to the fact that he also wanted to read the magazine. Morning eyes, have you been able to sleep well? His father's soothing voice made its way, earning a heartfelt smile from Issei. As Issei took a bite from his meal, he answered right after. Usual, Dad. I was able to sleep decently. There are still things that keep me up at night, but apart from those, I'm good. What about you two? Truth to be told, he didn't have a good night's sleep in a while. He didn't have any nightmares or anything regarding that, but he simply couldn't enjoy sleeping in general. Same my boy. Although the difference is, I have someone that keeps me up at night. If you get what I mean. His father winked at Issei, who in turn was embarrassed by the bold action he had made. It was no secret that his father was a closet pervert, along with literally every single member of his lineage. It didn't help that his mother was also the same as him. It was a miracle that Issei himself was eluded from that particular trait. I see. He could only mutter incoherent words. Even though he was honest, Issei couldn't talk openly like that due to his shy and embarrassed nature. He had been told that he inherited that from his grandmother from his mother's side. As she was usually embarrassed at the thought of those kinds of things. Seeing him in a state like that, Goru couldn't hold himself. Oh. I need to ask the son. When do you make us proud and give us grandchildren and allow us to dote on them just as we have done to you? He did it again, but this time, Issei had steam coming out of his ears, with a face that couldn't be declared as a human's, as it turned into a deep shade of crimson. Issei couldn't even continue to eat, he was lost in his embarrassment, something that had his parents erupt in laughter. Their son has always been so pure. Moo. Upon his answer, the duo couldn't help but smile. They weren't going to force him in a relationship, what kind of parent could do that? But he was so fun to tease, made them glad to have such a lovely child. Issei really carried his name, he had become their hope. I'm kidding son. It's your choice to be in a relationship on that degree, I will not force you, ever, have my word on that. His father had dropped his playful attitude, however he still had his smile intact. Issei, obviously, knew that, yet he couldn't help but smile, it showed how much they cared about him. After their little fun, as it was part of their daily routine to tease their son, the family continued to have their meals in silence, much to Issei's joy. This is taking longer than usual, I'm getting uneasy. It isn't like there would be someone out there for the homeroom teacher, is it? He complimented on the current issue, as far as he is concerned, the teacher was keen on arriving at the right time. This would be the one of the only times that he had been late, hence there had to be some kind of problem Mr. Yugashi had encountered on his way out here. Thankfully, Issei's assumptions were quickly wronged by the usual sight of their teacher. A smile on his face, accompanied by the gleam in his violet eyes, almost clouded by his brown bangs. It has been the tradition of Mr. Yugashi to show up in class with a formal outfit all the time. Alright class, before I mention the good news, I am terribly sorry for not being punctual. After exclaiming it, the teacher had bowed in means to show respect and guilt. The protest had been quick to arrive, stating that he didn't need to bow in front of them as the elegant man he is, they hadn't minded him being late and so on. Thank you for your understanding. We have an exchange student class. You may come in now, Mr. Lucifer. Lucifer. Issei was definitely awake now, if he hadn't been before. Bremery and Citri would have been absolutely enough for governing a small town like Kuo. This freshly arrived individual shouldn't be in here under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, when he thought about it, if it came to Kuo, nothing was normal. As per the teacher's call, the door had been opened by a handsome lad. The most striking feature about this individual was that he had natural silver hair fashioned with utmost style. Issei needed to get his stylist's contact info as soon as he could. He knew firsthand that girls were probably drooling over his fit and strong physique. He had to admit though, this individual has definitely been keeping his shape. Issei knew how hard it is. The lad's light hazel eyes were filled with boredom, but there was a small glimpse of excitement in them. He couldn't blame the guy though, life in Kuo has been known to be boring for years. However, Issei wasn't shaken by the man's appearance. He had something sinister, evil and powerful, he could deduce that from his aura. Thus, Issei's concerns turned out to be true, this man is a devil too, a descendant of Lucifer. Greetings, my name is Vali Lucifer. I hope we can get along. The now named individual known as Vali forced a smile, Issei could see that. What he didn't see was that this man before him could actually sense his aura, the one he had been trying his hardest to conceal, being the source of Vali's excitement in the process. Issei had heard of his name and knew his identity. Hakuryuku of Lucifer household, the White Dragon Emperor of Underworld. This man before him was actually a living miracle, half-breed of Lucifer and a Longinus user, definitely fearsome potential if he had ever seen one like this. As he had been lost in his thoughts, he had been pulled back to reality by the sheer annoyance that was his classmates. Are you seeing anyone right now, Lucifer-kun? Please go out with me, Lucifer-kun. He is so handsome. I think I'm going to pass out from lack of oxygen. Another one. Like the prince and Haidu. Damn you Bishanans. Please die a sorrowful death. Someone on your caliber doesn't even deserve to live. Ara. I think you broke them, Lucifer-kun. Okay. The last one was unexpected, even from Himejima Keno, out of all people, with a seductive tone towards the newcomer. After they'd calmed down, the teacher insisted Volley to answer their questions and introduce himself properly, something that intrigued him, but agreed nonetheless. Nope, I'm not seeing anyone right now, but I don't want to be in a relationship for a while. I'm actually Norwegian, hence you could guess from my unusual appearance. I have come to Kuo by a suggestion from one of my relatives. I wish to get along with everyone. Issei had to admit, this guy was a great actor, he could very well hide his annoyance, whereas Issei himself couldn't stand them a year ago when he enrolled here. Volley was still a great threat though, Issei could see him glancing at him during his explanation. You've felt it too, haven't you, Albion? Volley's voice resonated telepathically, awaiting a confirmation from the said dragon. I have, Volley. This boy has an unnatural amount of holy energy irradiating off of him, enough to deduce that he possesses some kind of weapon or a sacred gear. I'm putting my bet on the latter though. Also, you might want to take a look at that unusual cross he has. Upon his partner's suggestion, Volley flashed a quick glance at the boy. He was surprised to see that the brunette was glaring right at his eyes. Nevertheless, Volley's confusion had grown when he understood what Albion was trying to point out. I don't get it, in order for crosses to contain holy energy, they need to be in their perfect shape. This one is unorthodox already, but I can sense that is not the thing we are looking for. It's more of a decoration than a sacred gear. However, I'm almost disappointed that this isn't Incinerate Anthem, would have definitely made a good rival. It was almost a paradox. Meanwhile, what Volley pointed out was true, the cross wasn't the reason for the anomaly regarding the boy, at least it wasn't the actual reason. The spear cross did radiate a small amount of holy energy, but nowhere near the level he had felt. Issei felt it too. They tried to read his aura, something that nobody in Kuo had thought of before. The brunette kept his concentration on concealing his energy before anybody could notice. He assumed that he was successful in doing so, as Volley had a frown on his face after he was done. He wasn't going to make his presence known yet, if possible never in that case. Alright, with that under the way. You may pick your desk, Lucifer-kun. On teacher's notice, Volley's eyes surfaced through the class. He had found a vacant spot just in front of that boy and decided to take the place, 6th desk from the 4th row, near the window, and possibly the furthest point away from the teacher. If he wanted to keep quiet, he would as well do it in a fashion. Deciding it wouldn't hurt to have some conversation with the boy behind him, Volley turned around to face him. So, what's your name? Definitely not a good start. Issei presumed that Volley wasn't a social type who would act like that. However, Issei too didn't see any harm regarding it. Being acquaintances with one of the most powerful young devils would definitely come in handy in the near future. Even if the said acquaintance was some sort of friendship. Issei, hi to Issei. 18 years old, single, before you ask. No, I don't swing that way. The brunette exclaimed in a joking tone during the end. Well, if he was going to be found out, then at least have some fun along the way. He could see Volley chuckling slightly, but this time his feelings were genuine. He could see that through. Well, I have already introduced myself. I'm the same as you though, I don't swing that way either. Nice to meet you, Haidu. Volley still had his chuckle intact. Issei, on the other hand, smiled at the brief exchange. His assumptions couldn't be taken for granted all the time. He had a slight margin error by holding prejudice against the man. Although the feeling is mutual, I'd like you to call me by my first name. I am not keen on being formal. Now, the most important question of your life, are you ready, Lucifer-kun? Volley made an imaginary note to not call him by his last name. He was confused though, what would the question be? Uppers? Rears? Or thighs? Even though his face was practically all red by this point, Issei was dead serious. It was the most defining question you can ask a male. Volley, on the other hand, was fighting the urge to fassip him. It seems that he won't get a break from the perverts, even though he was in care of one for a few years. The answer was quite simple though, rears were the supreme part of a woman's body. Rears. I won't accept any objections. They are the most important part of any woman for me. Although I don't exactly know why you've asked that, I shouldn't question it either. What about you though? Volley's statement surprised Issei. To think that great hacker Yuiku was interested in rears is something he hasn't thought of. I am more of a thigh guy myself, but I appreciate the beauty of rears. Now, on to the next question. This one is actually normal, so you don't have to worry about it. Can I please get your stylist's contact number? I have been having difficulties with finding a decent one, and you seem to know a professional. The stars in Issei's eyes didn't help the situation. Volley couldn't answer it. How could he tell him that she was in the underworld? My apologies, but I can't, she is very secretive. I can take you to her though, I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Issei's eyes lost their brightness when he heard it. Finding a damn barber shouldn't be that hard. He had tried every shop in Kuo, but wasn't satisfied with any of them. Maybe Underworld would be a better choice for that. It's fine, I shall continue my research then. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lucifer-kun. I am inclined to suffocate you with my eccentricity again on the lunch break. With that, Issei placed his focus on the lesson. It was not entirely bad for a small talk. He was warming up to volley Lucifer, that couldn't be bad, right? He's definitely a weirdo, not going to lie. But he seems fun to have around. Volley's thoughts seemed to be in accordance with Issei, they were going to get along just fine. There's only the small issue that Volley is a devil and can't afford his time to socialize with humans. Whatever, he could surely spend his sweet time here. Yikes. It's my favorite time of the day, finally I can feast. One Haidu Issei was screaming in ecstasy. The reason for that is quite simple, it was the lunch break. 40 minutes of time he can very well spend on devouring his homemade bento. However, before that, he decided to ask one particular person to join him. Yo Lucifer-kun, wanna join me on the terrace? The view is breathtaking and so is the breeze, it's quiet and we can get to know each other more. As Issei made his way to the individual in question, his eyes were gleaming in happiness. His spirit was quick to be crushed though, as he saw Volley raising his hand to stop him. As much as I'd love that Issei, I'm afraid I have to catch up with someone else at the moment. Thank you for the offer, but I have to decline it for now. He could see Issei's eyes losing their light, but he could wait, whereas one particular red-haired individual couldn't. Volley absolutely wanted to know Issei, to find the reason for his unnatural holy energy. It's okay. I'm sure you don't want to keep that person hanging. Well, my offer always stands, if you want to talk with me, I'll be on the terrace. See ya, Lucifer-kun. The brunette reassured Volley. Although he wanted to know the great hacker Yuiku, he wasn't going to be all over him. He had a year of time to get closer to Lucifer, they could have their talk another time. Issei approached his desk and reached for his school case, from where he pulled out his bento. He would enjoy the silence himself, that wasn't a problem as he had always done that. The truth is, Volley seemed to be undeniably similar in personality to someone he had known in the past. He wanted to figure out if Volley was like that too. If he were, then they would get along pretty nicely. Quietly opening the door, Issei made his way through the terrace. He had to admit, the weather today was absolutely nice. It had an eerie feeling of warmth and serenity around it, perfect for having his feast. The brunette continued to find his favorite spot on the terrace. The bars on the edges were loose enough to extend his legs through them and the edge, thus giving a more peaceful mind to Issei, as he could practically let his legs on free fall. Opening up his bento, Issei began to have his meal in silence. He didn't mind at all, it wasn't like he was a loner. He just preferred to eat in solitude, because nobody would dare to ditch in a man's meal. Thus, he began to think about what to do with the heir of the Lucifer. Issei knew that even if they were on decent terms, that didn't stop the labeled battle maniac to come after him. It had been coined that Volley Lucifer had been enjoying battles against strong opponents. Even if Issei could overpower him, that maniac wouldn't stop until he had found a way to surpass him. That was his undying will's reputation, and was fearsome to the core. Having a stalker waiting to clash against you in every single opportunity was just bad. He prayed to God that he hadn't been chosen as this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. His gift was already troublesome for him, he wouldn't be able to mount any more trouble if that were the case. Eventually, there was the two heiresses issue. He had been going just great before Volley's arrival. He knew for a fact that Volley could very well inform them about the anomaly he had found within his first day. What was even more critical was that they would do everything in order to get him into their peerages after they'd finally uncovered his story and strength. Moving out of Kuo wasn't an option, he had done that before, and it made his heart ache by just thinking that his parents may have gotten themselves in contact with supernatural. Thinking bad, eating good, taking naps are also good. Truly, Issei was just like a lazy high school student. Well, he has to enjoy peace when he still has the chance. Thus, Issei moved out of his spot to have some space for him, having already finished his meal. He could take a nap for the remaining time in his class, but being bored makes you have stupid decisions in general. Instead, he went for the library. Issei wasn't exactly a top-notch brilliant student, he had fairly good grades for someone in his level. Kuo's library was just enormous. He couldn't wrap his head around with how come they had collected this many books in the first place. Shelf after shelf, the place seemed to be an endless maze. Thankfully, Issei wasn't here for reading. He made his way here to do something actually unexpected, to play chess with whomever he could find. a habit that didn't seem to die anytime soon. He could have very well cursed his initial mentor for rubbing this trait off of him, but the brunette had enjoyed a great deal playing against the old man. Taking a seat on the arranged table, Issei waited for anyone to show up. He could play against anyone, they didn't need to even challenge him, he was just bored and had nothing to do. He was actually pretty decent at chess, and had even managed to defeat the old man once, something that shocked their group, as he was known to be unbeatable in terms of chess. "Hi Dusan. May I ask you, what is the reason for you to be here?" He was interrupted by someone he knew by their reputation. Her black bob hair swaying with each step she took towards him, the black framed glasses hiding her beautiful violet orbs. Her porcelain white face devoid of any emotion, remaining stoic, but at the same time, adorned with a hint of curiosity, her petite body looking like it couldn't support her weight. That intruder turned out to be the student council president, Shitori Sona. "Ah. Shitori Kaichu. I am, in fact, waiting for somebody to show up so I can play chess with them." Issei flashed a smile to Sona, who was innerly surprised with the intel she had acquired. She wouldn't mind playing chess against him, therefore would grant him a favor and keep his spirit high. That was the main duty of the president, to support the students whenever she can. "If you don't mind, Haidu-san, I would like to play against you. I have been bored from playing with my fellow members. I expect you to at least challenge me." Sona seated herself and gave him the signal to pick his side. He had been accustomed to play as black, and it affected this decision as well. Giving Kaichu to make the first move would allow him to analyze her strategy, hence, counter it when the time comes. The match had officially begun as Sona moved her pawn from d2 to d4, giving her queen free space to move. Issei's retaliation followed soon enough with placing his pawn in d5 from d7, effectively blocking her pawn's path. The violet-eyed beauty followed as she placed her pawn from c2 to c4, threatening his pawn. Issei followed her soon enough with his move. In order to protect or even sacrifice his pawn to take out of her own, Issei put his pawn in e6, just next to his other pawn. Sona made her move in the form of her knight, placing it in c3. Issei's next move had been planned, reading the game, he went for his bishop and placed it in e7. After a little moment of tactical decision preparation, Sona made her move, moving her other knight to f3. Issei's move came faster than usual, with putting his knight in front of Sona's in f6. For the first time, Sona smirked, she had been anticipating him to do that, as she moved her bishop from c1 to g5, just next to his knight. This put Issei in a tight situation, he could sacrifice his knight to take out her bishop, or try to frighten her. The brunette just moved his rightmost pawn to h6. Sona had seen what he tried to do, avoiding her offense at all costs. This would not shake her as she was ready to sacrifice her own bishop if it meant to take out his knight. Thus, she moved her bishop to f6, successfully eliminating Issei's knight. The first blood had been drawn, Issei retaliated by moving his own bishop from e7 to f6, evening the score. So far, his game with the student council president was promising, she was indeed a great rival. Sona's next move came in the form of a pawn, with placing her pawn from e2 to e3. Wanting to play a bit more defensive, Issei used castling to further enhance his king's protection. Seeing this, Sona got her queen into the game, moving it to c2. As a countermeasure for future strikes on his left side, Issei moved his unused knight to a6. Emphasizing her dominance over the battlefield, Sona rambled up her rook from a1 to d1, just beside her king. Issei had to admit, she was definitely a challenging opponent, he wasn't even sure he could win this, but he really had fun when playing against her. His next move came as he moved his pawn from c7 to c5, threatening her to make a move on his other pawn next to this one. This action didn't go unnoticed as Sona used her pawn to take his freshly moved one, placing it from d4 to c5. The brunette's counter move involved using his queen to assume protection over his remaining pieces, hence he put his queen to a5. His queen was protected with his bishop from f6, he could take out her knight and queen, with sacrificing his own bishop and queen. Kaichu began to think, she had already figured out his plan to counter her sacrifices with his own. Thus, Sona made her move by eliminating his other pawn with her own, moving the pawn to d5. Issei's retribution came as he moved his knight on a6 to eliminate her pawn on c5. To protect her pawn on the front lines, Sona moved her queen to d2, blocking whatever strategy he was planning to take out the pawn in 3 blocks ahead of the queen. In counter, Issei used his rook that he already used castling on and moved it to d8, directly facing the said pawn of Sona. If she wanted to move it, she would pay dearly with the expenditure of her queen. To heat up things, Sona placed her knight on d4, just behind her attention grabber pawn. Issei, on the other hand, decided to get rid of the said pawn with his own on e6 to d5, successfully eliminating it. Deciding to take the risk, Kaichu moved her unused bishop on f1, placing it on e2. Seeing the possible outcome of losing his queen, Issei made his tactical retreat and put it on b6 from a5. It was Sona's turn, and she decided it would be better if she focused on the defense of her king and initiated a castling with her rightmost rook. This one move by Issei would upset the balance, as he moved his knight on c5 to e4, threatening both her queen on d2 and her knight. Deciding to take the lesser of the two evils, Sona backed her queen to c2, behind her knight to retaliate if he decided to take the initiative. The brunette just did that and eliminated her knight on c3 in the process. Her retaliation followed soon enough as she pulled his knight out of the game. Issei began to think, if he wanted to push her, he could very well use a bait to lure out a queen. If she wasn't paying attention, this strategy would work flawlessly. Going on with the plan he had in mind, Issei moved his bishop from c8 to e6, placing it near his other bishop, and guaranteed their safety. Unfortunately, Kaichu caught up on that and moved her queen to its former state, to c2. He was anticipating that one as well as he moved his leftmost rook to c8, cornering her queen in the process. Sona began to feel the pressure of losing her queen. However, she was still able to keep herself calm and adjusted her glasses. Haidu Issei turned out to be a very good opponent after all. She decided to make her move to retreat once more, placing her queen to b1. Issei wanted to use the dominance on his favor by moving his rook on c8 to c7. Sona's move had as well come in the form of her other rook, putting it on d2, just 2 spaces behind her knight. Issei held his rook and placed it behind the other, maximizing the protection on both of those. This time, however, Kaichu made a reckless move, one he hadn't anticipated. She ordered her knight to eliminate his bishop on e6, cutting down the last of his resources to move crosswise. Issei didn't mind it as much as she hoped to, and took out her knight with his pawn from f7. They both had lost their knights in the process, leaving them with one bishop, their queens, both of their rooks and 6 pawns respectively. They were even and the wiser one would win the duel. Kaichu wanted to take the initiative on her hands again, hence she placed her bishop to g4, threatening his pawn and king in the process. Issei's next move consisted of solely protecting the pawn with his rook coming out of its lair, moving it to c4. However, Sona still had one of her pawns she was yet to move, thus, she moved her rightmost pawn to h3, in order to ensure the protection of her bishop. The brunette stood silent for a moment, posing a thinker's move. He could still threaten her bishop with his queen, and decided to do that with moving his queen to c6. Retaliation from her side came as she purposefully placed her queen to d3, just next to his rook on c4. It was time to guarantee the safety of his king, so Issei moved it to h8, just near to its former place. Sona had already decided her next move as she placed her rook to d1, ensuring an impenetrable defense for her queen and other rook. They had come across to a stalemate. Issei wanted to take her focus out of the current situation and moved his leftmost pawn to a5. Sona made her counter move and placed one of her unused pawns from b2 to b3, blocking the path of the said pawn in case of any advance and threatening his rook. Nevertheless, Kaichu wasn't the only one to act recklessly, as Issei placed his rook between her pawn and queen, ensuring the protection of his piece with his bishop on f6 and his queen at c6, threatening her queen in the process. Sona's queen had to back away from the battlefield and she put the said piece on e2. Issei, on the other hand, was having a difficult moment due to the fact that they're currently in a stalemate benefited Kaichu as the attacker. He had to turn the tables real quick. The brunette's move came in the form of his rook, moving it to f8. This was Sona's signal as she began her offense, calmly placing her sole bishop to h5 to assert dominance. Issei didn't mind it for the time being and focused on his pawns. He still could use them as distractions and hopefully cause enough mayhem to finish it once and for all, thus placed another one of his unused pawns from b7 to b5, just beside his other one on a5. Sona tried her luck to delve into his territory with her bishop, putting it to g6 from h5. He lunged forward to analyze the situation they were in. So far, they were even, and the game seemed possible to win in this tight situation. His move followed soon enough with calling his bishop back to d8. Sona had tested the waters, she could penetrate his defenses if she could end the stalemate, hence she called her own bishop back as well, to d3. Issei didn't have too much to do at this moment and focused on his pawns once more, moving the pawn in b1 unit further, effectively protecting his own rook in the process. However, the violet-eyed beauty was waiting for this moment, as she ordered her queen to advance to g4. Issei understood her priority over his pawns, as the situation didn't look that bright when 2 of them were in danger from the opponent's queen. In order to ensure their safety, Issei as well used his queen, placing it on e8, crosswise 3 units away from his pawn. The pawn duo had all the attention of the game at the moment, with Sona's counter-move involving to threaten them with her pawn, from e3 to e4. Issei's next move would again gather all the attention on somewhere else. He moved his bishop directly in front of her queen, posing a double threat at once. In one hand, he was targeting her rook on d2, on the other hand, she couldn't eliminate his bishop with her queen because of a pawn just being next to his bishop. Nevertheless, her situation called for a retreat as she moved her rook a unit to right. This time Kaichu had the advantage as she challenged his rook. He had seen the massacre occurring with the rooks and decided to go along with it, eliminating her rook with his own. Sona's retaliation involved using her bishop on d3 to take out his rook on c2. Deciding to meddle up with the balance, Issei ordered his queen to challenge her bishop, placing it to c6. Kaichu, however, realized his plan to cripple her possible moves from crosswise, thus placed her queen to e2, 2 units away from her only bishop. Issei's next move came as he ordered his queen, moving it to c5, threatening the safety of opponent king, with a backup from his own rook on f8. Sona had seen his ambitions to force her into check and possibly checkmate her if he had another move under his sleeve. She put her only rook to f1, 1 unit beside her king on g1. She couldn't cut down his offense as Issei moved his queen once more on c3, this time directly facing her bishop. Nonetheless, this move allowed Kaichu to eliminate one of his pawns, moving her own from e4 to d5. The brunette could even the score with his own pawn on e6, taking out her pawn on d5. Sona Sitri had been cornered by Haidu Issei, a prediction that she hadn't thought of yet. He was taking the role of attacker and cornering her to make mistake after mistake. His own style revolved around preservation upon retaliation. Sona's had been the exact opposite since she was little, retaliation and sacrifice in the next move, one of the primary reasons she liked to play as white, to have the high ground as the sole attacker. There her bishop was, under the risk of elimination. She had to preserve her bishop, even if she would take out his queen. Bishop was a critical element in her offense, it wasn't expandable by any means. Thus, Kaichu moved her bishop 1 unit away from his queen, to b1. It was now or never. Issei could penetrate her defense with one single move, he could lure out her queen, and his bishop would be safe from any kinds of danger, thus, his way to victory would be guaranteed. His queen wasn't expandable, but if it meant taking her own out, this was a risk he was willing to take. Hence, Issei moved his queen right next to her own, with his queen on d2 and hers on e2. Her beautiful orbs widened at the sight. The situation was more troublesome than she had thought. He would not only take out her queen, but also would be able to finish the match sooner than she had expected. Deciding to reverse their roles and claim the advantage, Sona made her bold move and began her offense with her queen, placing it to e5, secretly threatening his king. The brunette just flashed a smile. It seems Kaichu still had her spirit in the right place. Placing his rook on d8, Issei awaited her next move. BGM. Lord El Meloy 2 opening, starting the Railway Zeppelin. This was the only one of those openings she was waiting for, as she persisted going on with her offense. The beauty moved her queen just beside his bishop, on g5, seemingly obtaining the higher ground in their match. Issei's eyes widened. She was going to end the match in an instant from an angle he hadn't thought about. Her queen was placed here to distract him and take it out from the game if he wasn't cautious. The real problem had been the fact that her queen was protected by her bishop in crosswise, the furthest point away from his king, from b1. They would end up in a stalemate. Issei's king would only be able to move 3 times on the same squares, hence they would call it a draw. However, Shitori Kaichu was keen on being the victorious side. He had long known that and could see it in her eyes. Wasting no time, Issei moved his king away from the danger, placing it on g8, on another white square. Check. This would be one of the few times she had spoken during their match, as she placed her queen on e6, directly facing his king. Issei couldn't move further away from the point, blocked by his own pawn on g7, hence, he moved his king back to the rightmost corner of his side. Even if he delayed her offense, Sona had already had the wind at her back. She wouldn't give up on this offense without threatening her queen directly. Just as he said that, the beauty placed her queen on g6, taking the support from her bishop once more, and taking the match to a stalemate. Issei had no other choice. If he didn't move his king again, she would directly confront it and end the match. Playing along, the brunette put his king on g8, and she spoke, again. Check. This was the second instance they had made the same move, however, there were 2 move delays between them, thus they couldn't call it a stalemate. The same scenario happened again as Issei moved his king once more to h8, a black square. However, his delay on offense allowed Kaichu to move her bishop from its place, putting it to f5, next to her queen. The match was already over. Sona had cornered Issei by using an exploit, white square dominance. She had developed this exploit by playing against her father, and he always played as black. In order to counter his defenses, she had to find a way to get around, and she did. Taking out whatever resource the opponent had for moving crosswise on white squares would be immensely helpful in her offense, as they wouldn't be able to counter it even if they tried to. Issei wasn't aware of that fact yet, as he moved his queen to c3, assuming his own control on black squares. Kaichu had a faint grin on her face. She hadn't been forced to use this technique against anybody beside her father. Truly, Haidu Issei crushed her initial assumptions and proved to be a worthy rival. Sona again moved her queen to g6. Sensing he wouldn't be able to continue, Issei moved his king for the last time to g8. Checkmate. Sona placed her queen directly in front of his king. He couldn't eliminate it by any means, as it was both protected by her bishop, and he didn't have any single piece to block its way. Issei, on the other hand, was amazed. She had turned the tables in 10 moves, forced him into a stalemate, and defeated him with only 2 pieces. The brunette couldn't be happier as he finally found someone he could very well practice against, even if the said person is a devil. You have my gratitude, Haidu-san. I never had this much fun playing against one of my fellow students. I'd also like to play against you in the future. The beauty expressed her sincere feelings. She had only spoken the truth. Never in their time, none of the student council members had pushed her this far and even came close to win against her. Haidu Issei was a mystery she would like to delve in. The honor is mine, Shitori Kaichu. I hadn't been able to find an opponent like you. If you have free time, I'd like to play against you as well. I wouldn't want to keep you occupied as you must have your burden of being the president every day. With this, Issei offered her a handshake. This would be the beginning of a great chess rivalry between the strategists. The beauty paused for a minute, yet accepted his offer. Hooray. It seems that they were so focused on their match to the point that they couldn't notice their surroundings. They had been surrounded by at least 30 students, every single one of them had stars in their eyes. They hadn't seen a match between the professionals. However, one streak of silver hair immediately captured Issei's attention. Lucifer-kun. For how long you've been there? Issei's confusion was apparent. For how long their match had been going on. He hoped it hadn't taken their whole break as he wasn't sure whether Kaichu had her meal. Issei had finished his own and took his route to the library. An hour and a half, actually. When you didn't show up in class, I wondered where you might be. Imagine my surprise when a bunch told me that you were challenging Kaichu in a chess match. Since then, I have been watching you too. I have to admit though, you did an amazing job, Issei. Vali had known about Sona's terms. The havoc she had caused when she proposed her own marriage terms was huge. Many different individuals had challenged her in chess, and none of them even came close as Issei did. The brunette was shocked. They were going for at least 2 hours. How come they haven't even heard the bell? Actually, when he thought about it, their match had a whooping 91 move count. If he had to take the time they've spent on strategizing, it made sense. Nevertheless, Issei knew to not invoke Kaichu any further. Let's get going, Lucifer-kun. I don't want to miss any classes further. The brunette hurriedly got a hold of the boy in question and dragged him down to the class. He was done for good this time. Vali Lucifer found himself standing in front of the 3 great one-isamas of Kuo Academy, Ria's Gremory, the red-haired bombshell with porcelain skin and blue eyes, Akeno Himejima, the perfect Yamato Nadeshiko, a woman of alluring beauty, originated from Japan. The last of the 3, Sona Shitori, originally known as Sona Citri in the underworld. It seemed Rias couldn't handle things between them in the lunch break as she demanded him to come after school hours. She freaked out after hearing him finding an interesting subject on his first day in Kuo. Haidu Issei, an anomaly as he coined. Unexpectedly high amounts of condensed holy power in comparison to a normal human being oozing out from the boy. It's a pleasure to see you again, Rias, Sona. Vali said as he made himself comfortable, accepting a cup of tea from Akeno herself, in return gave her a smile. It was true that he missed them. After their separation 5 years ago, he hadn't seen any one of them. They'd grown so much and became fine ladies on their own. The pleasure is ours, Vali. We have so much to catch up on. I'm sure you have many stories to tell us. Rias replied on behalf of them, with a smile of her own. She still remembered the times they would play house, with her arguing over who would be Vali's bride. Thinking about those brought a smile on her face. Those two were cousins in all but blood. I do have interesting adventures, but those are for another time. Pray tell, Rias, have you two formed your own peerage? I'm literally dying to meet them. Vali had said that in a manner that made both heiresses have an unpleasant smile. Vali and his antics were tiring at worst, mildly annoying at best. Power this, strength that, quite similar to a power-driven demon in a certain game. Actually, I have an incomplete set. My rook, Tauju Kaneko, is a Nekashu. My knight, Issei, or should I say, Yudo Kiba, is a sacred gear user, sword birth to be precise. You already know Akeno, my queen. I've acquired a bishop, Gaspar Vladi, who's been sealed for his own good, a damper with a unique sacred gear, forbidden Baylor view. Rias stopped at mid-sentence. Should she say that she has a pawn of 8? No less, that said pawn is actually Vali's destined rival. On one hand, Vali should be able to realize her sacred gear and demand an explanation. On the other hand, he wouldn't leave Rias alone for having a spar and quite possibly injure you critically. This would prove to be an obstacle she has to overcome. Vali. I have to state that, if you make a move on my pawn without my permission or knowledge, we will have a long talk, understood? This slightly surprised Abishaunen, nevertheless, he wouldn't do such a thing as that. He put a great deal of care in the heiresses, betraying their trust wasn't something he wanted to do at the moment. Riaz inhaled a deep one, this was gonna take a while. Just as she was starting to inform Vali about his rival, someone knocked the door. Implying that person to come in with a soft voice, the redhead sat deeply on her couch, pinching the bridge of her nose. She knew who it was on the other side of the door, reading their magical signature before answering. "Good evening, Butchu. I finished handing out the flyers." The intruder was no one other than her pawn, Yu Kazugawa. A girl of 17, with silky pink hair reaching down to her waist, her petite figure adding cuteness to her overall appearance. Her face showing a sign of surprise, her light yellow eyes fixated at the unknown boy. Pulling out her white hoodie over her head, Yu made her way to the couch Sona and Akeno were sharing. "Great timing, Yu. Thank you for finishing your assignment quickly. Now, I want you to meet someone. My childhood friend, Vali Lucifer, heir to the Lucifer household and possessor of the Longinus, divine dividing. From now on, he will be studying with us in Kuo Academy." Riaz should have known the chaos this was going to cause, telling a newly reincarnated devil such as herself that a rival was leagues above her, and she knew that said rival personally. Vali was analyzing the situation. Why would Riaz tell this girl that he is the current hacker Yuaku? Being a true descendant to Lucifer should be enough for situations like this one. It was interesting, however, as always, he had to be cautious. Riaz's warning was another thing, this seemed suspicious even for him. Yu, on the other hand, was compressing the intel she had acquired. Her rival. She heard that right. Even then, she couldn't help but admire that a rival is surely a Bishaunen, very handsome and charming. It would be alright if he didn't hate her guts and spoil them to the damned floor on their very first encounter. "My will, Drake. I want to be buried under a raiment store." All of a sudden, Yu had lost her will. She couldn't blame herself, her destined rival, the one she would clash against in a battle of death, turned out to be a freakingly overpowered and I'm protagonist. Oh come on. You'll hold your ground against him just fine. Trust me, I got this. Really helpful. What was the Welsh dragon going to do? Hop out of the gear and smack him right in the face? Probably not. I get by. Faster than light, the poor girl tried to excuse herself. Only to be stopped by a strong force pulling her from the collar of her hoodie. That said force was no one other than her senior, Himejima Akeno. Now, adorable Yu, won't you say at least hello to our guest? Sensing a great opportunity to tease her cowhide, Akeno didn't waste any spare moment. It was like pitting lions against each other, but Yu herself was just a plaything against Vali. Not that she would let him lay a finger on her. Defeated, lost and afraid nonetheless, the girl complied. Like, what could be any worse than death? Then again, she didn't want to taste that feeling until she found the recipe for the perfect ramen, an obsession becoming not a dream but a goal. After that, she'd be okay with anything. Not that anything makes sense right now, but I gotta ask this. Are you, perhaps, the Red Dragon Emperor? No, the Red Dragon Empress. The boy asked that rather nonchalantly, as if even he wasn't interested at all. That tickled her a bit, underestimating her. She wasn't anything close to being prideful, but Drake's influence and his strength had made her a bit cocky even for a newly reincarnated devil. Yup. Your rival, in the flesh. What are you gonna do? Tear me into pieces? Yu implied sarcastically, even if she didn't show that she was afraid, Vali could sense the tenseness in her voice. It was a good opportunity to have a closer look at his rival, however, he couldn't break the promise he had given to Riaz. Where's the fun in that? Rather, I'd like to see your growth. You're pathetically and severely hopeless against me now, rival. I have other candidates that I can call my actual rival, shame, truly. Stating that he could very well end her existence right now, Vali frowned. Why would it have to be this girl? Couldn't his rival be someone that had an abysmal growth? Something in his speech made Sona Sitri curious. Other candidates was a vague term, even for a straightforward person like Vali. Interesting. Sona, do you remember the boy that challenged you in a chess match? Vali's words were greeted with surprises from the two great one-Isama. They both know that in chess, Sona was unrivaled, let alone to be put in a hard situation by a high school boy. I do, hi to Issei from class 3-3. In yours, Akeno's and Tsubaki's class. What about him? Fixing her glasses while replying, Sona made her stance. She couldn't sense anything off of him, why would Vali be interested in that boy? I'm sure that you've seen that orthodox cross of his. I have a feeling that he's aware of our existence as devils. Furthermore, I'm in the opinion that he has either a sacred gear or has some connections with the Vatican. He practically is a beacon of holy energy. Vali dropped the bomb, earning a suspicious glare from Riaz, an earnest smile from Akeno, and a confused look from Sona. They hadn't expected this. This is a matter that Sona and I have to look into, Vali. Thanks for the warning. regarding the boy, does anyone know anything about him? The leader of the peerage exclaimed with a serious tone, which could be understood as none of them had felt anything regarding the boy in question. I don't either, Riaz. We should have done our research regarding the town before you arrived, Vali. Issei might be a threat that has foreseen your arrival, hence Riaz and I should take a primary stand on this cause. Sona's words wouldn't have made sense in normal circumstances, however, the life at stake was the only heir of Lucifer. If something were to happen to him, the underworld would drift into carnage in such speed that would embarrass the civil war. The truce between the old Satan faction and anti-Satan faction is still shaky as ever, having lost the only heir from the Lucifer line would result in a turmoil that would bring the extermination of devils as a race. The question would be, how? Sona Sitri began to concentrate to find the answer. Directly confronting the threat doesn't seem to be the perfect choice, even if Issei isn't aligned with a faction, he is still a foreigner in the devil territory. Even though he turns out to be innocent, there is no way of reporting this to their superiors, which would then mean that with the arrival of Vali, something threatening had made an appearance. Silently solving the problem wouldn't be the answer either, especially against an enemy they know little to none. Is Issei an agent of terrorist forces? Perhaps a spy sent by heaven? No, none of those answers made any sense for her. Taking into account that Haidu had never been involved in any supernatural affair would be the icing on the cake. A mercenary that has been hired by fallen angels. If that was the case, then Grigori wouldn't have sent their own brethren to cause conflict in Kuo. The fallen angel incident regarding you wouldn't have happened and they would still be undercover. The last possible option is that Issei is just a clueless human, not even realizing the powers laid dormant in himself. This could be the best explanation Sona could make for the time being, however, this theory is proven to be false by Vali, as he seems to be aware of their existence, regardless, still interacting with them. His awareness of their existence denied the very possible chance that he is innocent and clear, or at least that was what the underworld would have told them in their defense. Exterminating a likely innocent boy just because he is aware of devils and possesses a strange influx of holy energy doesn't make their actions just and fair. Everything would be up to Vali and his stand, as they've perceived the threat upon his arrival. If he agrees to inflict the correct measure, then Issei would be exterminated in a second notice. Truly, their system of justice had proven to be not so fair in countless instances, and Haidu would be another instance where the cruel and devil would come to play. The only possible way to come out of this standoff would be the possibility that Issei aligns himself with the underworld or already in alliance with another faction. A pure human without any backgrounds would stand no chance against the underworld, even if the said boy is innocent. From the looks of it, Sona Sitri had to deal with an unforeseeable amount of headaches just because the boy contained holy energy. After school hours, Issei found himself in a dire situation. Thinking about the game he and the president shared, meanwhile it's true that a little game of chess wouldn't hurt both parties, he was quite intrigued about it. The whole ordeal began in a state of his own foolishness and quite interestingly, boredom. Thinking about the game actually made him smile a little, never he would have thought that out of all people, Kaichu herself would challenge him for a match. Unexpected, but welcomed nonetheless. Kaichu had an amazingly sharp mind, as she demonstrated by wrecking the whole deck with his pieces, cornering him and ending the match in an instant. Her prowess in managing the white squares and analyzing the game further before his moves was simply breathtaking. He had to learn that technique, or at least know its basics, until he could counter it with his own technique. Their match had left an impact on him. If she could use her strategies and analysis to that extent, what was she truly capable of as a devil? Chess itself isn't a game about defeating the opponent as many would disagree, rather, it mainly concerns the opposing parties to develop their abilities through having an unofficial warfare. Sharpening the mind and utilizing it to its fullest, cornering the opponent and reacting to unexpected strikes. It is one of the many ways of showing the individual's strength. Issei himself had realized that in his early years, through constant practice, trial and error, failure and the sweet feeling of success. His mentor was a great player, and his thought process was unpredictable, one moment of opposition, in another, preservation. The teen had known that, in chess, nothing could be any more dangerous than unpredictability. The same rule applied to life itself, as many would fear the unknown. There is an endless sea of possibilities in a chess match, if you make a mistake, there is always a way to fix it. In a game of chess, no one is safe from defeat, only a small number of people are actually capable of being left undefeated before their retirement. The reason for that is, they've been made aware of this fact, even in the most dreadful situation, there's a way to reach out to that tiny little light. This match could have a domino effect in his life. Hakuryuku's arrival at Kuo, Sona Sitri herself keeping an eye on him, increasing tension among the factions. Even if he said to himself that he wouldn't delve into the world of supernatural again, it has been dragging him back, it's inevitable for most individuals. And again, he wasn't one of the most. He possessed something, the only example of its kind, a weapon many would seek for. Mister. Please take a flyer. It will grant your wishes. A rather irritating voice pulled him out of his own monologue. Turning back to the source of the voice, he spotted a rather interesting existence. A magical girl, handing him a piece of paper capable of granting his wish. Funny enough, he hadn't had any wishes lately, still, he was quite intrigued when he analyzed the flyer. The demonic crest of House Issei embedded on the surface of the paper. Coincidence? Maybe. It was interesting to see that this is the way they find their contracts, handling their flyers to humans, carelessly. Kuo may be their territory, but that didn't mean there hadn't been any threats or people aware of supernatural. He himself had known a handful of people that knew their identities. Bali's arrival would probably force them to make a move. Still, he pocketed the flyer. If his assumptions were correct, then he could successfully summon Sona Issei herself. Probably to ask her to play a match against him when his parents are away. Even if she is a devil, an important heiress at that, this wouldn't mean he would cut connections with her. As his mentor said, a chess rivalry is rare to be found. Maybe, he could find a rival in Sona Issei. This would mark the first of many mistakes he would make, as far as he could possibly imagine. Letting a supernatural creature come by this close to him would prove to be a fatal mistake, yet that didn't bother Issei. He knew at firsthand that every being had their own share of kindness and evil, and Sona Issei was no exception. Nevertheless, Issei kept on his way, listening to the beautiful breezes and clashing tides, courtesy of Gaia to humanity. For now, he just had to be extra careful, no need to worry about faction clashes for the time being, as he had no part in them. You know what, I may have miscalculated a few things. As it can be seen by the explosions caused by certain light spears around him, Issei knew that he screwed up something along the way, otherwise he wouldn't be targeted by an ugly-looking crow with no sense of etiquette. Hey, do you mind if I ask you something, like why do you try to blow me up? Swiftly evading another light spear coming towards his way, the brunette lightly shouted to the sky, not that he expected an answer though, this action was totally done out of reflex. Ants should stay as ants, now beggin'. The figure floating above him answered in a rather feminine voice. The flame inside him ignited as Issei reflexively dodged another spear without even knowing its direction. For a mind that had seen horrors of the war, this was child's play for him. Formulating a plan of his own, the brunette continued to wear down his opponent. According to his 2 cents, the fallen wouldn't be able to keep up with his stamina, allowing him to answer her assault with his own, and blowing the decisive strike on her face. Being targeted out of nowhere was actually not that much shocking, as he was accustomed to being constantly on edge because of his past actions. The question would be how did they notice him. As far as he was concerned, he had a good reputation among the Grigori, this as well, due to a few favors he had done to the Governor General in the past. Then it crossed his mind, the supernatural did not know the entity named Issei, they only knew a certain spear-wielding human that brought carnage and demise upon them. His time with the faction did last long, however, it was true that he was still sought with red notice by the underworld, upon a mistake he had made in the past. However, nobody knew his life as the shy high school boy Issei, save a few certain individuals linked with him. The brunette had made sure that he could step back from the supernatural for good, and people that knew his identity were like brothers and sisters to him, they would rather commit seppuku than reveal him, the trust he had in them was unshakable. He shall not fall, that would be an embarrassment to all he had done until now. From being the terrifying beast boy to being finished by a fallen angel, how ironic would that be? However, Issei did not like irony, especially if it concerned his life. As another light spear grazed his cheek, Issei had known that time had come for him to end it. The longer they continue this fight, the merrier the outcome would be for him. As devils would probably notice the barrier around the park and probably screw him up when they find out that he's the culprit behind this. Just stay in one place. Can't you see that I'm trying to hit the spot? With somewhat an erotic tone, the fallen shouted towards the boy. If he cooperated, she wouldn't need to waste her energy. But no. He refused to die like he should. Persistent ones were always the hardest to deal with. You know, I can say the same to you. But whatever, this ends now. Instantly, the brunette stopped dead at his track. His words and actions didn't make sense for the fallen. According to Grigori's information, he should be a normal human boy that had a divine gift, which shouldn't have been awakened by now. Their mission was to inspect the suspect and, if possible, bring them to Grigori for Azazel to examine, not go on a killing spree with a list in her hands. However, this boy was simply too cautious to be left alive, and thus, Raynor acted on her own to eliminate the threat. If only she knew how wrong she was. The lance that shines to the end of the world. Wrongominiad. Since her birth as a fallen, Raynor had seen many wonders of the human realm. She had seen kingdoms fall and rise, emperors come by and leave just like they have come. As a top-notch assassin that has been honed by the great minds of Grigori, there had never been a mission that she couldn't accomplish on her own. loyal and fanatic to the core, just like her leaders would expect her to be. Even if that was in her nature to betray and deceive as a proud fallen, Raynor just couldn't throw away the only place that accepted her, and she called it home. The Watchers of the Children of God, Grigori. Alas, for the first time in her life, Raynor knew that she screwed up big time. She had heard about that human who assassinated countless of supernatural creatures, regardless of their race and position. Wielding his holy spear, becoming the very source of destruction to those who target humans. It was him and his companions that rose the humans as a faction, made them to be feared, showed the supernatural to not meddle with their lives. Equipped with an arsenal to clash with every kind of supernatural entity, the boy had his fair share of inflicting punishment and chaos to the intruders. The lance that shines to the end of the world. Rhongomyniad. Rhongomyniad, the sacred lance King Arthur had used in his lifetime, according to the Welsh legends. Though the spear was said to be a non-magical construct, unlike Excalibur and Caliburn. Instead, Rhongomyniad is blessed by the Lady of the Lake and has gained immense holy energy, an attribute that, in normal conditions, the lance should not possess. Formerly in the possession of the Pendragon family, Rhongomyniad is said to rival the demonic spear of reverse causality. Gatebolg. The properties of such a mythical construct should not be underestimated. Rhongomyniad, even in the weakest state, is said to be an anti-fortress weapon. However, that was not the main reason she had feared. Even if somebody possessed Rhongomyniad, they couldn't fulfill the lance's ideals, not everybody could use it properly. Only those with utmost holy energy and worthiness were chosen to wield the mythical spear. Their ideals should match with the lance in order for them to utilize the spear to its fullest. This boy, however, had accepted the lance as a part of him, showing unparalleled strength and unheard abilities the spear had not shown before. As if the lance had reshaped itself to his preference, accepting his ideals to raise the humanity above, on the same ground where three factions stand. For Rhongomyniad to accept the ideal future he has imagined for mankind is an achievement that could not be replicated. Release the restraints, Palamids, Mordred. This is another battle of personal gain, O Rhongomyniad. The restraints of the Holy Lance and Sword have promised victory. For one to awaken their power, they need to unseal the relics, one by one, each with their own conditions. Palamid stands as the battle must be one-on-one, without intruders and allies. Whereas Mordred stands for the battle to be against evil. Apart from those two, the lance contains 10 more restraints. If half of the restraints are unsealed, Rhongomyniad gains the ability to cast pillars of pure light, each having strength of thousands of light spears. However, this particular limitation wouldn't work on special circumstances, such as this one. Revealing the name of the lance would unlock the ability beforehand for just one-time use in every reveal, whereas weaker, but definitely enough to burn the little crow in front of him to crisp. Begun, fallen. Raynor, unable to move due to shock and power he displayed with a flick of his wrist, succumbed under the ray that originated from the tip of the lance, shattering the barrier in the process. This magnitude of light would be seen from everywhere in Kuo, so it was just a matter of time for devils to come here, which meant that he should quickly run away from the commotion he made. Welcome home, dear. We were about to leave with your father, wanna come with us? Already leaving? That didn't seem too normal. They would usually spend their evenings at home, rarely going out together and spending their time with Issei. However, they could do whatever they wanted. They could have that chess match today, without interruptions. Where are you two heading? As far as I remember, today isn't a special day. He wasn't lying, but he could have forgotten something that they arranged. Nevertheless, he was curious. Oh, it's nothing like that, Issei. Today is not a special day. We just want to have some fresh air with your father. Maybe stop by the neighbors when we come back. Okay, that didn't sound too bad, but he had unfinished business. He would have liked to go on a walk with them if it weren't for the fact that he had caused some mess and had to fix it in a way. I see, thanks mom, but I'm gonna pass. I will, probably, invite a friend of mine over after your leave. Issei could swear that his mom was going to tease him to no end, but decided not to. He didn't want to do anything like that, just a harmless chess match between him and Kaichu. Okay, have fun honey. Remember to apply protection, heh. Winking and having her playful smile intact, she implied what she had in her mind with a mischievous tone, which caused Issei to blush faintly. Really, even if he had tremendous power, he was still shy and couldn't hold a conversation at that level. I won't do such a thing. Even if he wanted to. Figuring out it would be best to wait for them to leave, Issei seated himself on one of the only couches their living room had to offer. Their house was not that big, but it was comfy and didn't shine out that much in the neighborhood, something that Issei liked. Living like this had a peaceful aura around it. It was clear as day that Issei was quite curious about the tactics Shitori Kaichu could show. He could feel that she was accustomed to play as White offered much more flexibility when it came to being the aggressor. So many opportunities, and all laid out in a single match of chess. When he thought about the game they shared, Issei realized something very critical. Kaichu had used a technique to corner him instantly, but she needed to wipe clean his assets for moving crosswise, his bishop and queen. Even if they traded them out, she had an upper hand as her player relied on crosswise movement. On the brink of the match, he had no pieces to move on white squares crosswise, which halted his defense briefly as Kaichu continued to increase the pressure on his king. Her assault was beautiful in every sense. He couldn't imagine using his bishop so gracefully without the use of his knights. How could he even counter a strategy like that? Sona Sitri handled him in around 10 moves, changing the direction of the match with one little detail he had slipped. Issei knew the importance of bishops in high level, but for someone that practically used knights to breach defenses for so long and planned the short-term victory, he couldn't realize the effects her bishops had on the stage until the last minute. Kaichu used her keen intelligence and divergent tactics to divert him from the fact that her bishop had already finished the game. Truly, he had much to learn from the president of the student council. Well, I should prepare some tea and snacks. I wouldn't want to disappoint Kaichu, would I? Upon their leave, Issei already started to get things done as quickly as possible, as he had limited time until his parents came back from their little walk. He had already arranged the table, with his chess set nicely spreading onto it. He knew that Sona would choose white again, so he made her place as comfy as it could be. This match would prove to be exciting, he could feel that even now. So many possibilities, so many openings and the sweet feeling of victory, he wanted to taste it against the president. Of course, Issei had another business with the Sitri heiress, that ray of light couldn't come from nowhere, right? He needed to have them realize that it was him who turned the fallen into dust, with his Rongaminiad. Even if they possessed him no danger, that didn't mean they wouldn't alert their superiors, which would do more harm than good. This would actually put him in a dire situation than he had ever been before, not because the underworld would be on his tail, but due to the fact that his parents would also be in danger. That Issei will not allow to happen, even if he, due to unfortunate circumstances, passed away, or worse, became a devil in order to serve their goals. The Haidu family had no part in any of this. I've messed everything up in such a way that I might need to deal with every single Abrahamic faction out there due to what I did today, yikes. Nevertheless, tonight, I'll settle the score with devils, and tomorrow, I'm gonna bunk off. The day after, I dunno. Bringing the snacks and carefully placing the hot tea on each side of the table, Issei knew that preparations were over, now it was time to summon the one and only princess. Grabbing the flyer he pocketed earlier, Issei knew the exact keyword he needed to summon her. I want to have a great match with your most skilled chess player, Sitri household. Another note. Why? I suppose the Devil Kings are not happy the way we are governing the town. Nevertheless, I have to report the incident that happened earlier the day. Meanwhile, it's true that he couldn't find the culprit behind it. This should not be kept hidden, as it would hinder the already jeopardized trust they have in us. Fixing her glasses, Sona Shitori began to officially write the report they have to hand to the Mayu of Foreign Affairs, Serapho Leviathan. Date: 20th of May, 2018. Location: Kuo. Authorities: Ria's Gremory and Sona Sitri. Kuo, Devil Settlement in Japan, governed by Ria's Gremory and Sona Sitri. Abiding by the Devil Constitution and orders of Mayu, Ria's Gremory and I, Sona Sitri, have come to hand in the monthly report. This report contains the aftereffects of the fallen intrusion to the territory. On the name of Sitri household, I can assure the mass and the council that there has not been casualties on either humans or on our kin. Moreover, Ria's Gremory, daughter to Zeodicus Gremory and Benelana Baal, has acquired another peerage member. One that will rise the Devil faction as a whole on the political ground, Yukazagawa, second grade student in Kuo Academy. Acquired as Pawn of 8, Yukazagawa is officially declared as this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, being the owner of boosted gear. I, Sona Sitri, have as well a possible pawn candidate that would strengthen the overall dynamic between the peerages. My first impressions are that the candidate too possesses a draconic sacred gear, possibly twice critical or a set of Vritra gears. Moving on, the arrival of the heir of Lucifer has been successful. Upon the wishes of the old king, Riaz and I have been trying our best to keep him entertained and accompanied. Lucifer himself has a keen interest in some of the humans here, we expect him to at least acquire another member to his peerage. Additionally, there has been a recent issue that has us intrigued. On 20th of May, Monday, 2018, we have detected an anomaly spreading around Kuo. An entity with utmost holy energy, enough to engulf a fallen angel in a ray of light, effectively neutralizing the said fallen. Riaz and I will investigate further and notice you of the breakthroughs, your majesty. Sincerely. Sona of the Sitri household. Effectively finishing the report on her hand, Sona could now catch her breath. This amount of work and stress, it wouldn't be in vain to say that she was used to it, a bureaucrat she had been raised as. For sure, it made her look like she had actually considered becoming one. However, she had a brighter dream that spread out to her whole being. Underworld as a place had been full of royalties, and as such, the ones with power would acquire what they wanted, even the laws benefited the rich and noble. Sona Sitri did not like that at all. She had seen many bright children's light fade away as they were not noble, they couldn't get the education they needed. Even if she was from royalty, she had emphasized with the commoners, becoming a listener and a sister to them. She was quite concerned with the lives of the poor, as the elegant lady she is, she couldn't turn a blind eye on them. She had to get involved in some way or another to actually build up and educate the commoners and show their potential to the whole underworld. That was the main reason she had applied to govern a town like Kuo. This experience would prove to be priceless and would actually build her reputation in the eyes of the council en masse. Sooner or later, she would have enough influence to realize her dream, which would come in the form of a school, with the principal being none other than her. Those particular reasons formed her stern and hardworking personality. She couldn't spare her time, not even a second, even if she was sure that she would live the rest of her life doing nothing and attending the meetings as the Sitri heiress, she could go on without having any responsibilities. However, she refused such a dull life. She may have come from royalty, but that didn't mean that she would embrace the traditions and obey without any questions. She had to change the system drastically, and to do that, she needed to have influence and strength as a devil, cause even if she was young, power meant everything in devil society. If you have power, then every opportunity would come at your feet, including this with being from royalty. One would even write the entire constitution from the scratch, and council would not dare to speak against it, that it already happened, courtesy of Bale household. I want to have a great match with your most skilled chess player, Sitri household. Usually, I wouldn't need to answer the summons, but this one seems to have only reached me, as per the wish of the summoner. I, Sona Sitri, obey thy command and fulfill your wish, contractor. Weird. For her to be summoned. To a place she did not expect, honestly. The home of Issei, the boy that has been constantly on her mind as of late. Due to the amount of work he has unknowingly put on her shoulders, she could not find the fault in him, the beauty had to admit. Nevertheless, he too, unknowingly proved her assumptions that he is aware of their existence, but rather tries to coexist with them, a noble behavior he has shown. Hello Kaiju. Mind sharing another game with me? The boy exclaimed with his smile intact. Sona couldn't find any trace of uncertainty behind it, even if she tried. This summon had come at the perfect time, as Sona could further examine him and his plans, if he has, of course. For a human, you're not too surprised to find that your school's council president is a devil, but I think you already knew that, am I wrong, Haidu-san? Her determination had shown and her stern face rose again, with a hint of curiosity behind her violet orbs. Haidu-Issei, an enemy or an ally? That question would soon find its solution. We can discuss these matters whenever you want, Shitori Kaichu. However, you're not wrong, I've known that you and Ria-san are devils, and also your most recent addition, Lucifer-kun. He spoke the truth as he knew, and gestured for Sona to have a seat against him. To fulfill the contract, they needed to have a chess match, which Sona caught up. I want to know the details before we begin the game, Haidu-san. Riaz and I have to determine whether you're an ally or an enemy against the underworld. You need to answer cautiously and honestly. If you choose to not cooperate, the underworld would need to take action against you. The beauty made herself and her goals clear. This contract would give her something more valuable than any kind of payment, a piece of intel that is priceless. Sure thing. I knew that you would want to do that because that is the exact thing I would have done in the same condition. First and foremost, no. I don't possess danger or any kind of aggression towards the underworld or her allies, I swear in my family's name and my life. Issei couldn't bring himself to include his family, as he might need to retaliate against the underworld in the most unexpected situation. Secondly, I'm sure that you've seen that ray of light that I knowingly caused today. Now this is novel for Sona, she expected him to be the culprit, but it was only a possibility. The beauty kept her face clear of emotion and asked him silently to continue. I'm sorry to say that, but your defenses are pretty much breachable even for the weakest of angels. If you are tasked with governing Kuo, then you need to defend her citizens as well. If somebody else had been attacked, they would have bit the dust already. He made his intentions clear that he cares for the lives of the commoners and normal, something that made Sona Sitri briefly emphasize. He had a point though. I agree, Haidu-san. However, Riaz and I will be more careful as of now, due to Vali Lucifer's arrival. We need to strengthen our defenses and make him comfortable as much as possible. The beauty replied with her tone unchanging, hints of honesty and determination spreading all around. You can already see that I'm involved with the supernatural, however, I neither plan to take any action against the underworld nor her citizens. If anything, I want to coexist with your kind and protect the human lives that are at stake. The brunette spoke with a voice that promised quick and painless retaliation to those who meddled with the lives of humans, as his first priority is to realize the dream he holds, a fair and just world that merges the both kinds and establishes peace and prosperity. I can say that I'm delighted to hear that, Haidu-san. However, Rias might need to hear this firsthand. Would you mind coming to a cult research club tomorrow? At last, her assumptions about the boy had come to fruition. Issei can be a great ally to Citri and Gremory households if he agrees to cooperate in certain situations. Actually, I was thinking of Skippin. In mid-sentence, he stopped. Not because he had forgotten something, but due to the intense glare he had received in response. He should have thought that being aware of their existence does not change anything, because Sona Shitori is still the president of the academy. Okay. I'll drop by and give my regards. Issei was so sure of himself that Kaichu would at least give him some spare time, but that didn't seem to be the case. He had another light subject on the way, something that could have been prevented if not for his callousness. Moving on, I feel the need to say this. Yukazugawa's demise is on me, Kaichu. Had I arrived sooner, I would have burnt that fallen before she could have had the chance to strike her. I've scouted her for at least a week, and I have to tell you this, that girl possesses something incredibly dangerous that Grigori is sending their brethren to assassinate her day after day. The brunette made his feelings about the one life he couldn't save from their demise, alive she might be, but without her humanity, a servant to the underworld. That made things awkward for Citrieris. He blamed himself for Yu's initial death. Why? He wouldn't be able to monitor her 7/24 and provide enough protection. Last but not least, Haidu Issei implies that he was able to take on several fallen angels and managed to come out on top against them. Interesting, for sure. I'm sorry Haidu-san, but I couldn't understand you. Can you give more details about what you meant by having her demise on yourself? Sona asked the obvious. She needed to know about his abnormal supernatural side to actually know whether he would pose a threat against someone like Vali. I've tailed you since I felt something strange from her. Draconic energy, something that I haven't felt since eternity. As I'd tasked myself with protecting my kin, I needed to provide enough protection over them. I got proved right when I saw the first fallen angel hovering above her. It kept going on for at least a week, no matter the outcome, they always came after her. Grigori didn't seem to give up on the girl, and I think they wouldn't have gone for her extermination had I not intervened. Issei had hung his head down in shame. He knew from the beginning that this task would cost him something. You could have just come and asked for our help, Haidu-san. We could have provided her with a shelter and asked our Mayu to have a talk with the governor generals of Grigori. That way, we could have prevented those events from happening, and you would still be alive, as a human. Sona Citri made an implication that he had a fault in it, however little it is. PFFT. Don't make me laugh, Citri. You would bury your face in shame had you known how many humans had passed away to supernatural circumstances in this town, during your reign in this town. Wait a minute and I will show you. Blaming him. As someone that had practically wasted all his life to have the supernatural to not intervene with the lives of humans, Issei was the least one to blame. If they want to rule, then do it rightfully. His whole endeavor changed when the topic came about his insecurity and callousness about not informing the heiresses about the issue. Issei got angry and disappointed. Sona couldn't comprehend what he tried to say and decided to do the only right thing, nothing. Here. Read it and see how much you've screwed up. His tone radiated anger and frustration, much of which was directed to Sona, though. Akihito Tanaka, 26, male, targeted due to his involvement with Yaokase and Kyoto. Exterminated by Onuses. Aiko Suzuki, 9, female, exterminated by fallen angels. Reason. Possession of a divine gift. Chiyo Suzuki, 28, female, mother of Aiko, exterminated by fallen angels. Aichi Suzuki, 28, male, father of Aiko and husband to Chiyo. Exterminated by fallen angels. In Yoshida, 17, male, caught by winds of revolution, status. Unknown. Hanaka Watanabe, 20, female. The unfortunate ones below are the result of a devil, an entity specialized in memory alteration. Female, exterminated, reason. Unknown. Female, exterminated, reason. Unknown. Female, exterminated, reason. Unknown. Female, exterminated, reason. Unknown. Female, exterminated, sexually assaulted, reason. Unknown. Chidis Kiryu, 16, female, exterminated, only one to possess remains, reason. Unknown. Aika Kiryu, 18, female, gravely injured, sister to Chidis, has been treated by fallen angels to restore her identity. Status. Alive. Female, exterminated, reason. Unknown. The list kept on going, in each case something marvelous happened. Their remains, buried under the Kuo cemetery as nameless orphans, most of them were younger girls and some of them were religious, an important note it seemed. Eventually, Sona came to a halt. Varian Vapula Hors, heir to Hors House, male, exterminated by Haidu Issei, reason. The culprit behind the memory alteration incident. I can't believe. Even if they didn't know each other personally, almost all heirs would often hear about one another. They had a few rotten apples, but to think that one of the heirs would cause that much mayhem, and in a place that was ruled by devils. For your interest, Kiryu's sisters are students in Kuo Academy. At least they used to be, if not for the fact that Aika herself possessed a sacred gear that prevented her from being erased. I wouldn't have enough proof to deduce my theory that innocent people were slowly being wiped out without a trace. I knew what I saw, Citri. The agonizing scream from Aika was the icing on the cake, and nobody remembered her sister, apart from her. I know that Aika tried to reach out to both you and Rias, but that didn't prove to be enough. From that day, I have been searching for that bastard. Chidis's remains were the only clue I had. I knew it would be in vain to look for someone who would actually cooperate with me. I took Aika on my side and began to investigate. Days after, I had found that Chidis was not the only one. She was a victim of a scheme that turned out to be bigger than I had thought of. These people, those girls, they are innocent. Yet, here we stand, we do not even remember them. They could be one of the people we held dear in another place, another time. That man had stolen everything away from them, then it is only natural for me to retaliate in the most appropriate manner. When Aika first approached me, I did not remember her either, her presence had already faded away. However, I chose to believe in her, to help her. She told me about Chidis, and I showed her the nameless burials, one of which we learned belonged to her sister, when I made her read these documents. Aika will return to Kuo shortly after her recovery is completed. I will personally retrieve her from Azazel, and no, I am not in alliance with Follens, I just simply know the governor personally. When she returns, you can confirm that this event indeed happened and I didn't just assassinate one of your precious heirs. About Varian, I erased him. Every single idea he claimed to be his, I stole away from him. Made him taste the feeling he inflicted upon the innocents. I do not regret what I have done, and if something like this happens again, I will take action, regardless of the circumstances. Issei finished his explanation, an assassination about one of the influential devils of the underworld. He had his reasons, and they were just and fair. However, Underworld would see this as an action against herself, and would forever defend her citizens, no matter the allegations and actions they took against other factions. Sona, however, would absolutely not let that happen, ever. Issei did what he believed was right and it is right. The devil in question has committed a crime that can't be defended in any possible way. Not even Horus or Vapula would identify themselves with someone so wicked and cruel, even if it is the nature of devils. Tell me more about Aika, Haidu-san. How can we help her? Rather, is it possible to help her? One thing Sona Citri absolutely loathed was the feeling of uselessness. There would always be a way to reach out to someone. No one is truly alone, and it is not shameful to ask for their assistance. Aika. Even her parents do not remember who she is. Can you imagine what it feels to have never existed in the world? I can't think of any way you could help her, Kaichu. Maybe when she returns, you can assist her to adapt her new life. Other than that, I don't think so. To have never existed. Something in this magnitude would crumble her whole being. Even if she isn't dependent on anybody, Sona couldn't think of a life without the annoyance of her sister, the education Lord Citri imposed on her, and the friendship she shared with Rias. How would she fare? She could, however. Aika is a completely different person she does not know about, someone that did not even know supernatural existed before she was attacked by Varian. The pain that comes through losing her sister, her parents, the only ones that would forever care about her, does not even recognize her, terrifying for a typical high school girl. I want to know, how many of these incidents happened and for how long? 128 cases, primarily girls and high schoolers, in the span of a month. This is only from the memory alteration incident. What would happen if I counted all the cases? Let me answer that question right away. 433 cases, 425 deceased, in the span of 3 months. All in Kuo, every single one of them has allegedly been eliminated by supernatural forces. The remaining 8, who are they? Do you know who they are? I do, but do not worry. You will meet with them shortly. Out of those 8, Aika and I are not the only ones you personally know. I advise you to be careful, Sona Citri. Because I am not the only one who knows your identity. Exterminated by, what does that mean? Out of all those people, only a few were targeted by that organization. Does Haidu-san know what their goals are? Otherwise, he wouldn't blur their name out, so he basically knows but doesn't want to write it down. Are they that dangerous? Surfing through the documents and reports Haidu himself has written, Sona Citri could only be disappointed in herself. She had finally understood why they had continuously given Rias and her a note, because they failed to see the obvious. Underworld was fully aware of the incidents happening in Kuo and waited for Sona and Rias to figure it out. Regardless, Sona knew that she needed to be extra careful from now on. Without any influence, Issei did all the work and even neutralized most of these targets by himself, whereas Sona and Rias were busy with stray devil incidents. They failed to look for other intruders and threats in their territory. This only proved their lack of interest and care for humans, which, in turn, made Haidu's behavior just. Exterminated by Vortex Bunch. Vortex Bunch. Another terrorist organization operating in Kuo. How? I have to see if Haidu-san has written any notes on them. Vortex Bunch, founded by Kaiser Vortex, Salmon King, deceased, Count Pentagram, deceased, Coach Tiger deceased, Chief Porkbone, deceased, and Final Death Shiwftie. They are a branch of KB that practically no one has any intel on, after they've been found out to have acted against the goals of KB. Vortex Bunch had been expelled from the faction. Their sole aim is to exact vengeance upon those who wronged them, not discriminating human or supernatural entity, a group specialized in guerrilla warfare. They are noted to use sacred gear users on suicide missions, such as bombardment of Kanto, Lucifid Square Carnage, and mourn for the losses of Watchers of Children of God. Out of the founding fathers of Vortex Bunch, only Kaiser and Shiwftie remain. KB has successfully eliminated the threat once they have gotten out of hand. I have personally dealt with Count Pentagram and Salmon King, but even after their disintegration, they seem to continue their operations on Japanese soil. I will take care of the remaining fathers once I locate them. Important note to follow through, investigate Varian Vapula Horse. He might be one of the remaining units of the Vortex Bunch. He has that signature their members have. A V sign to represent Vortex. It might be a coincidence, but someone like him shouldn't roam the streets of Kuo. I can't leave things as they ride on this occasion. Confirmed. After Varian, I don't think there are any Vortex members left in Kuo. Still, according to reliable sources, Vortex Bunch continues to operate in Kyoto, an alliance they formed with Onis of Kanto and Kyoto. Alert Handsome Black Fiend and have him investigate the situation in Kyoto on my behalf. Sona couldn't even follow through, so many little details had mounted to a tremendous chain of events. Handsome Black Fiend, an acquaintance. Someone that Haidu can trust with an event this serious, an agent of KB. Since they seem to not get along with this group, then this means Haidu himself is aligned with them, or not. From her perspective, things were going to get explicitly interesting in the next couple of days. Sona could already feel the strain of stress on her shoulders once her predictions come true. Haidu Issei turned out to be a complex individual who has tasked himself with protection of humanity, a deed that amounts all deeds, and has the strength to back up his ideal. His strength is absurd for a human that does not even, according to Sona's research, possess sacred gear. Yet, the feats he seems to achieve are greater than anyone she had ever known. Assassinating countless threats to humanity and untamable beasts, he has to have some sort of a secret or be a plain liar, which Sona could refuse with her being. Haidu Issei can't be that good of an actor. Even the strength he displayed against a simple fallen angel is, simply, beyond the line. Rays of light on that caliber would even be enough to burn her and Rias alive. She needed to maintain contact with him and hopefully form a contract to ensure his aid on certain occasions. Moving on, KB seems to have ceased all their operations for now. They are undergoing maintenance and looking for new recruits. An offer has come for the recent user of True Longinus, Mira. I have personally warned her to not join them, as their goals are not the same after they've bashed Sons of Solomon, Winds of Revolution and Hero Faction. They have alerted me as well, but knowing that I would not work for their cause, they've ceased contact. I believe they will also hand out an offer to White Dragon Emperor. However, I cannot guarantee the reliability of this particular leak. If such a case were to happen, I would need to personally deal with the Emperor, as hard as it might be. How? Haidu has a network of information that works perfectly, and the events he noted down has happened, so why wouldn't this particular one happen? He has known Vali before he arrived, then this means that Vali's arrival has hindered things on KB's behalf. This could be why he couldn't guarantee the leak. Haidu seems to have personally known the user of True Longinus, another question she needs to ask him whenever he arrives at the clubroom. Issei simply knows too much about everything revolves around him, which in turn means that he either has an agent inside the KB or is a part of it. If he's in the plan, then why does he feel the need to deal with Vali if he joins them? It's either Haidu Issei has been a part of the organization before he departed, or simply acts against their agenda with unknown reasons. He doesn't want them to recruit such powerful individuals, also refusing to join them. Would he stand by the three factions if such a conflict breaks down? Those are the questions that Sona Citri needed to know before it's too late, as Haidu's aim is not clear for the moment. Even if he's trustful and does not mean any harm, he could be aligned with a terrorist organization and plotting behind the schemes. There are so many speculations running wild on her mind as of now, and only the truth could be broken down by Haidu Issei and his status regarding the situations. Then there is Ika Kiryu, a human with the potential to refuse being erased. How? Haidu has said that he did not interfere with Varian's business until Ika Kiryu explained all the details for him, not because he couldn't, but due to the fact that he did not know how those girls did not possess any kind of identity, and Varian made a clean job of not leaving any evidence to track him. She is also a sacred gear possessor and knows the identities of people that have been erased. She is the key for all the answers. Maybe, but maybe, Sona might have lost someone as well, and she wouldn't remember them. How pathetic. There is a possibility that one of her servants could have been erased, and nobody would have noticed, not even herself. The memory alteration incident, an event that completely changed her whole demeanor, revealed to her that even if she is careful and closely monitoring the territory, intruders would always find their way in. If it weren't for Haidu himself, she wouldn't have known such a case had happened. Truly, there is still a lot to learn. How do you know this much about KB? Aren't they supposed to operate undercover? At least from your documents, I could deduce that. I simply have a few inside men, that's how I hear about every single one of their plans and people that they look out for. I've written those down, and that is the reason you're interrogating me personally, isn't it, Kaichu? After analyzing the documents, Sona needed to hear from the direct source to confirm the suspicion she has on someone. Issei had agreed with her demand to explain his reasoning and why he thinks that Vali has received an offer from an organization that works for a cruel cause, exterminating supernatural and reigning as the supreme faction. Having a sip from the Titsubaki prepared, Issei made himself comfortable again. Upon the demand, Sona dismissed all of her servants to have a private meeting with the brunette. She needed to keep these conversations a secret until she has enough intel to deduce whether Haidu is aligned with a faction or not. He could have been manipulating her with fake documents and tries to get her on their side for KB to have another agent in Devil Society. According to Haidu's notes, they didn't seem to have needed one, but that might be something that he didn't write down because he only explained the supernatural events revolving around Kuo. This organization, are you in alliance with them? From my perspective, they are a terrorist organization that has no remorse for the commoners, even if they boast about defending the weak and hopeless. Used to, a few years back then. When I was aligned with them, their goals were simple. We were blessed with honor and the prayers of the commoners, we served for humanity's interest. However, I had always known that this process of retaliation amongst the supernatural would eventually be wronged and used for another cause, far away from what I've wanted. Once their aim had become something else, from protecting the humans to eliminating the supernatural, I took a step back. That's why I try to sabotage their actions and warn anyone to not join them. So he indeed had been a part of the organization, however, he only worked for humanity's cause, and once their aim shifted from his liking, he had parted ways. That could be when they started to be a terrorist organization. It seems that Issei only cares about humanity and does not possess a superiority complex. On a scale from 1 to 10, how dangerous would you rank them to be? 9. Why? Because they have become far more dangerous once they shifted their objective. They do not seek an agreement or any kind of peace and have the power to stir up the supernatural world once they begin executing their plan. And no, I'm not talking about physical power only, they have breached the most prestigious political and governance organizations. I could even say this, nearly a quarter of the Devil Council are aligned with KB. Also, most of the positions that would normally be assigned to some people have been filled with those rejects. How? When? Why? That absolutely had to be a wrong intel. They couldn't have assigned those terrorists to the highest court of Devil Society. If they could even breach the most dangerous system of their government, how is the situation in other factions? Because for one to be elected for the council, they need to perform the loyalty oath of the underworld, which would prevent them from operating against the interests of the underworld. Are you certain that this is the case? If you are, then I need to alarm my superiors. They must be made aware of this. Don't even try that. That would be the worst thing you can do in a situation like this. You will basically drift the whole underworld into carnage, and KB's plan would go into effect. Also, if your superiors are aligned with them, there's a possibility of you being accused of treason, and the matter will not even be judged according to your laws. Also, I'm fairly certain. The underworld is one such case that they've successfully breached, but not the only one. I'm aware of the situation in Grigori and Norse as well. For Grigori, I've been informed that one of the cadres will soon make their move. About Norse, things are not looking bright either. Their pantheon has always been on edge, but with the god of mischief and his uprising against the Skyfather, their stability will soon fall, and they will be open to intruders. The Vatican is safe, but not the Orthodox churches. They're aligning themselves with that cadre and will probably launch their attack soon. However, I don't have any intel regarding the time and place. The most possible outcome would be reigniting the flame between Vatican and Orthodoxy, as they are barely maintained. Impossible. An organization which she never heard about had already begun its operations on the place she called home. The worst thing was that she couldn't even do anything about it. His predictions made sense, and those would be the outcomes if she tried anything against the council. Can you do anything about it? As a third party, you wouldn't be judged upon the laws of the underworld, and you can give intel to mass in the worst case. Nope, because your flawed justice system would make me an aggressor and your heir the victim. Also, I'm being sought with a red notice because I've assassinated Diodora of the Astaroth household as well. You've done what? Made Dora the Explorer bite the dust. Do you have your reason, or should I just call my sister? Your choice. He didn't have any tendency to make this easier for Sona herself, but he had a point. If he even stepped into the underworld, he would most probably be executed before they would have any tendency to listen. Being the authority of Kuo, she could at least listen to his reason before acting. I'm all ears. Diodora was a narcissistic psycho that didn't have any mercy for the commoners and humans. I've tracked him for long because I knew that if I made any move without any evidence, I wouldn't be any different than him. Finally, my research bore fruit. I've caught him red-handed when he was kidnapping and sexually assaulting nuns, then proceeding to brainwash them and make them his servants. I can also hand you the document. There is plenty of evidence that he indeed targeted innocent humans and interfered with our world. Upon the confirmation, I've received my duty from Hero Faction to eliminate the threat. We are not like Diodora, we only retaliate if there's any aggression from outside measures. I might need to have that document because Diodora's scandal had been a big hit in time, so I can't blatantly trust your word for that. Sure thing, I'll pick that one up in the break. Moving on, about the remaining 6. Do I personally know any one of them? Yup, you know the identities of 4 of them. I've written down one of them in KBS case, Mira Adria, from 2 to 2. The current possessor of true longiness and studies at Kuo Academy, vice president of Kuo Academy magazine district. She's recently awakened her gear, at least that's what her signature shows about her growth. I may personally ask for their anonymity, they are clueless and can be easily misguided. You don't want them to get caught up in devil politics, do you? Exactly, Mira sees herself as a vigilante and carries out stray devil exterminations with her little group. I would like to handle them on your behalf, cause they will neither try to reason with you or Ria's Gremory. Every single member of her group is a survivor. Mira Adria has successfully rescued them from stray devils and fallen angels. They will probably show enmity towards both of you. This can be arranged, however, if they get out of control and try to antagonize the official authority, then you will have to answer us directly. A deal you have, Kaichu. He had his fair share of points, Sona had to admit. If Ria's learned that the user of the most powerful longiness is indeed in Kuo and is a human, she will absolutely try to get her on their side, not because of Riser, but because having someone that strong on their side would absolutely strengthen their standing in devil society. What about her group? That's a matter I can't discuss with you, Kaichu, my apologies. After Ike arrives, I will confront them directly. Until then, we should let them be and not interfere with their business. However, you can have my word that if they act against you, I will personally reply in the most appropriate manner. All in all, I can agree with your demands, Haidu. However, for a treaty to be conducted, I should need to get a little bit of the share, shouldn't I? I think the intel I've given to you should be enough, but if you have any other demands, then I will oblige them as much as I can. No, the information you've given to me is absolutely adequate. I just need to know something else, about Aika and you. Whenever you're ready, Kaichu. You don't seem to possess a sacred gear, but I can't be sure. Aika does, however, can I know at least what it does? It's a powerful tool, enough to realize the impossible and out of rational concepts, such as Aika's refusal to be erased. Over the course of history, this gear has been used to revert the possibility and realize wielder's dream, reshaping the destiny around themselves. Even I can't grasp the mechanism of such a tool, it's truly irrational. Tilo's karma. The only device that can realize the most unfavored and impossible probabilities. Yup, also known as History Maker. Had Aika not possessed it, she wouldn't have been alive now. Also, I won't have her involved in supernatural anymore, if that's her wish. So I would like to have her under my supervision and protection. You're not even considering for her to side with us. I wouldn't want to have such a powerful individual go by in front of my eyes. The girl is traumatized for Christ's sake, Kaichu. Of course she won't want to side with someone from the same race that caused her unimaginable pain. She needs time and I will give her what she needs. If she can bear the burden of being one of the only ones to realize the good deeds on behalf of humanity, then I might consider her to waste her life in this chaotic world of ours. I understand, I will not force this matter anymore. However, Ria's is a whole different situation, and I might not be able to conceal this fact from her. You don't need to, she won't be able to remember her either. Also, you can't force anything on Aika even if she's not under my protection. Do not, I repeat, do not underestimate Tilo's karma. If Aika deems so, and does her wish abide by the improbable destiny, she can even side with heaven and be one of the worst enemies you can face in your lifetime. Is that a threat or a warning? You can perceive it as you wish, Kaichu. I'm only trying to make a statement here. That's one part down. Sona finally understood the reason behind Aika and her impossible feat of not being able to be erased in the face of a foe much stronger than her. However, she couldn't get the answer she hoped for. The question itself wasn't about Ike or her gear initially. She was much more obsessed with Issei's gear and his scale of strength compared to Longinus users. How about you? Do you possess any kind of sacred gear or a gift? I don't want to answer this question, but that would only prove your point that I indeed am a part of Children of God. I do, but I will neither show it or tell anybody about it. Not only do I need to use it against someone like Varian, but also it's pretty mediocre compared to powerhouses around me. I would even say that most of the Longinus users of Kuo are better at controlling their gears than me, Dragon Emperors, History Maker, True Longinus. They are fearsome weapons that can reshape destinies, however my gear is simply a device for me, which I don't use in normal circumstances. Not even a clue? Nope. It would give it away instantly. Someone like you would be able to decipher it in time, though. Possessing a sacred gear, but not even needing to use it, how much it takes to reach this level. Hyaodu Issei is far stronger than she had thought before. Even Vali himself wouldn't go into a fight without his Longinus if possible. Hell, Sona herself would rely on her sacred gear if she possessed one. This means that Haidu has only used a light spear, from the looks of it. Have you used your gear in your fight against the fallen angel? I didn't, however. I used a weapon that can be considered as a divine construct. I don't get to know about it either, am I wrong? Actually, no. If you're curious enough, I can show you the spear. Otherwise, I'm keen to keep my anonymity and wouldn't want to. What if I beat you in chess again? I'm confident in my skill and I can keep a few secrets, however, the stake must be high. Why not? I'm on board, only if you can arrange something for me, so that I won't break my attendance streak. That can be done, we still have a lot to discuss, Haidu-san. Okay then, I raise my sacred gear and the divine construct. Usual, my hand in marriage. Wait, what? Dumbfounded and lost, Issei could only blush now. That came out of nowhere and actually didn't make sense. Why would Sona Sitri raise herself in a harmless bet? That didn't make any sense at all. Haidu-san, you might not know about it, but I've always been crowned as the most skilled chess player in my household. Through chess I've managed to break my engagement with another house. Since then those interested in me have tried to beat me in chess. If they succeeded, then they would have taken my hand in marriage. As you can see, nobody has. Also, you have been the first one to come this close to defeat me. If you had succeeded, you would have had every right to marry me. You've raised your anonymity and your secret, so shall I offer something of similar impact, right? This would mark one of the few times he had seen her with a sincere smile, and Issei could only answer in the same way. Once Sona made the preparations, the duo had all the time to analyze each other's strategy and enjoy the company their opponents shared. Issei had to admit he was growing on Kaichu, and he liked it. She didn't push the buttons she shouldn't and treated him like an equal, something that he desired for a long time. Generally, the people around him, save a few, had only tried to get on his better side so they could control and achieve their goals. He had long forgotten what it was to be treated like a decent human being. The one thing that hurt him the worst was that they have always used his kindness against him, manipulating and deceiving him once he had fulfilled their wishes and conditions. Their game has started as Issei again chose black, with Sona being the opponent and the lead attacker as the white. Sona has started with a classic move and moved her pawn from e2 to e4 in order for her bishop to advance whether such a case arises for its need. Issei, however, won't give the chance for that to happen and as such, positions his pawn on c7 to c5, effectively making way for the black queen. In the early game, use of knights is undeniably strong and would favor the aggressor. Sona had caught upon that years ago, and it affected this decision as well, moving her right knight to f3, asserting her dominance to the field. The retaliation from Issei's side was quick to follow as he moved his knight in b8 to c6, providing protection upon his pieces. Moving another pawn of hers to d4, Sona was persistent to trade the pieces. Catching upon that, Issei did the obvious and eliminated her pawn with his own at c5, moving it crosswise and situating it just beside her other pawn. Sona's answer came in the form of eliminating his pawn with her knight. Seeing the bloodshed that would happen, Issei quickly retreated from the thought of sacrificing his knight, even if it meant taking out her own. Thus he moved his pawn at g7 to g7, diverting the course of the game from the attention-seeker knights. Sona answered that move of his by making way for her queen to move crosswise on white squares, realizing that by moving her pawn from c2 to c4. Issei, used to play an early game with knights, has brought out his other knight, positioning it to g6. Aichu's response was quick to arrive, as she brought out her remaining knight as well, moving it to just next to the other one, placing it on c3. Things were going to get heated in just one move, Issei could feel that. What he couldn't feel was that Kaichu had already analyzed his playstyle and was on the adaptation period of the plan. The beauty's expectations turned out to be true, as Issei quickly eliminated her knight with his own, a move that Sona had prepared for in a few moves back. His knight just fell in front of her queen, an easy prey. As Sona retaliated, Issei had only realized what he had done. He made space for her to move in black squares for the time being. Placing his pawn on S6 and releasing his queen from the shackles, the brunette waited for her next move. He couldn't read Sona's Citri like he did before. She had become unpredictable, and it proved to be a very difficult task to play against her unique style. He could feel that Sona's personality shifted whenever they were having a match. She was much fiercer and wouldn't think before sacrificing her pieces for the relentless assault to continue. As she demonstrated that brief fact again by directly threatening his knight with her bishop, placing it near his piece, with the bishop being on g5 and his knight on g6. His preservation technique came into play as he ordered his bishop to protect his knight and, in the worst possible case scenario, avenge it. Hopefully, Kaichu would back down from her assault and Issei would have more squares to explore. Wish it would go down that route, Issei. She doesn't. Sona's Citri stubbornly kept on her assault, even backing her bishop with her queen, placing it 3 units crosswise behind, to d2. A black square. Issei, however, did what he thought to be right and applied castling. This would prove to be a fatal mistake in the later parts of the game. For now, things have calmed down a little, and he finally found a way to catch his breath. Playing against the Kaichu was tiring, even if they hit only the first 10th move mark in the game. She never had the intention to back down from her offense, and it is such a beautiful aggression that Issei was barely able to counter it. You're avoiding my offense, aren't you? Yes, Issei's been practically avoiding her offense at all costs and preserving his pieces. He especially needed his remaining knight for the time being, and sacrificing it would mean that he deliberately let Shitori Kaichu to breach his defenses. His road to victory had been planned before, but he hadn't taken her relenting aggression to consideration, and losing his knight this early didn't help at all. As Sona tuned back into the game, so did Issei. Her move came in the form of her remaining bishop, moving it beside her queen, and forming a strong line of mixed defense and offense. As a countermeasure, Issei felt the need to tune into the crosswise play Kaichu liked very much, thus placed his other bishop just beside his knight. His queen had still not made any moves, a trump card he held for the endgame. His line of defense seemed to be unbreakable at this point. As he waited for her response, Issei analyzed the situation further. In order for her to breach both a castling and strengthened line of bishops, she would absolutely need a remaining knight. If he could take it out of the game, then his path to victory would be guaranteed. The heiress, however, had taken everything into account. If she wanted to break that line of pieces, she would need a rook to come into play. Further proving her point, Sona moved his leftmost rook and placed it 2 units horizontally from its initial position. The move he expected her to make, Issei activated his trump card, his queen. Moving it a total of 4 units crosswise to a5, directly threatening her queen and king if she decides to move her knight. Her assault had finally come to a halt, something that made her silently praise Haidu. He always had an answer against her, and this made the feeling of being victorious more precious than it had ever been. For now, both parties had used a fair share of their resources to gain advantage over each other. Cooling down the game would favor the defender much more than the aggressor. However, Sona realized that she couldn't keep on this front without sacrificing a few of her pieces, and as such, retreated without any further advance. Diverting the game, the beauty made her move, moving her pawn from its initial position, from f2 to f3. Issei began to analyze. From the looks of it, Kaichu planned something around her knight and her leftmost rook. Giving the freedom of advance to her rook would prove to be a fatal mistake. He couldn't have any of that. Thus, he decided to move his rook, with which he casted castling, to c8. Waiting for the game to cool down a little bit more, Sona's answer came as she used another of her pawns to dictate a rule, placing it just beside her knight on c3, to b3. Realizing her plan to dictate the game, the brunette agreed on that condition and moved his pawn on a7 to a6 behind his queen on a5. So far, the game did not favor neither of the parties, true equals in both pieces and strategy. Their game of pawns continued as Sona positioned her pawn at a4, menacingly provoking the opponent queen. As there has been not much to do, Issei only moved his king to a unit left, to f8. The game had cooled down enough. Realizing that, the beauty began her offense once again, pulling a quick maneuver with her pawn, moving it to h4, pawns on a line, forming her planned spine. The game further elaborated to be a game of pawns, as his reply involved moving one of them to h4, provoking Kaichu's recently moved one. Issei had again stopped her offense without losing any pieces, an achievement such great that earned her praise, because her offense in chess had been proved to be nigh impossible to stop, even against Lord Citri. Both parties continued to decrease the pressure on the board, as Issei and Sona ordered their bishops to retreat from the field, 1 unit for both of them. The game had become a fields for pawns to clash as Sona again placed one of her unmoved pawns, from g2 to g4. Issei's response was quick to arrive as he positioned his pawn on b7 to b5. They both were aware of the situation. The board was about to be emptied by a little because of the carnage that was bound to happen between their pieces. Sona took the initiative and began her offense, taking out his pawn on h5 with hers at g4. In response, Issei avenged his lost pawn as he placed his pawn at g6 to h5. That move struck an opportunity to breach his line of defense, as that said pawn had been gatekeeping his line of defense he formed at the beginning of the game, a move he should have thought better about. As Sona realized this, she ordered her bishop to occupy the 6th square on h. Issei, realizing the mistake he had done the previous round, began to fixate as he claimed the title of being aggressor, ordering his bishop to advance to the 6th square on c, effectively threatening 2 of her pawns and her knight if she agrees to trade them out. However, Sona Sitri had different plans. "I forfeit," came the reply, which did not surprise the opposing side at all. Kaichu had, again, wrecked the deck with his pieces. The way she did that was simply breathtaking. She used her technique another time, eliminating his options to move crosswise on white squares. However, she had done it with preserving her only bishop and using her pieces to trade them evenly with his. On the board, the only pieces he had left was that of his queen, king, rook, knight and 2 pawns, compared to Sona's bishop, queen, rook, king and 3 pawns, one of which had the possibility to promote if they continued the game. He had seen that whether they continued playing or not, Kaichu, in the end, would emerge victorious. "You still have flaws in your judgment, Haidu-san. Had you not agreed to trade out our pieces mid-game, we wouldn't have came to this conclusion. You want to preserve your pieces, and I can understand that. However, as Fisher argues, in theory, a bishop is more valuable than a knight in mid-endgame, 3.5 units, compared to knight's 3. I've simply used my remaining bishop to corner the place your king could have possibly moved, and because you don't have any unit to move crosswise on the board with the exception of your queen, this game had already been over the moment you sacrificed your bishops." Sona simply summarized the reason for his defeat, which he already had known. A mistake he had done in the early stages of the game came to bite him in the most unfavorable way. His awareness didn't help either. If he hadn't traded out the pieces, the match would have been over in simply 20 moves, something he could never accept. "I can see that, yet had I not intervened, you still would have beaten me. It's my fault that I thought that I could face you in chess, Kaichu. Your profession is marvelous and I acknowledge it." He spoke the obvious truth from his heart, what he had been thinking when he agreed to have a duel in her field. Truth to be told, he didn't even know they were having a match all of a sudden and jumped at the chance to do so. "The honor is mine, Haidu-san. You have my utmost gratitude to oblige my wish and be an actual challenger." Sona hadn't had a true contender for her after she surpassed Lord Sitri in chess. Haidu's efforts to push her to extremes were absolutely welcomed and gave her ideas to polish her skills, especially his opening moves were very distinctive and versatile. Someone other than her would have been beaten in the short term against him. "I guess it's my turn to close the deal, am I wrong? Anyways, Kaichu. Would you want Rias to know about the divine construct as well? If you do, then I should probably explain that in the Occult Research Club. However, only you should know what my sacred gear is, and thus, I will explain that first." He showed direct discontent with the nature of his gift and did not want anyone to know about it. Sona could oblige with this special demand. Their deal only involved trading information and intel between both parties. No outside source was allowed. "I can agree with your wish, Haidu-san. However, I want you to keep your gear a secret. This will be way more interesting on my behalf. You've proven that you're an ally to humanity and, indirectly, to us. I only need to know the divine construct, but having a clue on your gear would be appreciated nonetheless." He cared much for his anonymity, and Sona would not force it out from him, even if they made a bet. She could see the uncertainty in his moves due to the face that if Haidu managed to heat her, he would have restricted her freedom, a concept that he holds in utmost regard. "It's reassuring that you care about my freedom, Kaichu. However, we have made an agreement and I will fulfill it, no matter the outcome. Secondly, I feel that I can trust you with this personal matter. I wouldn't want our rivalry to go to waste, and as such, I am choosing to take a risk as enormous as this." Choosing to trust a newly formed acquaintanceship, Issei made a statement about the complication of the nature of their deal. "Say, Kaichu. What's your favorite season and why?" This would directly give away the nature of his sacred gear. He didn't even need to give out its name. It's obvious that Shitori Kaichu had already understood what he meant by that, but nevertheless, seeing one of the supreme sacred gears in action would be a priceless experience. "Winter, due to Underworld's harsh conditions, I never had the chance to see the beauty of snow, and I always admired the serenity it offers." Sona Sitri spoke out of her heart. She dreamed of seeing what a natural winter was, and because of Kuo's location, she never had the chance to see it, except some videos on DeviTube and Ria's adventures. "Then I would suggest you take a look and enjoy the show." Upon the gesture, Sona gracefully got up from her seat and approached the window behind her desk. Wonderful, all she could say as she gazed at the then bright sky a few minutes ago. As Hyaodu gestured to her, she marveled at the sight of a natural winter. It warmed her heart, this sight would forever be a memory she would treasure until the end of time. The snowflakes slowly falling down to the ground, the cold breeze she felt on her neck. She could even say that, inside, she had never felt this peaceful before. It felt too real to be artificially caused, this was neither a spell or the work of a device. It seemed as though someone ordered the climate to change itself. To replicate the effects of nature and ruling over them, Haidu said that his gear was a mere device compared to the people around them, but this had been proved to be not true at all. I can keep this for at least a month, but it would attract unnecessary attention, however, a week can be arranged, if you want, Kaichu. Sona couldn't even hear the boy behind her, she was totally mesmerized at the marvelous moment before her. She wanted to forget about all her duties and responsibilities and be totally indulged in. Opening up the window, the beauty spread out her hands and wanted to feel the flakes, curious to learn how that felt, would it be as ecstatic as Rias described. As soon as the first flake landed on her palm, Sona Sitri felt joy, this soft sensation, the coldness, frail might be the flake, but it brought so much peace to her mind. She could get used to this. Issei, on the other hand, could just smile. Who would have guessed that the stoic and strict president of the student council would react this marginally to seeing it snow? However, her reactions had also made his heart sting a little, only people deprived of their childhood would react to something so small and unnecessary. What had she gone through during her early years? As the lady continued her gaze upon the marvelous sight before her, Issei could only wait. His gift, an exception of creation and might, capable to grant the wielder total control over weather and elements, a supreme sacred gear. Issei knew long before that only relying on his sacred gear would hamper him down in the long shot, as the risk of being targeted by every pantheon in the world was simply overwhelming. Sona. Sona, can you see that? It's snowing. In the middle of May, no less. Wanna come down and make a snowman? For a moment, please act for your own desires, I've always known that you wanted to see how winter would be in the human world, and there's your chance. The voice came out from a magic circle, from Issei's point of view, he could understand that this individual was indeed Rias Gremory. I'm not sure, Rias. I'm not even sure I would enjoy such an insignificant thing. The Sitri heiress wanted to contain her joy and only watch it snow. She had a reputation in the academy as the strict and furious president of the student council. Had the students happened to see their Kaichu in a state like that, they would sooner or later be at ease and revolt against her. That is simply a move she couldn't have at the moment. Take it easy, will you? I only want you to have some fun and relax. If you're interested, Volley and I will be at the entrance of the old school building. Even he wants to enjoy the occasion while he has the chance. Let me know when you change your mind, and don't push yourself. Even Volley wants to. I will, thank you for the offer, Rias. Like that, Sona cut the link between them and focused on examining the flakes again. However, fate had different plans for her. Kaichu. Could you please come with me? I know that you don't want to damage your reputation, but you have to cut yourself some slack and enjoy while you can. Tell me, for how long have you been keeping yourself busy with the documents? Even if Issei gave her the documents, he wanted her to not analyze it right after their encounter. It seems that she didn't take his advice to heart and decided to go for it. Since you handed them to me, I've been reading and taking notes non-stop. Roughly 32 hours, I believe, the rest I had spent resting and sleeping along the way. Incredible, but at the same time, disappointing. He wouldn't take the documents away from her, and she felt that she needed to read as much as she could, gaining info and intel about her surroundings, and organizing a lethal retaliation force if needed. He could very well understand her desire to do so, yet, Issei had handled every intruder that wanted to operate on anywhere near Japanese soil until now. Kaichu must have thought that she needs to deal with it before anything significant happens on her territory again, this time, on her watch. However, she didn't realize that Issei was doing the exact same thing before she even heard about them. Overworking herself to the brim was not the outcome he hoped, but at the same time, it was one he could at least understand. He wasn't going anywhere and would defend Kuo as much as he could. In this situation, he would be very well obliged to do so if she wishes and entrusts the safety of commoners to him officially. Issei's goal wouldn't change that much in either of the situations. Whether Kaichu wants to organize the said force, he would take a crucial role in it, which in turn would ease the burden on his shoulders, something he didn't desire, but would accept nonetheless. Whereas the second option would see him abandoning his schedules and plans, focusing on his task and his life at the same time. I want you to take at least a break and clear your mind, Kaichu. I will neither allow you to continue your analysis or try to fend off the forces on your own. You're free to ask for my aid whenever you need, but don't overwork yourself. You have your own duties and I have my own responsibilities, we can reach a fair agreement. Sona Sitri needed time, a luxury she did not possess. The strict president couldn't afford to continue her operations alone, and Issei willingly offered his help, which would come in real handy in this situation, as he's much more knowledgeable and aware of the events happening in the world, much more than Sona currently is. Deal with the devil. He liked the idea very much. Issei, for the lack of a better word, was feeling nervous. For the first time in 3 years, he had a conflict against one of the members of the supernatural. Well, necessarily for the first time without the whole fallen assassin ordeal. Not nervous for what-ifs, but due to having to disclose his identity with 3 heirs of the underworld. Deal with the Shitori Kaichu had just gone into effect as the said beauty was escorting him to handle the bureaucracy involving his situation to the other governor of the county, Ria's Gremory. The atmosphere between the boy and Sona is intense, no doubt, however, as both parties knew, this was only due to the fact that both of them were just out of a deadly match against one another. Sona herself was quite impressed, yet again, his opening moves almost cornered her. If not for the trades they had done in mid-game, she would have had to resign. The lady became eager to have more matches against him in the future. She gained a lot of ideas to corner the opposing pieces and make sacrifices to utilize her knights for possible forks. Especially his efforts to force smothered mate within an instant perplexed and replenished the admiration she felt for him and his tactics. However, Sona could clearly see that he was taken aback by the deal they had offered, which made her feel both respect and guilt. He didn't play at his best. She could see the insecurities in his moves that in turn earned her respect, as Haidu valued her freedom more than his secrecy. Seeing his chess rival lost in her thoughts, Issei decided to let her snap out of it. "Whatcha thinkin' there, Kaichu?" Now walking beside her, the boy tried to get her attention over him, rather than over her. He knew that she was certainly sleep deprived and possibly assigned herself more duties to the ordinary monotonous ones, which in the long run could exhaust her body and mind. "Nothing, Haidu-kun. Just wondering if I'd truly won or I've made you uncomfortable with the deal so you resigned. I shouldn't have proposed it in the first place." Deciding to share her 2 cents with the boy, the Citri heiress shot right back with her usual stoic tone and uninterested gaze. Hey. You've won fair and square, Shitori Kaichu. I knew that I couldn't even last for another 10 moves, so I resigned. We both had the same material except for knight and bishop, however your positioning was far more dominant. If I had seen a way out of the situation I would have taken it. Don't pressure yourself, and I'm glad that you've proposed a deal. Replying with a warm smile, Issei looked right into the heiress's eyes, only for further supporting his argument. Critical. As Sona was both exhausted and sleepy, staring directly at the eyes of the boy she had interest in made her heart skip a beat. Quickly shaking her head and clearing her mind, Sona implied her thanks with a smile of her own as they continued their trail to the old school building just outside the campus. As the duo approached the old school building, the current headquarters for Occult Research Club, the residents of the club could see them fairly well, despite the snow. Seeing the feared Kaichu of the student council walking casually with Haidu, the boy they dubbed as a potential terrorist, spiked interest among them, especially in Yu and Vali. The dragon duo, in meantime, decided to use the opportunity Issei provided by having a snowball contest, much to Ria's disappointment. Meanwhile, Akeno was much more interested in the Haidu kid than she was in the rivalry between the dragons. His aura and composure didn't seem to match at all. It was practically screaming to unleash itself, whereas he was as calm as one person could be, which was, at the very least, intriguing. If he is very well aware of their existence, one might expect him to at least be prepared and cautious. Unless Haidu Issei was that much confident in his skills to actually undermine the profession and experience of the Gremory peerage, in addition to Vali, quite a powerhouse both in mind and physical prowess. His posture was relaxed and, his eyes examining the dragon duo as Sona and him came closer and closer, the brunette had his eyes fixed at Yu, a predicament a beauty couldn't put her finger into. As the head of peerage noticed the advance of the duo, Ria signaled her queen to be wary of the foreign boy, whom the redhead was very aware of being a potential threat. She had to be careful around someone they didn't know a thing about, whereas he had been aware of their existence for far too long to slip under their radar without any problem. Haidu Issei could become a serious pain in the ass if they let their guard down. Greetings, Ria's Gremory. I believe I and Kaichu have a few things to discuss with you, in private. The brunette exclaimed with a tone of seriousness, raising a few eyebrows in the process. Even the knight and rook of the peerage were interested now, Kaichu, and the suspect aimed to have a conversation with their king herself, personally. In whose authority, Haidu-kun. Vali would be damned if he had not participated in that secret conversation. This could be the source of the only excitement he would ever get in the human world, a wanted vigilante rising against the authorities of Kuo. If Haidu shows promising strength, then Vali could actually consider turning the young boy before him a devil. None other than humanity's Lucifer-kun. Making his stand, the brunette glared right back at the emperor. Haidu Issei could be defined as many things, a coward is, however, not one of them. Even if he's at impossible odds, the boy would always find a way to triumph. Taking his own stand against the miracle of the underworld was simply something he needed to get around, if necessary. No need for violence, gentlemen. I wholeheartedly believe we can cooperate and reach an agreement that will benefit both parties. Deciding it would be for everyone's interest, Sona intervened. She didn't know the limits of what Haidu would be able to accomplish, a secret Kaichu didn't want to find out in the foreseeable future. According to the documents and reports by Issei, she could pinpoint exactly how a battle between the finest of Underworld and caretaker of humanity would fare, and things didn't look bright for the former. Individually, Volley would have a field day against a human of this caliber. That would be before Haidu activates his own longinus and sweeps the battlefield. If you ask Sona what would be the outcome of this battle, she would have given the victory to Volley half an hour ago. Even if Issei has a weapon that can release condensed bursts of holy light, Volley could simply go for the kill before Haidu can do anything. As experienced as Issei is, being a human is kind of a limitation in a battle as serious as this one. However, there are different topics to cover in a fight like this, as the real world is much more cruel. Haidu Issei excels in assassinations and skirmishes. If the brunette needs someone to simply shuffle off this mortal coil, he would do such a clean job that even the old men of the mountain would rise up from the grave to congratulate his skills. The president had seen the accumulating list of people he sent to 6 feet deep under the very earth they are standing. If she didn't know Haidu personally, Sona was absolutely certain that she would mistake him as Jack the Ripper on steroids. The conflicts he had participated in were such huge events that the echo of their damage has actually weakened the overall economics of Underworld. On top of it, Haidu actually survived these with minimal injuries. Meanwhile, Sona didn't know what had Hakuryu gone through his journey to the northern lands and realms yet. Kaichu was fairly certain that they wouldn't compare to being hunted by 8 different factions at minimum for a long period of time. Truly, Issei would have been executed at least 15 times on 10 different realms if he was ever caught, Underworld being one such case. Twice. Relax, Sona. I'm just sizing up our guest here, neither of us would want to shed blood, am I wrong, Haidu? Itching to do the opposite, the emperor kept his gaze intact, with a fake smile on his face. He should be at least worth the trouble to even consider fighting, and by the looks of it, Volley would get the battle he had long desired. During his journey, the lad was constantly able to go against opponents that were either beyond his power level or on the same. The last few weeks of bureaucracy had bored him to death. He absolutely needed to get this out of his system. No, I don't think it's necessary to spill the precious blood of the last heir of a dying house. Wouldn't want that to go to waste, Lucifer-kun. If Volley wanted to play like this, then Issei was so on board. It seems that the brunette needs to demonstrate his skills to show them exactly what they're up against. Being underestimated at the field would mean that he would get a less fair deal in the treaty, and Issei would not like that, not in the slightest. He was there on behalf of the humans of Kuo. He would break the leg of the devil if he's forced to. Divine dividing. The lance that shines to the end of the world. Rongaminiad. Both contenders had called forth their prized possessions and took their stance, with Issei holding the holy spear in one hand, the tip of the spear being closer to the ground and the handle on his hand, daring the emperor to make a move on him with the other. Volley took his guard up. A mythical construct such as Rongaminiad should never be underestimated, especially as a devil of his own. The lad was so sure that he had seen this spear before, but couldn't put his finger into it. Just as Issei was about to go all homicidal on the boy, Sona interfered. Stop it in an instant, you two. If either of you even gets their nose bleed, I will expel you from the academy with such speed that Kiba here would get embarrassed. Neither of them had any tendency to put an end to it, so the beauty had to intervene and give an ultimatum that would force both of them to have second thoughts about the situation they were in. Yet. In 2 to 5 business days then. That's slow, Kaichu. Let me show you what being fast actually means. In an instant, Issei vanished, with such speed that surely couldn't belong to a human. The spot he was standing just a moment ago was affected by the brunette's speed. As such, the snow on the ground scattered everywhere. If he wanted to get the boy before him surrender before things got ugly, then he had only one opportunity to do so, and Issei would use it to the brim. Being a spear user of this caliber, Issei knew the advantages he held against an unarmed yet quite dangerous combatant. He needed to keep his distance at optimal. Against the heir of Lucifer, this brief act was amplified more due to the fact that he too had been selected as one of the children of God, rather ironic for this case. The brunette had tremendous knowledge concerning the sacred gears and longinuses, which would come in handy in a fight against Volley. Divine Dividing's first liberation only worked if there's contact with the wielder and the opponent. Volley couldn't subtract Issei's strength and increase his own without engaging in close-quarter combat. In such circumstances, the boy in brown had the upper hand as his combat style didn't require him to take such drastic measures, such as diving in. Keeping himself away from the battle maniac and using his advantage, Issei went in for a strike, aimed at the shoulder of his opponent with the tip of the spear. His goal was not to end the existence of Volley, not yet, never if he doesn't become a threat. Issei only needed to subdue the man against him and show them that the humanity still persists and can go toe-to-toe with them given the right conditions. Unfortunately, Volley himself was not the kind of man to go down with a single strike. Haidu might be fast, however, that did not mean anything to the Emperor. He had seen faster, stronger and better. Sidestepping the strike, Volley reached for his own. Issei would not find enough time to dodge the strike, as Volley's reaction time fared better than his, again, a weakness originated from his heritage. Aiming at the chin of the teenager, Volley launched his attack at a speed not comparable to Issei's. Just as his attack was about to collide, the image of Issei shattered in front of his eyes to a million pieces. The Emperor couldn't comprehend the preemptive assault in time, and as a consequence, he fell for the trap. Quickly turning behind, Volley felt Issei's presence, but was not able to spot the brunette, he had already given the initiative. Guarding himself with his arms, Volley braced for the attack. He could do only so much within limited time. Haidu managed to get a clean hit on his guard with his left fist. The power behind the strike pushed the teen to a stem nearby. A decoy? No, I don't sense any flow of mana coming out from you. I'm curious, though. What interesting tricks do you have up your sleeve, Haidu? Voicing out his thoughts, Volley stood up from the stem of the tree he had just flown directly into. It was fearsome to think that a human held this much physical strength without the usage of enhancing spells. Volley could now go out without having to worry that he might accidentally spell the end for the boy against him. Decoy? Nah. Asked the knight, I'm sure he could keep up with what you've just witnessed. Spinning the spear with ease, Issei readied himself for another shot. So far, Volley could not keep up with his speed, which wouldn't have been the case if he had come in contact with the boy for even a second. Divine dividing would close the gap between the two in just one divide. Seriously, God shouldn't have made longiness a thing at all. After his exclamation, everyone present spared a glance to the Knight of Gremory that had been watching the spar between the two with interested eyes. It didn't make sense for a human to be unnaturally fast, even if they had spent their whole life achieving such speed. Yudo Kiba was proud of his achievements as the hypersonic knight of the Kuo, however, Haidu Issei had shown that he was closer to his specialty than any of the devils around. After realizing that all of the attention was now upon him, the Bishonen flashed a smile and began his explanation. I'm certain that this was an afterimage. You may ask, what is an afterimage? Allow me to explain briefly. If an object becomes fast enough to not be recognized by your perception, you can only see it as though it is there. If the said object stays in motion, our minds can't comprehend the inauthentic velocity, therefore creating afterimages of the object at the latest perceived location. The knight explained simply, yet the theory side of a technique always proved harder to understand. To attain afterimage, one needs to perceive the world in a rapid state, adjusting themselves with the natural flow of time and balancing it with their own slowed perception. Take a closer look at this, and I believe you may understand what I'm pointing out. The blondie further acknowledged his own point by materializing a blade in his hands, an ordinary steel sword from the medieval era. Taking his own stance, Kiba started to sprint. As he accelerated, he began to concentrate, for he had to perceive the natural flow of time himself. When none of them could perceive his speed, Kiba tightened the grip he had on the blade and let the tip touch the snow that accumulated. When he felt that he was starting to leave his afterimage, Kiba began to head for the tree Volley had just flown into. Taking a step at the tree's stem and launching himself to the upper part of the tree, the Bishonen then slashed right through the leaves, making a rain out of them. From their perspective, Kiba's sword would leave a trail on the snow before he reached his current location. When the trail stopped, the leaves began to fall to the ground. It was not until a few moments ago his afterimage approached the heir of Lucifer. Hahaha, well done. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Yudo-kun. However, I believe you can reach way more than just one afterimage with your absurd speed. Check this out. His mood brightened up. Issei was feeling more like to be accepted as an equal now. Yudo Kiba's eyes told him exactly how he fared against the heir of Lucifer, and the brunette found it plausible that the knight admired his movements. Accelerating once more, Issei went straight for a strike to show the true nature of his capabilities. He was certain that Yudo-kun could keep up with his speed, and once he realized that all eyes were over him another time, the boy began to leave afterimages. His technique differentiated from the knight's by one small detail. Issei could leave more than one afterimage, courtesy of utilizing his body to its fullest. 1, 2, 3, Haidu Issei was now unperceivable to their eyes. He would not even be a blur to them at the moment, as if he vanished into thin air within the snow. At one point, 4 separate afterimages seemed to strike at Volley from different angles. His expertise on the technique seemed as if Haidu himself was the one to develop it, truly marvelous. Volley, on the other hand, remained calm. If the brunette wanted to launch an assault of his own, Volley could simply wait until he was in the range for a counter-attack. Sensing Haidu coming closer than usual, the Emperor stood idly. Haidu's rapid movements are a force to be reckoned with, that is correct, however, it did not mean Volley would go long and get torn down, no, he is smarter than that. Having sparred against opponents of all kinds, Volley knew the fast types. They would think that they have the advantage until Volley divided their strength in half with just one decisive strike, and that was all he needed in this exact matchup. A thrust, aimed right at his abdomen, yet again. He may not see Haidu, however, that did not mean Volley could not feel the holy energy irradiating from the divine construct. The Bishonen could pinpoint exactly where the brunette was thanks to his enhanced senses, sidestepping the strike once again, Volley reached out with all his might. Even if he could come into contact with Issei for a split second, he would gain tremendous advantage. Divide. Rush of power surged within the Emperor, he had successfully divided the strength of Haidu in half. This profound strength, Volley realized the capabilities of his opponent in an instant. Even the divided strength of Issei was absurd, a human should not wield such tremendous power, not without supervision. Volley was determined now, he was absolutely gonna turn this boy a devil. He would be worthy of 8 pawn pieces, no, even better, a queen. Albion, human world is surely full of surprises, buddy. I wouldn't have thought about sparring with a normal high school student and, even more surprising, to actually consider turning the boy in question to one of my servants. Reaching out to his soulmate, the Bishonen had the opportunity to gain the edge now. Haidu Issei turned out to be quite the powerhouse. Indeed, Volley. However, be cautious. There are always restraints when it comes to King Arthur's weaponry. The Emperor reminisced, Rhongomyniad was especially dangerous, as the Tower of World. The Holy Lance had the ability to mend the shattered world and destroy it altogether. Haidu. This is magnificent. Would you be interested in becoming a part of my peerage? No, I believe an agreement would be more appropriate. Directly confronting the brunette for a punch, Volley was now certain that he would be the one to emerge victorious from this battle. Striking the teen on his face and staggering him, Volley spent no second wasted as he slammed his knee to the boy's abdomen. Issei was now completely in his sight, and he would not lose the chance to acquire such a powerful asset to the underworld. You know, I'm totally comfortable with being a human, so, no. Rapidly backing away, Issei made his statement. He was not totally being prejudicial, however, he cared a great deal about his humanity, it would be the last thing he would throw away, his freedom and will. Laying down his life did not matter as long as he died a human, for his love of humanity. Won't matter. Sona. Put up a barrier, it's finally time to get serious. Volley announced as he distanced himself from the boy. If Haidu was not willing to join him, then Volley could get all of the excitement he would be able to from this battle. Even if Haidu has Rhongomyniad, it would not matter, Divine Dividing excels at battles against superior forces, Volley would always come out on top, as the Dragon of Supremacy had in his lifetime. Whatever suits you, Lucifer Kun. This would be the final showdown of the battle, and Volley did not show any signs of backing down, meaning he would either take the battle to skies, which was Issei's weakness, or go into balance breaker. The battle maniac would rather pick the second, considering how confident he was in himself. Vanishing Dragon. Balance breaker. Scale mail. The Supremacy's voice echoed through the barrier, effectively gaining all the attention on him once more. Sona, we have to put an end to this. Those two are going to destroy the whole school, along with students. The redhead voiced her concerns, really, Volley was more akin to a sociopath when he was against people that could withstand his strikes. Haidu's behavior didn't help either, he was ticking every mark that would drive Volley mad. As the heiress made eye contact with Sona, the latter informed her that such case would not happen with her eyes alone. I refuse. Why? Because both Haidu-kun and Volley need a reality check, if Volley is in the receiving end, the merrier. Besides, the result of this battle may or may not benefit us. If Volley beats Haidu, that would strengthen our hand against him. If the opposite happens, our friend finally realizes that he can't beat everyone, and Haidu will have an edge against us that he can use in the treaty. Also, I have to see how strong Haidu-kun is compared to us, that will help me evaluate his position and our relationship with him. Adjusting her glasses, the beauty spoke cynically. If Haidu Issei manages to beat Volley in his balance breaker, she would finally understand why he was so adamant to not use his longinus. Because he would actually not need it, just as he explained in the student council, even the thought of it is a scary concept. This brief act would absolutely put him above high class and underworld, as he would be able to subdue Volley without even using his own sacred gear. What would he be capable of doing if he activated his own? If Volley wins, then Haidu would be placed under their authority, not as an equal, but as a subject. They would be able to control Haidu Issei and potentially the other humans that are aware of their existence, as the brunette came here to represent them. It was not exactly the way Sona would want things to go, however, she wouldn't be able to prevent it from ever happening. It would be up to Riaz and her to decide, and the beauty didn't know what her companion would do in such a situation. Divide. Hey Kaichu. Do I have permission to slightly injure my opponent? Issei tested the waters as volley hurled at him. Truth to be told, balance breaker of divine dividing was nigh impossible to breach without removing some of Rongominiad's seals placed by the round table. With his own sacred gear. Not so much, as Issei could utilize Zenith Tempest to simply suffocate the Emperor in his own balance breaker, forcing him out of it in mere seconds. However, this battle was not to be triumphed over with his longiness. Why do you ask me? I'm not a party to this unofficial battle. In fact, I'm not even aware of it happening. You sly devil. Issei's smirk met with Sona's hard smile. Her statement meant two things that are crucial to Issei's stance in the battle. First things first, he could even go for the kill if the situation demanded, as Volley violated the terms of the battle by going too far, that he could deduce by the fact that Sona did not recognize this battle. Secondly, she declared it as an unofficial battle, which meant that whatever happened here will not be reported back to the underworld unless the consequences are too severe. Dividing the strength of his opponent for the third time, Volley could now lunge forward. From his perspective, Haidu actually slowed down to the point where he could sense the strikes before Issei went for them. Volley's pride and greed were starting to get the better of him, he could feel it, however, none of it mattered now. Against divine dividing, no one could fare as long as Volley would be able to stand, even if they somehow shatter his balance breaker to nothing but dust. However, one thing the Emperor had not thought of came to bite him in the ass. He was not up against some punk, Volley was sparring against the very man that wielded a weapon capable of ending his existence. Taking his stance with the holy spear, holding it in front of himself and closing his eyes, the brunette started the ritual of removing the restraints. Palamids. One must savor his honor, facest thine opponent alone. Lancelot. For one to shine, thy struggle must be not against opponents that rose from nature. Mordred. Thy battle must be against evil descent. Bedivere. Thy enemy must be more powerful than thyself. Gaharus. For the sacred lance to reveal the end, thine battle must not be against humanity. I've conquered, vanquished the enemies of man, unsettled the balance of realms, and have made the mankind unbeholden. All for what? O holy lance, tell me of the end. Rongominiad. Light. Pillars of holy light sprouted from the ground, each following the direction the lance is pointed at. There were at least 15 different pillars heading towards the Emperor, and probably 15 more waiting at the brunette's command. This was but a fraction of the true power of Rongominiad as the Tower of the World, materialized for the only cause of protecting the earth and its inhabitants. At the hands of the boy that governed himself with the same cause, Rongominiad would have no choice but to accept the ideals and calls of its second greatest wielder. Sensing the sudden increase in the boy's strength, Volley called forth another divide. Divide. Nothing happened, as if Haidu possessed no power left for Volley to steal away. However, Rongominiad's seemingly homing lights continued to chase him without wavering. We can't divide the strength of a weapon on this caliber, Volley, no matter how magic imbued it is. Allow me to explain it like this, for us to subtract the power of something, it has to be something I would be able to devour in my prime, that's how high the bar is. However, as you can see in our failed attempt, Rongominiad is no ordinary spear. Besides, even if I could, the sheer force of a divine construct such as the Holy Lance would tear your arteries apart before you can begin to consume the divided strength. Truly, Rongominiad enacted as to why it had been forged as the anchor of the world. You have to be kidding, right? I have divided weapons before, much stronger than this spear. I even divided Jinn, for Satan's sake. Flying right past another pillar of light, Volley searched for ways to get close to Haidu once more. You don't understand, do you? Volley, Rongominiad alone is the Tower of the World. Trying to divide something like this is akin to cleaving the world in two. You can divide a Longinus tier sacred gear, but not an apocalyptic tier weapon, remember it well. Apocalyptic tier. Spear of the end, Rongominiad. Oh. Alright, then. I'm open to suggestions to get out of this mess, you can at least give me advice, can't you? It was unnatural for Volley to give up easily, however, if Albion can't handle the power of the lance, he definitely wasn't going to try to surpass the dragon on his own expertise against a foe that wielded a weapon capable of erasing him from the face of the earth. Kick the boy's ass to kingdom come, other than that, nah. Taking out the wielder without coming in contact with the lights, the supreme element to use against a devil. It would prove to be a nigh impossible task. During his dialogue with the supremacy and his efforts to dodge the lights as much as possible, Volley failed to realize something that would cost his life in a real battlefield. He kept his eyes off of his opponent. Clang. Rangamini had met with the scales of the embodiment of supremacy, nullifying any protection it offered to the opponent just by forcing a small amount of holy light into the scale mail, effectively and completely forcing the Emperor out of his balance breaker. Having gained the edge one more time, Issei made sure that this battle ended before it became any more crazy. The brunette realized halfway through his chant that if he unleashed any more seals than 5, Volley would not be able to endure it, as holy light tended to be very uncomforting against devils, especially with restraint. Mordred being lifted. Power of Christ compels you, devil. Shackles of eternity. The ultimate spell to be used against any creature that dismissed the teachings of God, Shackles of Eternity, limits the mobility and nullifies any defense capabilities of the opponent before the caster, should they belong to any race that is strayed away from the ideals and beliefs of the Almighty himself. A perfect usage of one's own mana would result in holy chains erupting from the earth herself to entangle themselves with the opponent, making it rather nifty to break free from. Volley Lucifer could be defined by many things: the descendant of Lucifer, a battle-crazed psycho, a caring friend. A planner? No, not in the slightest. When he has someone that can withstand his strikes, he's down for a spar, even to death. However, this recklessness of him had not cost him anything up until this point in his life, quite unironically boosting his ego to the point that he was even ashamed to think that he would not be defeated at the hands of a high schooler. Do you yield? He said, with the boy's holy lance pointed just a few inches away from his heart, ready to tear his most vital organ to shreds with simply one pillar of light, containing itself to run amok within his body. Volley had been cornered, the latest enchantment's chains had latched onto his arms and legs, pulling the boy to the ground slowly. He had to admit, even with his balance breaker, this would have been very hard to escape. As much as I'd like to continue, I'm in no such position. So, yes. I surrender. The burns on his forearms and legs were only getting worse and worse. He would absolutely find a way to break through had they continued their fight. That hadn't been his source of dread. It was the fact that this boy managed to corner him within a minute and didn't even show any signs of uncertainty in his eyes. Haidu was ready to end his life if it came to be, that bothered the heir of Lucifer. Such dedication to the cause he has burdened himself upon sparked mild interest in the eyes of Volley. Haidu Issei seemed to be that kind of a man to go such great lengths for his adoration towards his own race. Well done, both of you. I believe I'm speaking for everyone's behalf as I suggest that we move this indoors, where we can discuss the situation on our hands. Sona spoke as she gestured towards the occult research club, with interest in her eyes spiked. She had never seen such a powerful divine construct, yet, like all the devils here, she knew of the legend of King Arthur of England and his mythical spear, Rangaminiad at the end. The beauty acquired all the information that she needed to know about Haidu's power and how well he would fare against them. Needlessly to say, she was absolutely certain, with the current conditions of Rias and her peerage, the brunette would be able to subdue them all combined, especially on an all-out type of fight. The only thing that had kept the boy from ending the life of Volley was due to the fact that they had agreed to not take such drastic measures, such as critically injuring the opponent to the point they would not be able to perform basic tasks. However, his victory against Volley would only strengthen the relationship and cooperation he would offer regarding the safety of the town they would govern together, as he would be placed right beside them in regards to the authority they would be sharing. The Alolan had fended off foes that wanted to operate on their turf. The information he possessed regarding the activities of terrorist organizations and rejects would absolutely be welcomed if he was willing to cooperate with them on the specific matter. For how long have you been aware of this side of the world, Haidu-kun? The red-headed beauty shot her question without hesitation. If they were to trust the boy with their lives when they execute a joint operation, Rias had to squeeze all the information she could without bothering the opposing authority. Meanwhile, she had her queen to be the clerk of the meeting, writing down every question and his reply. They had to report back to the underworld, as this single event could be used to question their authority of Kuo if the meeting goes south. 6 years, give or take. Have been contributing to supernatural causes for far too long to actually keep track of. With an uninterested gaze came his reply. This seemed a lot like an interview on his behalf. If they were to exchange information and fortify the town they come to love, then be damned they should instead do that. I have somewhat of a personal question if you don't mind, Haidu. Volley decided to contribute to the conversation. The boy in front of them turned out to be an interesting individual besides his supernatural side. Alright, shoot away, Lucifer-kun. How did you come to possess Rangaminiad? I believe it had been an heirloom for Pendragons for centuries, until it surprisingly had been reported as missing after some terrorists ransacked the Pendragon palace. I presume you don't have any knowledge regarding the theft, do you? Volley had known what had exactly taken place, courtesy of having the Prince of Pendragons as an acquaintance. Yet, he wanted to know whether Haidu was involved or not. About that? Yeah. I would not like to talk about that specific matter if possible. Avoiding the question and unable to maintain eye contact with the trio, Issei was so sure he had finally fumbled the ball. Understandable, it's not my place to bother you with unpleasant questions, that belongs to Sona and Rias. Yet, I'm curious, where did you learn to take your stand against people like me so well? I can see by your attitude that you're not just an everyday high schooler. Vali, interested to learn the whereabouts of the boy, had decided to take the initiative and ask him. Actually, I think I can explain this one for everyone's benefit. During my early years, I had my tenure with an organization I can't disclose the name of. I've been educated and trialed for every kind of obstacle I might come across. That includes people with long eyes such as yourself, so, when you brought upon divine dividing, I knew exactly what I had to do. Linking back to the former question, I think I might be able to say that the very same organization handed me Rangaminiad because I was compatible with it. Issei, flashing a fake smile, replied. It was not entirely true, however, who would be able to catch a small eye within a larger truth? In essence, you have been given Rangaminiad to carry out the dirty business for a shady group, am I correct? Sona, showing signs of being cynical once more. Meanwhile she didn't know exactly, the beauty knew that he had his turf with an organization that recently became much more dangerous than it used to be. More or less, yeah. I believe I have to say that my group and I have only retaliated when there are outside forces meddling with the everyday life of humans. Obeying without any questions is not the kind of relationship I'd want with my employer, I might add. Issei jokingly exclaimed. He was not some kind of foot soldier to be sacrificed for the greater good, they did not do that kind of stuff, every member of the faction mattered as much as the higher-ups. Your group? My group has, and I was a part of it, not the leader. No one would give a 12-year-old charge, would they? They would, given the trust they had in his capabilities as the protege of their leader. So, how in the world would you think that we would be able to trust your word? Considering the mystery surrounding your past and the fact that you possess something that is able to blow every devil to ashes is not exactly something that screams innocence here, Haidu-kun Rias, feeling doubtful of the boy, exclaimed. Haidu Issei's coming out with such an attitude had her on the edge. No one could be this carefree and relaxed in the face of danger. You don't have to, you've seen it firsthand. If I deemed any of you as potential threats to Kuo and the humans, I would have acted first without revealing myself. Don't get me wrong, but I doubt any of you except Vali would be able to locate me as the assassin before it's too late. Just as Varian did a couple weeks back. Issei, a little bit agitated that they still did not see him as an equal, even after mopping the floor with the strongest devil in the room. Varian. As in Varian Vapula Horrors. Vali, confused by hearing the name of an heir that passed away just a couple of weeks back. Yeah, what a shame. I guess holy light is indeed poisonous to devil scum. Issei scoffed, even uttering the name of that bastard made him feel sick to the core. Haidu-kun, it's vital for us to know whether you have been involved with any activity that would dampen the relationship we have with the underworld or not. Have you made any moves against the citizens of the underworld before? Rias, confused by the implication but agitated. Sona-chan, would you? That's Kaichu for you. Irritated, but nevertheless amused by the boy's reaction, Sona implied him to use the proper way to refer to her. He had to earn his way to call her by the first name basis. Although, Sona-chan didn't sound that terrible. Okay, would you mind explaining them the incident with Varian, Kaichu? Under stress, Issei's somewhat toxic personality started to show itself. This reminded him of the time he spent with the group, they would question every decision he took with his conscience during the beginning of the journey with them. He had grown up from the little kid he was, sure, however, some things would never change. You're involved in this, Sona. Surprised to learn such critical information, Ria stood up from her desk, glaring right at her companion. If Sona knew about the dreadful end of an heir before it happened, then how would she be able to trust her friend again? No, not in the slightest. This dork seems to be enjoying the benefits of being a bully, that is all. However, he has explained to me how Varian passed away and who had a hand in it. Seeing the snickering side of the brunette, Sona could only fassip him. Who would have thought that the kind and sincere boy would bring such chaos to a meeting directed by none other than her? That was a line no one could even hope to cross, as she would be able to maintain order even at the sight of attempted manslaughter. You guys seriously need to calm down. Yes, I know who ended the miserable life of your heir, and I know what kind of weapon was used. It had an uncanny resemblance to the spear which King Arthur used in his lifetime. Oh wait. I remember now. It was me, yeah. You would be surprised how resilient your kin can be during dismemberment. Now the air had become suffocating for everyone in the clubroom. Rias, still not sure whether the boy is trustworthy or not, was inclined to report him as the culprit regarding Varian's case. When her eyes met with her companion, Sona's look alone told her exactly what she should do in this situation. They had to hear out his part of the story before being judgmental, they had to be fair, even if he was actually one to end the life of Varian. Xenophobic. Contributing to the conversation by insulting the boy, Kaneko had her glare intact. She should be able to sense something, anything, from his aura. Yet, he was as pure as one human could be, which in turn meant that he actually did not have any power bestowed upon him. His body itself was the weapon. That brief fact made him more dangerous than he already is. Why, thank you, midget. It was a compliment, right? Midget. If she wasn't already pissed enough, Kaneko could swear that she would have gone on a rampage had this meeting not been as serious as it is. One could see the veins in her forehead popping off if they observed close enough. You provided me the opportunity, couldn't help it. Whatever, let's all take 5 so we can calm ourselves down. I had enough laughs for today. After the break I promise I will try to stay serious. You down for a cig, Lucifer Kun? Reaching out to his pocket, Issei got a hold of the pack he always carried around. Whenever he felt like he was nearing a dead end, whether writing a document or having a hard time to even think about anything, he would light a stick to ease the burdens on himself. Whatever, lead the way, Resista. Following the antics of the former, Volley reached out and grabbed a stick one his own. It was not that uncommon for two 18-year-olds to smoke, especially if they had gone through some serious shit just as Volley and Issei. Hey. No smoking in my school. If they wanted to poison themselves that badly, they could very well do that in their home. Sona had a strict rule of keeping this place as clean as possible. It extended to any kind of hazardous substances and consumables. In case you failed to notice, Kaichu. It's been 2 hours since we've come here, that means I ain't have to listen to you anymore as it's past school hours. Also, I'm a teenager, I do whatever the hell I want because it's my superpower as a raging hormonal creature. Committing Sudoku in the long run on a smoke-induced bliss included. Tired of being lectured on top of being this much stressed, Issei retaliated harshly. He wouldn't say a dime to Sona in normal circumstances. However, he too had a limit. Wise words from a retard. Feeling like he had finally found someone that was closer to the level of being as savage as he is, Volley couldn't help but snicker. If they hit it, Haidu might be the only friend he would have in the human world. I love you too, Volley. A little bit of banter wouldn't hurt anyone, right? As agreed, they took a short break. Issei and Volley on the balcony together to get rid of the toxicity in their system and have some fresh air. Sona and Ria's inside, still arguing over whether Issei was joking or he seriously meant all the things he said. Don't go overboard with them, they don't know the life of a stray. The Emperor said as he helped Issei to light his cigarette. The best way to get to know a guy was to share something in common, better if it's consumable. Volley himself had gotten this habit by being around a die-hard smoker and his proclaimed brother, who would often light one his own, whenever he felt like the walls were coiling around him, and it happened, a lot. You do? Inhaling the poisonous smoke, Issei relieved himself from all the stress that came through disclosing his identity. When it was just Kaichu herself, it went perfectly well. He didn't even know what to talk about when Ria suddenly started to bombard him with questions. It was only natural for him to retaliate by shitting tons of crap that did not even make sense for the most part. When you're paired with a grown-up open pervert with serious drinking and smoking problems and a guy who's all about being alone, working in the shadows kind of thing, but still scoring the hottest bitches. I guess I have some ideas when it comes to being a loner in that kind of environment. Reminiscing about the time he had spent in Grigori, a smile crept up to the face of Volley Lucifer as he inhaled a deep one. Even when he complained a lot, he had formed such great relationships within the Watchers of Children of God that he had not found in his own realm. I get the first one, the infamous Azazel who's fallen to a pair of tits. Can't blame the guy honestly, have you seen that painting? That rack is gorgeous. Any man, unless we're talking about Uriel, with just a tiny bit of manhood, would scrap those white wings and halo away without thinking. The fall of a seraph. One would think that it would be something cursed, such as taking the life of an important devout or blasphemy, yet, Azazel had fallen because he admired the creations of his father. Blasphemy would have been a better choice, PR-wise. The painting. I got the whole story from the man himself, dude. He said that painting ain't nowhere close to the actual beauty he scored. He told me that the first time he laid eyes on that girl, he had already made up his mind to fall. That man knows no boundary when it's about getting laid. That madlad said that his only regret was that he didn't get to see Gabriel's tits before he fell. Volley laughed his ass off as he remembered the utter face of dread of the governor when he had the epiphany of never being able to see Gabriel's holy rack, even if he somehow reverse-engineered his fall from the grace. Fucking legend. Cracking up a laugh of his own, Issei exclaimed. The perspective he had on Azazel completely changed. He pictured the guy as a stuck-up fallen governor on their first encounter. He should have known better. Every man, regardless of their origins, tended to be more eccentric than they cared to show. Only around men they would trust they had shown their true colors. It often led to either being utterly racist and having severe traumas, or having a thing for femboys. Indeed, legend. Before he realized, Volley had been speaking the forbidden language which all men shared with a boy that was ready to end his life half an hour prior, the language of pure crap and banter. As the old adage goes, 2 men are dumber than 1, 3 are dumber than 2. Enough about him, honestly. What about you? How did you get into all this mess? Savoring the stick of pure toxicity, Volley asked the brunette. He damn should get a pack of his own. This shit felt better than every pack he had encountered, including Azazel's special-made cigarettes. Tax evasion. It turns out that NTA is not exactly friendly towards people who steal money from the government. Sliding in a joke, Issei spoke as he enjoyed his own stick. No, seriously. I recognize a traumatized man when I see one. You've gone through some serious shit, haven't you? You seem to be scared to even think about going back to the world you've left behind. Digging deeper than usual, Volley felt inclined to ask about the brunette's actions that left him this much scarred. He could feel the tension in the club room. Issei felt as if his heart was going to explode just by answering the questions Riaz bombarded him with. Underneath the joking and toxic personality, Volley knew there resided a fragile and traumatized boy. A weirdo would be able to recognize one his type. Your usual teenager stuff. Recruited to an organization to work for the interests of humanity at the ripe age of 12, trained to assassinate countless threats to everyday lives of humans, get disillusioned of living, trying to find your own way in this meaningless life and existential crisis on top of it. That I was being hunted by underworld, Grigori, heaven, Valhalla, Egyptian pantheon, vortex bunch, Shinto gods, Pendragon family, Grozobor, Greek gods and by my own organization in the meantime, didn't help either. Grozobor? Why would you come into contact with the Grey Wizards? Haidu's answer to this specific question would determine a crucial point for Volley to trust him completely. He had known someone from the organization, a rather loving and dear individual for him. I'm surprised that only wizards got your attention, but whatever. We had the descendant of Faust as a member in our group, they did not like that at all. However, we did not retaliate. Eliminating anyone from Grozobor would only worsen the already jeopardized situation for humans to learn about magic. We've only evaded them, and whenever one of us got captured, we would then kidnap a high-class magician and force a trade of POWs. Have you ever come into contact with someone known as Lavinia Rinai? Anger slowly building up within him, Volley could now only wait for Issei's reply. If he had a hand in the incident, the Emperor wouldn't hesitate to rekindle the fight they had, only on a much more personal level. Demise girl. We've known her, yes. I personally handed out an offer for her to join our team, however, she decided against it. You could say that she was our contact within Grozobor, we would force the trades within her supervision. Haven't heard from her in like 2 years or so. Why? Did you know her or something? I see. Let's just say that she was important to me, very important. Putting down the stick, Volley spoke. The tone he used implied that there had either been a fallout between the two, or Lavinia Rinai was no longer among the world of the living. Either way, Issei could sympathize with the Emperor. Losing someone had always been hard, even more so if the said person is any way influential to one's way of life. He had learnt it the hard way when he lost 2 of his comrades, people he would without hesitation call a brother and a sister. Look, I'm not going to say that it's easy or anything. However, I know what it feels to lose people I care about. Death is always hard, not for the one that passes away, but for those who are left behind. My condolences, brother. Reaching out and putting an arm over Volley's shoulder, Issei implied that he would be here if the sullen boy wanted to talk about what had happened. For what it's worth, thanks, brother. For the first time since he had gotten back from his trip, Volley Lucifer had shown a sincere smile. Haidu Issei turned out to be exactly like him. During their early years, they both went their own ways to become powerful. They both had tasted what it's like to be face to face with death, both of them had lost people they cherished. It was only natural for them to become this broken and traumatized. Out of all the people Volley could call friends, Issei probably would be the only one that could understand him. So, what was it like? Being on the run constantly? Deciding on a change of topics, Volley exclaimed. It would be very weird if either of them broke down here, especially under Sona and Ria's watch. He had no doubt if they pushed the conversation, Volley would be the one to break down first. Rinai had occupied a great deal in his life, her parting was what pushed him to abandon the quest he had amounted to himself. He couldn't afford to even enter Grigori as it would remind him of the time they had spent together. For the most part, I'd say fine. As long as we hadn't been in their territory, most factions left us alone. But we're actually a pain in the ass would be Underworld and Heaven, sending their men consistently. A pro tip if you ever want to be hunted by virtually every faction out there, steal something that most of them want or kidnap a Longinus user. Guaranteed they will literally spend most of their resources to locate you. Putting down his own cigarette, Issei exclaimed. Is that why you're sought out with a red notice by the council? For kidnapping and killing the heir of whores? No, that's completely different, honestly. I stand by what I've said in the clubroom, not even feeling a tiny bit of regret by putting that scum down. You know what, I take that back. Varian deserved to be completely erased from the face of Earth. It's a shame I let him off the hook by ending his miserable existence quickly. Should have tied him up to a tree for crows to feast on his internal organs, heal him right back to life in the evening, and the cycle goes on. Reaching out to light another cigarette, Issei scoffed. You sure make a good point that you absolutely hate the guts of Varian. What has he done to you? As he took the stick right out of Issei's hands, Volley lit one of his own and lost deep in his own mind. It was absurd for Issei to hold such hatred for someone that, as it seems, didn't even do anything to him. Volley couldn't wrap his mind around it, however, there were things he wished he did not hear as Issei began to explain. Oh no. No. He didn't do anything to me personally. Let me explain it to you this way, picture yourself as a powerless human, not even aware of supernatural entities. Pointing to the boy, Issei began to explain. You're approached by this beautiful young man and immediately torn to pieces, if you're lucky. If Lady Luck abandons you, enjoy being tortured and sexually assaulted. When he's done with you, if you make it that far, your entire existence is then erased. By erased, I mean it. Nobody in this damned world remembers if you actually lived or not. I'll tell you this much, this year, Kuo Cemetery has been the last peaceful soil to more than hundreds of nameless orphans. That's fucked up. Through and through fucked up. What kind of a deranged man would someone have to be to mindlessly murder people? Screw murder, I would be able to get behind even that, but torture and assault? Why? Just tell me, how did you even get to him if those orphans' existence were already erased? There had been a student here, called Aika Kiryu. She, along with her sister, had been attacked separately at different times. Her sister passed away, at the hands of Varian. She had been the only one I was able to identify, thanks to Aika, the only one who actually remembered the girl being her sister. Aika herself was also attacked by Varian, killed and erased. However, that tough girl refused to die even in the most unfavorable situation. She made it out alive, contacted everyone in Kuo, including Sona and Riaz. Seeing the Emperor. Before you begin, let me finish. Sona and Riaz did not remember her as expected, I did not, either. After she had been turned down by both of them, she reached out to Mira Adria, also another student here, who in turn contacted me. They both confronted me, telling me that they had seen me purging some trash out of Kuo with my lance. By trash I think you get what I mean. I took Aika to see if her story checked out and showed her my document on Varian's case. At that time, I did not know how these girls had passed away. I didn't even know about Varian up until Aika told me her side of the story. I couldn't even look Aika in the eye when she realized that her sister also passed away at the hands of the same sicko. I realized only an entity capable of widespread memory alteration magic could be behind this. I took Aika with me, leaving Mira out of this whole mess. I wouldn't be able to look at the mirror if even one more girl got hurt because of my callousness. Together, we tracked down Varian. I had to pull all the strings I could, invited some of my old group members to locate the bastard and provide a much more guarded presence in Kuo. Eventually, it bore fruit. I got a hold of the madman on the west side section of Kuo. Believe me when I say that I had not gone all out in 3 years before battling against Varian, not because I couldn't keep up with him. I wanted him to taste the exact feeling he imposed upon those girls. I released 8 restraints. Even against him, Issei only unsealed 5 restraints. He would be unstoppable, even ultimate class devils wouldn't be able to endure with that amount of holy energy. Every slash resulted in chopping his fingers, one by one, slowly driving the bastard crazy by all the pain he endured. Took out both his hands to keep him unable to cast any more spells, then I used the same spell I did against you, locking him into one tight space. Cut away all the way to his shoulders, bit by bit, muscle by muscle. After that, I thought it would be fair if I did some special treatment to his rather special area. It would all be in vain if he didn't taste his own medicine. Castrated him, took my damn time to actually peel every bit of his skin with Rongaminiad before I renounced him as a man. No man would even have the flickering thought of enjoying what I had done, but by then, I was already consumed in my own fury. Next, I used another spear, one that has been cursed by gods and humans alike. I had to make sure that he would never, ever return to the land of living, and damned will I be if he does. Within the limited time he would lose consciousness and drift into nothing to never come back. I completely dismembered him, gouged out his eyes, and released a condensed burst of holy light right into his heart. So, what was next? You might ask. To send a message, a direct threat to never meddle with humans. I'm sure you know what this specific message was. When the authorities of Underworld found a dead body that was completely unrecognizable, crucified on the statue of Beelzebub, it was him, right? Volley could totally understand the actions of the brunette, horrified he might be to hear that he was capable of something like that, true. However, had Vali been to find who was behind the incident with Lavinia, Issei would be the one to be horrified by the amounts of sheer brutality and gore Vali was capable of inflicting. Correct. Yet that message was not to the underworld, I need to say. It's for the rejects. I know for a fact that it was KBS agents in the council that sent him, even if he was allied with an organization that rivals them. Speaking of which, have they tried to contact you? If they have, believe me, you wouldn't want to be associated with people like them. I have, and it's not a pleasant experience. Waiting for the Emperor's reply, Issei had two thoughts in his mind. First was the regret of not making Varian suffer more than he had done. The other one revolved around the answer of Vali. If the Bishonen decided to join, Issei would hate to clash against someone like Vali. A week ago, I had a suspicious transmission from someone named Zod. Wanting my aid on some stupid shit like conquering the supernatural and transcending the limitations of life, I refused. That's him, yeah. If it's not personal, may I ask why you declined? Your reputation in supernatural is very much that of a battle-mongering psycho, it's unnatural for you to decline. I was even ready to give you the whole being a good guy is nice speech. The same reason I decided to come to Kuo and settle down. I lost someone dear, Issei, I can't bring myself to enjoy fighting anymore. Nothing feels ever the same without Lavinia. When I try to work out and keep my shape, I remember her encouraging me to push my limits. When I go out to have some fresh air, I can't help but think what would it be like if she was here, with me. When the night comes, I want to off myself, hoping to meet her in afterlife. Everything I do makes me yearn for her comfort once more. Dazing off to the blizzard, Vali did everything in his power to keep himself together. With her, a huge part of him vanished as well. He was no longer the boy trying to attain the title of true vanishing dragon. He had become this husk of an emotional broken man, pretending to be fine. What kind of a pair are we? Issei couldn't help but get emotional, they both went through the same stages. Issei lost his mentor, the one man that had taken him under his wing and taught him everything he knew, introduced him to people he would later call his brothers and sisters in all but blood, and Kirsten, the first girl to ever actually tell him that she loved him, just before passing away in his arms. Vali had his beloved taken away by the cruel strings of fate, crumbled under the realization that he was powerless against a law of nature. I'd say. Hollow. Check. Cornered yet again, Sona Sitri underestimated the brilliance of the spiky-haired gentleman before her. She should have expected it, frankly. The way he insisted on playing a bullet game with her, taking her away from her comfort zone by seizing the initiative and playing white, Haidu Issei planned on becoming victorious even before they set up the board. Why did she go along? Was it her pride and arrogance? That she couldn't be beaten on the board? Walking right into the trap he had delicately set up was no one's but her fault, the beauty would rightfully bear the blame. Eyeing the timer right beside her in a split second, Sona acknowledged a shortage of her time. When they began to play, both had a minute, as per the nature of the game. Now, Sona had gone down to 33 seconds, whereas her opponent had 34 seconds on the clock. Even a fraction of 1 second mattered when it came to a bullet game, Sona knew that. However, Haidu's never-ending grin and instant replies to her moves was beginning to unease her. Picking up her manners once again, Sona Sitri reminded herself of the fact that in her house, nobody would walk away with victory against her, not on the board. Moving up her pawn situated at g7 and unchecking her king by eliminating his pawn on the f6 square, Sona waited Issei's move before lightly tapping on the timer to stop it from further draining her limited time. Just so you know, Kaichu. I'm unbeaten at bullet and I'm about to show you exactly why. His reply came in the form of his knight, placing it from f3 to e1 and stopping the timer once more. Issei's grin continued to spread across his face. Playing against inferior opponents and racking up my record is not exactly my forte, however, I'll humor you, Haidu-kun. Sona Sitri's move followed his, taking up her pawn at the e6 square and placing it on e5, directly threatening his pawn on d4. The brunette's playstyle on this particular match had her mesmerized. He was not afraid to sacrifice his pieces and even offered to take the initiative and strike her on most unexpected angles. It made her respect the opponent against her even more so. Her opposite, one man that could challenge her on the subject at which she is regarded as the master, the apex. Polishing the already existing tactics and moves on her arsenal and forcing her to adapt to his unorthodox style, Haidu Issei was making her feel something she had long forgotten the name of. The feeling of loss. Every time he challenged her on the board, Sona knew that it was inevitable. She would eventually lose to his brilliance, a matter of not if, but when. The day was no different. When he made the call to meet up to fulfill their end of the deal because of yesterday's events, Sona was ecstatic. Quickly inviting the brunette to the apartment complex in which her queen Tsubaki and herself resided, hoping to get a rematch with him once they've fulfilled their duties and exchanged intelligence regarding the town they've come to rule. Thankfully, no new events since they'd begun to operate together had emerged, something both of the youngsters were grateful of. Even when it had only been a day since they've completed their deal, Sona knew that if she drops her guard, there will be predators lurking around, awaiting their downfall to strike through the core of the town. Haidu's actions and precautions showed her enough on the matter. The fact that he had dealt with anyone that dared to prey on the residents of Kuo was the icing on the cake. You're getting distracted, Kaichu. What's the matter? Could it be that the Ice Queen of the Academy is losing her patience? Snarkily asking once again with an unnerving smirk, Issei made the bold decision to awaken the monster of a tactician within her. Since when have they begun to unleash such futile tactics? Haidu's demeanor and way of speech indicated that he was absolutely crushing the opponent below, which couldn't be said to be the case as it is. They were even, the materials, the state of the board, nothing favored either of them. As if not giving in to the remarks of the brunette, Sona realized that he not only made his move, but also stopped the timer on his behalf. Now the difference between them had gone up to 3 seconds, not in her favor, as expected. Hastily deciding to reply to his move, knight to d3 from e1, Sona used her own knight, ordering it to conquer the space between his knights and threaten his rook situated at b1, placing her piece on d2. Not gonna give you that one, Kaichu. Keep trying, though. Sensing the danger pointed at his left rook, Issei made the call to push it forward and out of the knight's range, effectively protecting his piece by moving it from b1 to b2. Every move they've made up until this point was within their wits and tactics. However, Bullet differs from a normal chess game in one crucial way. One can shift the aim of the game whilst being completely aware of their opponent's moves to trick them into offense when they should not. The way their pieces laid out on the board, it was fairly easy to guess the next move of the beauty. His rightmost rook at c1 could directly be threatened by her second knight that Issei was fully aware of. However, when it came to sacrifices that needed to be done, he was no foreigner. Sona got a hold of her position and she played out the exact outcome he had predicted. Moving her knight on a5 square to b3, her knights now had protected each other. Even if he ordered his rook on b2 to take the knight out of the board, Sona would then use her knight on d2 to retaliate. Truly the predicament Haidu Issei has to solve. However, Sona Sitri had learned that when it came to this very individual, they always had found a solution, even if it was unorthodox. Let's pull a levy, shall we? Furrowing her eyebrows at the implication of a foreigner name, Sona braced herself for the bloodbath that was about to happen. The best move in this position was to take the knight on d2 with his rook on b2, then she would be able to take out his rook. Any other move would result in material loss, and the game would in turn be quite the puzzle to solve without depending on a powerful piece such as rook, especially as they're still equal on material. d4 pawn to e5. You didn't. Her violet eyes widened at the sight that unfolded before her. Had she not closed her mouth at the right time, Sona Sitri would then proceed to do such an act that did not fit the criteria of being an elegant lady. That I did, Kaichu. That was a waiting move to give the opponent the momentum they needed, a double-edged sword that had to be wielded in order to conquer the foe before them. Haidu Issei sacrificed the rook. If Sona captures the rook, she would not gain material advantage nevertheless. A loss she had not calculated in the slightest, and the first time in their rivalry that she had no definitive answer to his move. Sona had always been proud of her status as the unbeaten master of the Sitri household. The beauty had played against opponents of all kinds, grandmasters that would put ordinary players such as Haidu himself to shame, prodigious youngsters who she had defeated in less than 30 moves. Alas, it was also the first time in her life that someone managed to leave her absolutely speechless when it came to the board. This type of move could only be found in engines, artificial intelligence chess bots that determined the importance of the move and the best move in every possible situation. Even the highest level of bots would suggest the move rook to d2 because it is the fastest way to close the gap in material when black captures the rook on c1. However, Haidu Issei managed to find the brilliant pawn to e5. The premise of this move is to allow Sona to take the rook. However, in the next move, he had a clear path ahead of him to allow checking her king by taking out another pawn right next to her king, effectively closing the gap when he eventually captures her hanging knight. What is the use of playing further after such a move? As such, Sona Sitri had another first time on this very night. Seriously. As if charmed, Haidu Issei continued to look at the hand that reached out to him in a trance, dazzled. Seeing the genius of the academy, defeated and opting to resign after only 30 moves made him incredibly awkward. The rook sacrifice wasn't something of this magnitude, it was only to gain tempo and force Kaichu out of her far superior position. Sure, it would eventually allow him to win the game by stalling her, but it wasn't enough on its own to make her surrender. The brunette could feel the muscles on his mouth starting to get numb, as if he had been given an unhealthy amount of anesthesia. His eyes were not in their best condition either, after blinking for a while they'd become dry. He was genuinely shocked. Sona Sitri could easily turn this around. After she takes his pawn he's still down in material no matter where one would look at it. If Shitori Kaichu decides so. Even if he was displeased by the decision, Issei was still a gentleman at heart. He would not complain, nor brag about a victory like this. Lightly getting up without using too much energy, the brunette appreciated the handshake and finalized the deal. On this 0 hour, Haidu Issei managed to emerge victorious against the pride of Citri in her own field. This match has taught me more than you could imagine, Haidu-kun. In the most sincere version of herself, Sona Citri acknowledged his superiority on the board. To her, this night was most valuable. When it comes down to split-second decisions in times of urgency, Haidu Issei excels. In under just 1 minute, this gentleman showed her how much she needed to work on her decisions more eagerly than before. That he could deliver the promises he makes, believing in his own record to go unbeaten on bullet. It's my pleasure. Kaichu. Seeing her like this, being genuine and honest, made his entire mind go haywire. He couldn't pick the words to string together a coherent sentence, amazed by the very little emotion the strict president could show. Was she always capable of smiling so brightly? If so, Issei damned himself to have not encountered this side of her sooner. Her smile, able to melt the snow at the mountain's peak, also made the coldness accumulated on top of his heart warm up ever so slightly. The joy she had felt, even at loss, could be seen in her eyes, blazing at the battlefield they had shared just a couple moments ago. As if to say, even if she's been defeated, she was content that it was against someone that she herself cheered to surpass her, that it didn't negatively affect her at all. As Issei dared to look at her eyes once more, he managed to find the little bit of the real Sona Citri still standing, indicating that her happiness is, indeed, genuine. Leaning back against a chair he made himself comfortable, Haidu Issei enjoyed the sight at which made the inner Issei marvel. To observe Sona Citri up close and like this was 1 in a million, and he would savor it until the very end. Unfortunately for him, the show would come to an end soon enough, and the beauty compassed herself before congratulating her opponent once more. Would you like anything, Haidu-kun? Taking the cup of tea that she had ordered Tsubaki to make, Sona could see that Haidu-kun had indeed enjoyed the little snacks her servant prepared. When she had been summoned to his house for their second round of classical chess, Haidu Issei had gone beyond preparation and took extreme precautions to make her as comfortable as possible, even providing her with a mattress on her seat. So, when he approached her with the idea of another match, dead in the night, she found herself inviting the boy without thought. To give credit where it's due, Sona had to be thankful to the combined efforts of Tsubaki and Tsubasa that she had been able to serve Haidu-kun properly this time. If she hadn't returned the favor, Sona Citri would have brought shame upon the house of Citri, the only thing that she kept above her duties in life. Another cup of tea would be good, if possible. Issei had to admit, for the past couple of days he had been consuming so many snacks that he felt the need to go on a snack diet. He'd have been successful if not for the fact that he had been raised as a gentleman. When presented with food, his mother had always insisted that he needed to show respect to the people that they were visiting. So, hearing her servant specifically made the snacks and tea just for him and Kaichu, Issei had no choice but to chow him down. Tsubasa. Calling onto her rook, Sona put both of hers and Haidu's cups onto the tray. The president could enjoy her own cup of tea after such an interesting match and analyze the board at the same time. She had known the answer to the question that boggled her mind, could she find a way before she surrendered? Short answer, yes she could. However, bullet specifications made it improbable for her to reply to his move in such a short time. As they continued, Sona would emerge victorious, taking into account that she had another 10 seconds in contrast to her remaining 18 seconds. Haidu Issei deliberately stalled her on certain moves that made her lose those valuable seconds, sitting atop at 24 seconds, only losing time to move his pieces. Beyond the move 51th, Sona would have run out of time and the brunette would still be victorious. Haidu, however, would still have exactly 11 seconds if he continued to oppose her right on time. Which gave away the answer to his improbable win streak according to him. Coming in. Are you done, Kaichu? Hearing the girl's voice, tempted to burst in and catch them in the act of committing a heinous crime. Tsubasa Yura had been turned into a devil by Sona before the boyish girl became a third grader. Issei knew it due to his connections, and he had wondered what could Kaichu offer to someone that could get them to forfeit their humanity. The answer? He hadn't found it yet, however, knowing the heiress and the tomboy, it would probably be something he'd not understand in his circumstances. Far from it, the night's still young. Adjusting her glasses, Sona's reply confused both of the teenagers. Their match was over, and they only agreed to share one match for the sake of their valuable time. It wouldn't bother Issei to stay through the night until dawn and polish their skills. Speaking of which, he had to take notes down to his notepad to analyze further when he had free time. For the time being, the brunette had 7 blank points that gave away her style on classical, and they were on the strategies she would deploy on white. Issei made his confusion apparent by looking directly into the eyes of Sona Citri, who gave him a smile that he would come to regret. The wolf known as Sona had taken the smell of blood once, the beauty wouldn't give him rest until she managed to beat him on bullet. That's something he had expected, honestly. To brag in front of Sona Citri like that in her own field. Issei signed his death warrant the moment he managed to come out on top. Kaichu. Opening the door, Tsubasa made her presence known, directly staring into the eyes of the brunette, confused. What the hell Haidu Issei was doing in Kaichu's room? Yes. Unassuming, uninterested, her violet eyes clashed against her rook's blue ones, unable to find the source of her apparent confusion. When I was told by Tsubaki that you'd have a match against someone that could push you, I didn't expect to find Haidu-san in your room. Who had you expected, then? Care to tell me, Yura-san? The last name basis, their master only used it once they crossed a certain line which irritated her. Tsubasa knew better than to evoke the wrath of the Ice Queen. And no one. My curiosity got the better of me, forgive me Kaichu. Bowing in front of the brunette, Tsubasa offered her sincerest apology at the moment. Questioning the actions of their master wasn't an act that could be forgiven easily, however, for the sake of her image, Sona could sway this one under the rug for the time being. Nah, I wanna know too. Pray tell, Yura-san. Who did you think could push the Kaichu that we know of? The brunette gave his 2 cents, then was met with the sight of Tsubasa Yura, pleading not to do the aforementioned act. It seems that Sona Citri is adamant on keeping their relationship hidden, something that Issei found amusing. Considering that he was now one of the de facto leaders of the town, it made absolutely no sense. However, he could see where Kaichu was approaching the issue at. I don't know. I just didn't expect someone like you. I'd have understood Ria-sama or Vali-sama. Yura's face was worth a fortune at the moment, the more she spoke, the more furious Sona got. The pressure that they've given her from their seats was more than enough to make the Rook of Citri crumble. Looking at the eyes of his rival, Issei knew that Sona would need to introduce him formally to her peerage, as they'll begin to work together on certain occasions. It was for the best to avoid situations like this. I'd planned to make this official tomorrow, but now I have no choice, do I? But the sigh of exasperation, the master of the house compiled with the never-ending curiosity of her servant. Signaling her servant to come closer, Sona left the brunette to fend for himself, as he himself was present, the obligation fell from her shoulders to him. Tsubasa Yura could be described as a fairly simple individual, although unknown, her origin states she had been aware of supernatural, long before she came into contact with Sona of the Citri household. Timid and hesitant, one of the weaker links of the Citri peerage. Precaution level. Moderate. This individual possesses mystic eyes of perception. Do not engage under normal circumstances. Advised to use different methods of unorthodox cloaking when around. He had done his homework before engaging with the devils of the Kuo Academy, personally investigating each and every single one of them. Tsubasa was no different. When presented with the opportunity to gain prestige and power, she had succumbed under the strict rule of the president. Still, he knew better than anyone to judge a book by its cover. Some of the mightiest people he came across looked much worse than the current Yura. The turquoise-haired girl presented herself by bowing in front of the brunette. She made bold assumptions and ridiculed their guest, for Kaichu had gone angry. Yura knew better than to double down and continue to show enmity towards the brunette. However, her lack of information would soon come as a detriment in this conversation, allowing Issei to pry deeper than intended. I believe we've been acquaintances since the 2nd grade, Yura-san. I'm pleased to make this official. Without even breaking eye contact, he held the rook in. Issei went for a handshake, which the girl accepted rashly, coming out of the deep bow she had forced herself to. To understand one's strength and belief in themselves, a single handshake provided the opportunity required. Firm yet wavering, as if to show her uneasiness from the nature of their introduction to one another in such setting. I'm grateful as well, Haidu-san. I apologize for my comment earlier, I had no clue that you and Kaichu shared this kind of relationship. Inclination of something more than friendship at the end of her sentence, Tsubasa pressured in. Their master had never kept something of this value as a secret, even if it involved her private life. Then it meant, Haidu Issei is no normal acquaintance. From something so innocent and simple, Tsubasa could deduce this. Haha, believe me when I tell you this, Yura-san. Kaichu and I only meet up to play chess, nothing more. Although, from where we stand and how we stand, I can see how this could be misunderstood from an outsider's perspective. Tsubasa Yura has been absolutely correct to mistake them for sharing another kind of relationship, Kaichu herself keeping their rivalry secret from her peerage apart from her queen, her greeting him in her nightgown, taking him up to her own room, and locking the door beforehand. It all pointed to one thing that both of the self-proclaimed geniuses haven't thought of. I'll just take your word on it, Haidu-san. Still doubtful, Yura continued to observe the duo. Tsubasa, Haidu-kun and I would like to enjoy another cup of tea before we proceed. Pulled right back into reality by the ferocious president, Yura remembered the reason she was called here for, to serve Kaichu and her guest whatever their hearts desire. She couldn't afford to lose to her curiosity another time, Prez would surely punish her disobedience by then. Quickly excusing herself and taking the tray with her, Yura tried to hurry out of the room before she unknowingly revealed sensitive information. That is, if she hadn't turned her head back one more time, would have succeeded in doing so. Seeing the brunette gaze right into her eyes from the rectangle frames of his glasses, in contrast to Sona's round, rimless glass frames, made his brown eyes stand out more, giving him a look akin to a bookworm. Yura found herself stopping right at the doorframe, unable to continue on her path to the more normal side of the apartment complex, shared by Kaichu and Fuku Kaichu. Is there anything else you wish for, Haidu-san? If their guest wanted some kind of appetizer, or even outright wanted to have dinner, that could be arranged, not by Yura herself, of course, she had come here to do the less interesting kind of work burdened upon herself by Tsubaki. If not, then she couldn't explain the interested eyes of Haidu Issei on her own. Nah, I'm good, a cup of tea would suffice. However, I want to ask you something prior. Nodding calmly to indicate the opposing party to continue, Yura braced herself. Haidu Issei got curious in the span of a few seconds, enough to personally inquire about it. What could that be? Was he onto something? No, that would certainly not be the case, would it? If so, Yura needed to start digging her own grave. At the end of the night, Kaichu would put her there personally. So, I've been wondering. You're as young as both Gremory-san and Val, why did you call them your Samas, Yura-san? Upon hearing Haidu's question, Yura lost her cool. He was able to deduce some kind of respect Yura had towards the heirs just because she used a suffix. Ah, the body language never disappoints. Does it ever, Sona-san? Resting his chin atop of his palm, Haidu Issei continued to look at Yura with an expression that would have fit the devil's arrogance. I don't recall giving you permission to call me by my first name. This ain't about you, Kaichu. Lem have my moment here. Trembling. Check. White chuckles. Check. Unable to maintain eye contact. Check. Hazy breathing. Check. One by one, he listed the very details he was able to observe in one look. To give credit where it's due, this was only possible because Yura herself was more in touch with her emotions compared to people like Sona. Reading more apparent body signals was one of the first lessons he had undertaken when he was tutored by his mentor. It would give away if someone's guilty or not pretty quickly, and it was also fairly accurate. I knew it, you're serving Kaichu, the twisted dominatrix of the student council. Val and Ria-san are in it too. Imma spread it to the whole school tomorrow. I bet Mira would like to hear some top quality insider from the man who infiltrated the student council. Dude. Are you aware of the shit you're spewing right now? Who would believe something like that? All the seriousness in her body left her in an instant. This man believed that Kaichu was some kind of mistress that had her way with the girls of the council. Yura fought the urge to facepalm, as her hands were still full. Dunno. Would have probably made a good rumor, not gonna lie. Stretching on his seat, Issei broke eye contact for a solid moment. He did it again, started as serious as an old man, and couldn't contain himself and get to his point. Being serious didn't suit him, it was Sona's forte. Anyways, I'm aware. You don't need to tiptoe around me. Dropping the bomb so nonchalantly, the brunette continued to look at the rook. Her response was something he anticipated. Aware, as in. Woman, don't play dumb. I know the whole school is practically infested with devils. Val, the entirety of Occult Research Club and Student Council are supernatural entities from down below. For how long? Pardon my curiosity. As long as I enrolled here, even before that. I'd love to open my delicate history right here, yet I fear that I'll ruin Kaichu's plans should I do that. So better wait for tomorrow. Why should I trust you? This sentence became a part of Issei's life as he continued to meet with people that he didn't share kinship with. Always suspicious, on their guard and refusing to cooperate. He was practically used to it, to be honest. It led to him developing to speak with his spear first rather and ask questions later type of mindset. The cruelty of the world in which he lived had done its numbers on him. Because I do, Yura. The people I form a contract with are, frankly, not up to you to judge. This one, however, was an entirely different story. Up until this point in his life, Issei only received trust from people he considered his family, not the biological one, but the one he found himself to be a part of. Now, a devil he had only bonded for 3 days had extended the flag of cooperation to him. Being treated like this proved to be a refreshing experience. Understood, Kaichu. Forgive me for prying further than I should have, Haidu-san. At least, Tsubasa's loyalty proved to be stronger than her curiosity. That is something Issei himself can congratulate Sona about. For one group to stick together through uneasy times, they would either need unwavering trust in one another or an iron-tight leadership under someone that could either be feared for their power or knowledge. Kaichu seemed to be the latter of those. Apology accepted. Waving his hand, Issei smiled brightly. Now, he wouldn't make it hard for either of them. The time he had spent in Sona's apartment was his own valuable time, he would like to make the most of it. If there isn't anything else, I need to take my leave, Kaichu. The rook awaited confirmation from her king, who dismissed her with a look of her own. This development was unexpected, however, it should prove to be adequate considering the current situation in which Haidu put her. Every single event involving the brunette seems to resolve in a peaceful manner, it happened the day before as well. He was very well informed, enough to solve debates and rule over them without interfering, as much as the regular person does. I assume you have time, Haidu-kun. I made a one-sided decision to continue in my time of excitement, however, I'll be able to reschedule, should you happen to have undisclosed business. Always thoughtful, Sona Sitri shot her question with a hint of displeasure. The beauty was, as expected, eager, it had been quite some time since someone had managed to get the upper hand against her on the board. Understandably, this match reignited something in her heart that she had long forgotten. Competitive spirit. It was in vain to tell Sona Sitri that she was the greatest chess player in the underworld, even if she had been able to defeat everyone that dared to challenge her. She was already informed that she would go on to be undefeated the moment she managed to come out on top against Lord Sitri, one of the finest tacticians of the Civil War. It was no destiny, no fate. Sona knew that in her own realm, nobody would be able to defeat her, as such, she made the decision to bond her marriage contract to a simple game of chess, practically leaving the council defenseless when they came with an arranged marriage proposal. Chess had become her way of life, her measurement when she needed to get to know someone. It had never failed her, and it didn't fail her now, even back then, when she first met Haidu Issei, Sona was certain this day would come. The brunette was, simply, unpredictable. Surely, she was able to guess his moves, his playstyle, yet she couldn't read him like she had read people on the board. He was unorthodox, a change to the plain and simple chess. Alas, Sona knew that every time she had gone against this man, there was a slim possibility that she would inevitably savor the feeling of defeat. She had lost the match from the very beginning, when he made the decision to play as white and bullet. Coming from someone that she was only able to analyze for 15 minutes a day, Sona gave in as she wanted to push the boundaries of her capabilities, accepting to play as black. Even from the first move, Haidu Issei pushed the limits of her rationality. Making unnecessary moves and toying with his pieces, yet, he managed to salvage enough time to make the difference in the board, less than 20 moves, when she dropped 2 seconds down compared to him. Bullet was an entirely different category in chess, it involved split-second decisions and unwanted mistakes. Alas, one could, instead of going for checkmate, go for time. That was the first mistake she had committed, not taking into account that he took white to play defense. In classical chess, one primarily wants white to go on offense, as white always has one more move compared to black in endgame, playing defensively as white pieces didn't favor the player in the long run. Haidu-kun, however, prepared the perfect illusion to capture her in her most vulnerable state, forcing her to resign. He took her out of her comfort zone, forced her to play offensive on black, gave her the position she needed, and Sona, without ever realizing, had given herself completely into chess, going band for band, trying to breach his defense. Issei managed to completely lure her into the position he wanted by offering his pieces one by one. When he finally sacrificed the rook, Sona was then able to look at the board clearly. Sona Sitri, the official grandmaster of Sitri household, had been tricked to play a losing game against him. It was only after the last move that she made herself aware of this fact. If they continued, Haidu Issei would collect her knight, and 3 moves later, they would exchange rooks, leaving her with 1 rook and 1 knight, whereas, he would have 2 knights against an open king, pawns that are completely blocking her path, and in the long run, 2 knights would then be able to fork both her rook and king, leaving her with only pawns. I should've got a check. Reaching to his pocket, Issei pulled out his phone. He still had time, it seemed. Like Sona said, the knight is still young, and he had plenty of time to spend it with her to strategize and enjoy the beauty of this simple yet brilliant game. However, upon going through the unending notifications caused by the absolutely unnecessary applications, Issei realized that something was amiss. 1 missed call. Elia Schneider. 1 missed call. Kasan. Oh, shit. Both of the notifications were enough to keep him worried, should he not return to them, as his mother wouldn't call him home out of the blue. In contrast, Mickey always insists that he should find friends to spend time with, rather than locking himself to his room and not coming out until he's called. Elia, however, would only call him if Mira stepped out of boundaries and committed to something that would otherwise leave her hurt. I got a few calls to make, is it alright with you, Kaichu? Awaiting affirmation, Issei kept his gaze intact. It was not long after Issei got the answer he needed in the form of Sona, quickly grasping the tight situation the brunette found himself in without even needing context. That was one of the things the brunette found himself amazed. Frankly, Sona Citri could understand the way he operated with just one glance and give him the permission he needed, as she demonstrated when he wanted to go overboard with Volley. Excusing himself to keep his privacy to himself, Issei stormed out of the room, dialing the number in the meantime to keep it short to not waste any time, as it would be rude to Kaichu. Ring. 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 Issei's a man with very straightforward priorities. Even if his former teammates called him on the phone at the same time with his Mumsi, he wouldn't think twice before dialing the one that mattered to him the most. It was the way his father raised him, and bless him for putting his family before anything else, as it made Issei the man he became today. Hey. Ka-san. Is everything alright? Sorry for not returning sooner, I just noticed that you called. Ah. It's nothing, dear, your father is just a little bit worried that you haven't returned yet. However, I'm keeping him under control, don't you worry. I'm sure you have your reasons. Yeah. Thanks, Ka-san, I'm over at one of my friends, chilling and spending some time. Ha. Which one? Is it your Zen-chan? I remember you being fond of her, you wouldn't stop talking about her on the phone. Nah. We haven't been talking for months, Mom. I don't even know where she lives, honestly. I'm over at Kaichu's. You've been spending so much time with her. I'm glad, my little boy. It's nothing like that, Ma. We just have similar interests, that's all. Your father and I started out as acquaintances in the drama group, ICE. I know how it goes, one day you're just minding your own business, trying to finish college, and the other, you're happily married. Trust me, Ka-san. I don't have such intentions, not yet. Alright. Just a little reminder, don't keep to yourself, ICE. Having friends that you can turn into is a blessing in disguise. I'm just happy that you are finding people that you can rely on. Thanks, Mom. You don't know how happy your father will be when he hears this. It's the first time you're spending time with your friends since you came back, isn't it? Way to go, ICE. That's right, Ka-san. It's refreshing, honestly. I guess I finally found people that I can be comfortable with. That's the spirit. Now, I shouldn't keep you anymore. Do you have your keys on you? I do, Mum. Don't wait for me, I don't know when I'll come back. Great. Have fun, my little ICE. Thanks a lot, Ma. I will. Having such parents behind him, how could he even fail at life? Every step he took, they applauded him and had his back no matter what he did. Issei always felt that he was among the minority in his generation that had such a good relationship with their parents. He was glad to have such understanding people in his life. He understood the blessing that came with protective parents and acted on them, carefully taking light steps so as not to let them down at every moment in his life. Of course, he wouldn't succeed in disappointing his parents, that was simply not possible. Not with the way he's raised. Upon taking another glance at his phone book, Issei made the hasty decision to get on with it and call the second number. Alaya Schneider, a girl possessing extraordinary sight and precise footwork, able to work her place up to Mira's right hand, navigating the group in her absence. One of the first to ever ask help from him, long before Mira herself was even aware of his existence. In times that Mira forgets her boundaries, Alaya comes running straight at him to ask Issei to remind her that not everything can be dealt with might alone. Having a missed call from her could only mean one thing, that Mira and her group is in serious trouble. Expectedly, the leader herself wouldn't ask his aid due to her pride and stubbornness. Ring. 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 Evening, Alaya. Good evening, Haidu-san. I'm sorry for my late call, what's up? Ah. It's about Mira. Figured as such. What's she gotten herself into now? That's why I reached out to you in the middle of night, Haidu-san. We don't know exactly what we are up against. Describe it to me, thoroughly. It's made up of skulls, thousands of them. A giant skeleton that never stops wandering the forests of Kuo. No matter what we try to do, it never bats an eye to us. Just wanders, without aim. Laying destruction to wherever it sets foot. That's problematic, but I think I know what that is. One last question to identify it, does it murmur gachi from time to time? Ooh. I think it does. I'm not exactly sure. Damn. You've encountered something that you can't quite purify with what you have at the moment. Where are you all at right now? It seems that I have to interfere. I can't be sure, we've been following this beast for an hour. I can share my location with you, though. Great, do that. I'll be there in a few minutes, also, stop Mira from ever approaching that thing. It won't end well for her. I'm counting on you, Ai-san. Ending the call by lightly tapping on the red button, Issei stood still for a moment. What they've gone up against doesn't appear in normal circumstances, something must have provoked or conjured it. Laying his back against the wall, he awaited the information of their location. It seems that his night with Shitori Kaichu would end before it fully blossomed. With a notification sound alerting him, the brunette made his way back to Sona Citri's private chambers, who had been patiently awaiting him, taking elegant sips from her cup. As she located him, Sona made the inclination for him to take his seat, that she would pay him back dearly for his unorthodox tactics. I need to go somewhere. Yes. Understandable, I wish that we could spend the night together, yet I see that we have our own duties to take care of. Tend to them, I will be preparing for our next match, whenever that might be. Her eyes radiated a tiny bit of sorrow that Haidu-kun has to cut their private night in due to unforeseen circumstances. I'll try to sort out everything and come back. My apologies, Kaichu. No need, it's been a pleasure, Haidu-kun. We're the official authorities of Kuo, we can't declare any time off when Kuo and her people are under risk. Being the elegant and kind Lady Sona is, she wouldn't even dream of bringing shame upon the Citri household by having her servants show her guest off to his destination. Only then, the beauty would feel at ease as he's becoming one of the only real people she's come across in overworld, not afraid to open his arms against beings that are from the other side of the world. Standing by the door, Sona waited him, as it was clear the fairly handsome boy still had things to say to her. Thank you for your understanding, Kaichu. We are not at the academy at the moment, Haidu-kun. Her eyes glaring against his due to his formal approach to Sona. Insisting that Sona Citri and President are two different sides of her, that he's now dealing with Sona, the young lady of Kuo, instead of President, the heiress of Citri of the underworld. You get mad at me when I call you Sona-chan. It's what I'd want to address you as, to be fair. That is only due it's inappropriate. Sona-san. Again, inappropriate. Citri-san. That is adequate. Last name basis, heh. I wonder if there's anyone that can call you Sona-chan, though, apart from me. Only if they're suicidal, I wouldn't recommend attributing me pet names, Haidu-kun. It's no pet name, but you do you, Citri-san. I might get used to this, you know. I have no desire to be acknowledged on a first name basis as of now, Haidu-kun. I'd like to think you feel the same, especially within academy grounds. Stating that her worries are only due to societal differences between them, Sona Citri fortified her desire to only be acknowledged in the proper way in regards of their place. I'm not raised as strictly as you've been, which is understandable as you're basically coded to become a successor to the Citri familia. I frankly don't care whatever you call me, wherever you do. Call me Haidu, Issei, Sei, Ice or even SS. Yet, I'll respect your wishes. Citri-san. The difference of the way they've been brought up, the circumstances they've been in. That's the stark reason Haidu Issei and Sona Citri are two distinct people, no matter where one looks at it from, yet as they're both professionals, they won't let something as trivial as customs stop each other from contributing to their joint cause. As curious as I am about your pet name, I'll be keeping to myself about it for now, due to your lack of time, Haidu-kun. Have you read my file? I haven't, what of it? You'll find the answer within, it's an abbreviation of something I'm still ashamed of. Call it one of my numerous rookie mistakes. You're certainly aware of building a fair amount of suspense in someone, Haidu-kun. I think it's decided how I'll spend the rest of the night. Adjusting her glasses and faintly smiling to herself, Sona Citri had no idea of the effect her monotonous actions resulted in on her opposite. From his perspective, Sona Citri shifted from the cold, distant and unapproachable president of the academy to just Sona. Someone that he could call and speak with regardless of time and place, always making sure to hold herself accountable for his feelings, not afraid to speak on behalf of those who can't, adamant on her boundaries yet for those that she shows respect and care, Sona is willing to make herself the less comfortable side. As if the president persona is just a mask. You know, I expected you to be able to handle a Gashada Kuro on your own by now, considering your insane growth mirror. Looks like I need to reevaluate certain things. Smirking to himself at the top of a tree, Issei observed as a group of three tried numerous strategies to tackle and hinder the movements of a yakai, a subspecies of one, to be truthful. Each step taken by the creature resulted in a crater, destroying the beautiful fauna of the forest bit by bit, wandering vengefully. I can and I will, Haidu. Her words, uttered with venom towards the boy. Competitive and stubborn to the core, the current possessor of true longiness marked the beast as her own to deal with, prohibiting from interfering with her eyes alone, that shined in the dead of the night with ferocity. Don't act like devils, you're not as tough and threatening, Adria. Everyone needs to know their places, even people Issei cherishes and feels himself responsible for. This kind of behavior would only result in Mira taking on challenges bigger than herself and eventually meeting her end untimely. Issei knew that by heart that the golden-haired girl doesn't exactly hate his guts or antics, just that she feels partially responsible due to living in Kuo and having the means to protect it. What's that supposed to mean? Confused, the leader of the group shot back as she lunged towards the giant skeleton once again. For almost 2 hours, she had been doing nothing but trying to stall the beast by trying to conquer it with her might, to no avail. As if the beast is fortified to physical trauma, it never responded to her attacks. Even when she wielded the perfect weapon against the evils of the world, Mira couldn't help but feel absolutely worth jackshit. Nothing, still want me to sit this one out? Just tell me. Desperate, Mira knew that she couldn't take on the beast with her current knowledge regarding it. It didn't help that both of her spellcasters weren't present on this expedition. In her wisdom, bringing Naruhito and Alaya with her was enough against this creature. Tell you what exactly? Amused, the brunette shot back smugly. How to subdue it? You can't subdue a Gashadakuro, Mira. That's simply not possible with physical might. I beg your pardon. Dumbfounded, the girl stopped dead on her tracks, sweat dripping from her golden silk hair down to her cheeks. As she made eye contact with the boy, she found him staring deeply at the creature, with hints of sadness in his eyes. You're oblivious to Japanese folklore, so I'll explain it to you. Gashadakuro are vengeful wanderers, only materialized if the malice of the slain people reaches unseen levels. You and I both know that this town has been through its fair share of trouble in the past few months. It's been inevitable. As long as their malice continues and amends are not made, Gashadakuro won't stop. The harsh reality behind the creature's birth, albeit for a just cause, it wanders. I see. Realizing the obvious fact, the beautiful lady could only look at the beast with newfound sadness in her eyes, just like Issei. The dead still remember the injustice done to them, reaching out beyond the grave and spreading their malice through the Gashadakuro. In the end, the people they couldn't protect had raised their voice against them, for Issei and Mira failed. It's not easy to comprehend what they've gone through, what they felt. These people, they haven't done anything wrong, and as such, they're trying to haunt those who murdered them. They won't stop until every single soul is avenged. Yet, as the living, we still have a duty, Mira. To make sure no one suffers the same fate. Exactly. As they make eye contact, Issei understands the goodness in Mira once again. The same girl that blamed herself for being assaulted, only escaping through the interference of the boy above her. Seeing her all worked up and just, made the love for humanity inside him reignite. Everyone in her group had it hard, only due to her efforts they found solace. They found, Mira still hasn't. Playing the hero isn't a job for everyone, Issei knew that dearly. He himself wasn't one, either. The brunette tried that lifestyle long before coming to Kuo, and found it only suitable for those that had nothing left to lose, such as Mira herself. Only through helping others, people like Issei and Mira could feel at ease, because they've both tasted what it means to be weak, to be under everyone and everything. In time, Issei found reasons to not waste his life reaching for something undesirable, becoming a beacon for those that couldn't find the way. However, he lost his own light a year prior, and could only now start to heal. He will still try to protect them as much as possible, that is no doubt. Yet, to make it his only responsibility. That was something he swore to never do again. Mira. She started to be involved in this chaotic world only a few months ago. She will in time understand what it means to be used, to be thrown away when there is no use of keeping her around. This beautiful lady will discover the true reason of her struggles and will grapple with her own conscience, whether she does what she does because it's the right thing or to please her own guilty heart. Until that day, I'll be around to guide her to the right path. Yet, we can't leave it as it is. Finding the culprits would also be hard. There remains one thing to do. Resonating with her own idea, Mira gripped the handle of her longinus tightly, her chuckles turning completely white. That's right. So, you want my help. I have no other choice. Prideful, yet knows her limits. Mira Adria would never ask the help of a third party, even if it means she wouldn't be able to vanquish her foe and perish, unless the third party is someone she has witnessed the strength of firsthand. You actually do, but I'm not comfortable enough to lend you one of my finest spears. It seems that I haven't proved what I am capable of to you, yet. Ice kun. Daring, she exclaimed, in a positive sense. Respecting the person before her and implying the degree of their relationship with the first name basis. Oh, you indeed have. I'm still surprised that you figured out the strengths and weaknesses of your sacred gear in such a short time. Still, this one's a bit tricky. Trust me, you wouldn't want something like this to fall into your or anybody's hands, ever. Stating that the origins and the capabilities of this one weapon is not to be underestimated, Issei leaped out of the branch he's been observing the situation from, landing right next to Mira. Why? You'll understand in a bit. Fixating his gaze on the beast that has gone further away from them during their talk, Issei steeled his concentration to not fail what he's about to do. Sorry, Scotch-Ann. Need to borrow this one for a bit, again. Mira heard him mutter this under his breath whilst channeling for a power that didn't promise any good. Reaching out to the empty space behind him, as if to pull something out from it, Issei seemingly held the handle of something not conceivable to the human eye at first. Struggling to materialize the most prized possession of Castle of Shadows, the brunette hardened his mind once more. If he failed here, if he loses the battle against the ghost of Dunscaith, the price could be heavier than the last time. Gatebolg. Alternative. Materializing in an influx of crimson and pitch-black aura, stood before him a spear of exceptional abilities. A soaring spear of piercing death, able to infuse anything with the concept of death, even beasts that have long perished before, undeads. A weapon many would seek for, as it not only enforces the idea of death to the opponent, but also is able to kill in one definitive strike, earning its moniker of soaring and piercing spear. Yet, no power is truly without any backlash. Rangamini, it only serves those that are aligned with the interests of humanity, a condition he provides. The condition to wield the extraordinary and defying power of Gatebolg alternative is to. The mad dog will pay for his sins. To have your consciousness invaded by one of the most vengeful souls of all time. Scathach of Dunscaith. How could you do this to me? To your own teacher. I've taught you everything you know. That's how you repay me? I will never stop, never. Until your bloodline runs dry. Until every last crib falls without a descendant. Until your very existence is one bleak page in the annals of history. I'll never stop hunting you down. Kuchulin. The cries of one mother, of one soul that has been targeted by her whole pantheon just because she had transcended over one thing, even gods she devoted her life to, started to feel afraid of her. Only because she had become the exact thing they needed her to be, that this benevolent soul turned to be a malevolent one. A mistake she committed, believing her connections were of pure origins. Only to be backstabbed and forever damned to her signature spear, eternally torturing those that ever try to wield it. A pseudo-sacred gear. Ah, there's nothing better than a cup of coffee after a heavy workout like this, don't you agree, Mira? Sipping the beverage with a relaxed posture, the brunette figured some small talk wouldn't hurt anybody. He absolutely resented going through things in silence, having a coffee counts, too. 10 minutes ago, he had been called by Alaya to take care of the beast they had struggled against. Figuring the beast's weakness was his forte, as Issei absolutely decimated the Gashadakuro he proclaimed to be indestructible with ease. Deciding to share the conditions of the treaty he made with the Citriaris, Issei had the candid idea to bring the trio of troublemakers to his favorite shop in all of Kuo, a coffee shop located near the Kuo Park. At first, Mira insisted on leaving as she needed to tend to other things, according to the schedule made by Naruhito, the self-proclaimed bodyguard of Mira. Experienced in swordsmanship, the quiet and compassed boy stood behind Mira at all costs, even refusing to take a seat with him, solidifying his place and title. When they first met, Issei became quite fond of him due to his nature, not afraid to leap into the fire when Mira needed him. Heavy workout, my ass, you deleted the Gashadakuro from existence with a single strike. Still, the amount of willpower and mental strength required to pull out that spear is nasty. Why do you think I refuse to use it? I'm sure it is. You're tempting me, you know. One day or another, I'm just gonna leave it in your hands for 15 minutes to see how you manage under the spell of Ghost of Dunscaith. I'm pretty confident in my capabilities, so be my guest. If I fare better than you, I'm keeping it, though. In a mixture of seriousness and humor, Mira exclaimed through a smile. Truthfully, Issei has been there for them when no one wasn't, and due to that it's only natural that she's taking his word for granted. If not for his recent actions causing her unwanted trouble, Mira would take the hand Issei offered to him. You don't understand, Mira. I have faith in you too, but try to be more sympathetic regarding my limitations and precautions. Whatever you say, still doesn't quite sit right with me regarding your recent actions. Her words, spewed with adversity, confused the brunette before her. What's that supposed to mean? Glaring ever so furiously, the blondie implicated something she shouldn't have known by now. Issei should have understood it from the way she behaved tonight, distant and way more stubborn from her usual self. From one spear wielder to another, they shared a bond that's quite reliant on trust, especially with the traumas that originated from the species Issei tried to bond with. The only reason I even considered your help is because I still hold you in high regards, despite you going behind my back, I do. I didn't even make the decision to call you, either. Speaking of which, that's something I'm going to have to discuss with you, Alaya. I thought things between us and Issei are still good. The girl in question exclaimed with hints of confusion in her words, as if she hadn't been made aware of the fact that their dear Issei indeed made things complicated for them in the long run. Her glasses radiated the beauty of her soft black eyes, drawing the illustration of the moonlight to themselves. Elegant and naive, the pillar Mira's group leans against, Alaya Schneider herself. This timid girl spreads the positivity of life and is able to see the beauty of trivial things, such as caring for those who can't on their own, animals and plants. Her purple, orchid long hair let loose, winds gracing against them. Your Issei meddles with the devils of the academy, Alaya. He seems quite fond of them, too. Exclaiming with hatred in her voice, Mira made her claims with such tone that demanded to be solved right here and now. Her acclamation was met with surprise, understandably. To claim that Issei struck a deal with the devils he told them to never engage with was something Alaya didn't picture the gentleman would do. Alaya differed from others in Mira's group by one small factor, that she had been protected from the supernatural entities by not her, but Issei himself. He had been the one to hone her skills in marksmanship, spending his free time to teach her everything she knew and entrusted her safety to Mira when she approached. One of the most fundamental reasons Mira and Issei got along well is due to Alaya insisting them to cooperate more often, which resulted in Mira being fond of the gentleman as well. I don't get why you even try to reason with them, either. The leader of the group spoke again, interested in his desire to cooperate with the opposing faction, at least that's how Mira saw the devils of Kuo. They had no business laying their claims on the land she had been living for the past decade. How did you figure it out, that I don't understand, Mira? I was eventually going to tell you about this, but I think it's due time we have this talk. Leaning back against the chair and making himself comfortable, Issei made the decision to negotiate with them thoroughly. They had every right to be upset with his actions. Sakamoto, he's seen you and the devils the day before. I heard that you even took down Lucifer without any difficulty. Laying down her evidence and taking her stand, Mira resolved herself that she would get her answers, one way or another. Heh, that kid. It's true, though, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Claiming to not leave them in the shadows, yet acting behind their backs. Mira would be right to not believe him, and Issei wouldn't hold it against her if she did. Why? Why do you feel the need to cooperate with them? If anything, you would be much better if you wiped them out completely. And don't even try to bullshit me, I know they're hardly a match against you. I was concerned with Lucifer's arrival, but now I see that he's not a tenth of the man you have claimed him to be. Mira had seen the power Issei possessed firsthand in the incident against Varian, such suffocating power she hadn't even thought possible. Look, Mira. I want to coexist with them solely because I wish to participate in meaningless conflicts no more. I just want to graduate and fuck off before I get into the world of supernatural again, that's why. You are already in supernatural, Haidu, drop the bullshit. No, Mira. I am not in supernatural world anymore, I left that side of the world a year ago. You're not in it either. If anything, you're hardly a lost soul trying to get into a world much bigger than yourself. I'm trying my hardest to not get you and your friends involved, that's why I do certain things. HMPH, I'd be much better off if you don't. Now even if I grow more powerful than them, I can't act on it. Issei knew that Mira's a vengeful soul, one that never lets go of the hate she feeds off of. He had been like that, once, when he was still inexperienced in dealing with the supernatural. Yet, Issei managed to find that their enemy was not supernatural, but those within them that took their just cause and used it for another purpose. You just don't understand, Mira. Even if you somehow remove them out of the equation, Underworld will forever pursue you. PFFT, you didn't make such claims when you erased that son of a bitch, did you? You're a damn hypocrite. The case of Varian, something that still lingered within the brunette. That's when he first met Mira, too, thanks to the pure soul like Kiryu. Could he handle it better? Definitely, presenting the evidence and awaiting Underworld to decide on the punishment would be far better for him to do. Yet, Issei had been conditioned to deal fair punishment to those that knew no boundaries. I did what I had to do, that's entirely different from what you want. And I'm doing what I have to do to survive, Haidu. One day or another, they will come after us too. That's why we have to make the first move. I don't wish to live the life of a slave, I can't say the same applies to you, though. Mira's words echoed the youngster in him, he used to think like that once, too. When he was still oblivious to the real threat. However. Call me that one more time, and I'll make you see through it, Mira. I didn't spend 7 years of my life trying to fight against the supernatural to end up a servant. Mira stepped too far with this one, she knew that. However, she would rather go all out than to back down now. Maybe that whole 7 years are also a hoax. I don't know, all I see is one coward spewing lies. What he did and what he preached to them differed, that's why Mira couldn't believe him. If he wanted to coexist, then Issei should instead run off to the arms of the devils. Not try to convince them to do the same. Don't get too cocky, Mira. I get that you have true longiness, and you'll surpass me eventually due to the nature of your gift, but right now, I'll make an example out of you. That was akin to a promise rather than a threat, enough to startle the trio before him. He didn't like where this conversation was going even one bit, however, Mira held grudges until the end of her life, that was something he had learned when he first met the lady. Of course, Issei would never even think about clashing against Mira and would always try to solve things the easier way, yet there are times that she can't understand anything but violence. He could see that they were taken aback, the boy behind Mira dropping his composure to reach out for his hip where his sword was located. Even Alaya looked at him in disbelief and shock in her eyes, she wasn't expecting to be threatened by him, not in the slightest. Do it then. What's stopping you from adding another number to your list? I don't draw my spear against people I love, Mira. I'd much rather off myself before striking you down. The real nature of the Haidu Issei differed into two distinct people. The first is the kind and caring gentleman he had always shown to people he cherished. He would go for unseen lengths to provide for them and secure their safety. Always smiling and protective, that was how he's been known within the academy. That's how Alaya and Mira know him, a brother figure in their eyes. Yet, Haidu Issei is still human, he has sides that no one else knows, feelings that he never shares, intrusive thoughts that make him feel ashamed. For slightest bits of moments, the ugly side within him awakens, hurting those around him in its wake. Anger issues, lashing out to people he regards the feelings of the most. Threatening them, even injuring them when he's pushed beyond the limits of his wit. Although Issei tries his hardest to appeal to his own better nature, there are times he can't contain himself. The blood on his hands is still fresh. Touché, yet I'm still not convinced. You don't need to be, just accept the status quo now. I'm responsible for what you do and only I get to answer to the devils. Meaning we are now your subordinates, no Mira. You are free to do what you currently do without devils interfering with your business. If you go overboard, I'll handle it. If devils interrupt your quest, I'll resolve it. Think of me as a barrier for you and your group. Just try to be nicer towards them and don't act against them for the time being. What if I decide the devils are now a threat to us? I'll be there to stand against you. I see. Expecting a different answer, Mira could only look at his eyes in disbelief. Was one meeting with the devils all it took to tear apart their connection? Issei, seeing that his words were misinterpreted, decided to elaborate further. Look, I don't want any bloodshed, that's all. Do you think I can't take every single of them down? I absolutely fucking can. Give me 15 minutes and you'll find 15 dead bats across the town. Why don't I do it? Because it not only attracts unwanted interest, but also I managed to learn that they too possess kindness and goodwill within them during my evaluations. I get what you're trying to say, but I don't exactly trust them, I don't think anyone with me does. What will happen when they want to get us into their peerages? I'll make sure nothing of that caliber ever happens, I'm on both sides Mira. If they show aggression, I'll see the end of it myself. You don't have to worry about the safety of your group. See past your prejudice and try to reason with them yourself for once. I promise if anything goes south I'll bear the blame and we'll try your way. I can attend to that. At least for now. It ain't hard, you see. I just don't understand how pacifist you can be, I saw how bloodthirsty you are when you put your mind to it with my own eyes. Why do you insist on being on good terms with the devils? Why? That's because I need them to be alive if I want to be alive, simple as that. If they end up dying, the apocalypse would dawn on us the moment the news of their demise arrives to the underworld. You can't grasp the importance of the heir and heiresses in Kuo, Mira. I know they are influential in the underworld, but are they that important? Yes. Especially Riaz and Vali. You know how important Lucifer is, but Riaz is on another level. If Val ends up dying, his gramps will stomp us, but that's it, only a few casualties. Riaz. She's another story. If Riaz even gets slightly injured due to our actions, her brother will rain down hell on the whole Japan by himself. Now, Vali's here and I don't need to completely look after them and Citri will officially help me maintain the safety of the town. So things are looking good for the time being. Officially help you? As in. I told you I made a deal with them and your rights are now protected by me. Citri and I will look after the town's safety and deal with anything you guys can't on your own. I have some sort of authority regarding their rule. Stray devil exterminations and rogue supernatural entities are your responsibility now, along with Riaz, Sona and their respective peerages. Anything above that, if you can't handle it, Vali and I will interfere. Well, to be fair, it was like this before too, but I made it official and we don't have to hide ourselves now. People of Kuo are the winners here Mira. So, you're saying that I don't need to worry about devils trying to stop us from burning down supernatural creatures? Even if they're allied with the underworld? As long as they are not officially invited by the authorities, you're free to exterminate those who disrupt the peace of Kuo. Go wild. Perfect. Now, back to the main point, why do you keep underestimating me? Underestimate you? You? I completely know what you are capable of Mira. Be grateful that I'm fully giving you permission to step over your limits, too. If you're referring to being the host of True Longinus, I'm sorry to say that you're still oblivious to your Longinus's true capabilities. Bullshit. What do you mean by me being oblivious? You may not know it, but I'm familiar with True Longinus due to one of my colleagues being the late host. I was able to observe what that spear is capable of and trust me you haven't shown anything quite like what he has. If you did, you wouldn't be confined to being my subordinate. I'm almost jealous I wasn't chosen to wield it, you know. You have the second strongest Longinus, possibly the most versatile device amongst the sacred gears, and you claim this? I sometimes have a hard time with your sense of humor. It's no joke Mira. If I had true Longinus, I'd be much more capable than I currently am. Zenith Tempest is something I still struggle to properly use, that's why. Anyways, one more thing. Yeah? What did you mean by the late host? Didn't you say that sacred gears are given to the soul by the God of the Bible, and only when the fated host is born? That's true, you can't obtain a sacred gear through any other means. However, true longinus is a bit different from the rest. Different. Think of true longinus as the failsafe of humanity, due to being possibly the most powerful weapon in all creation and the most prized one amongst the longinuses. It acts differently, for its main purpose is to protect humanity, rather than to provide strength to the wielder. It'll always manifest right after the host meets their demise, locating the one with the most potential. That's how you got the gear, too. Explaining the real reason behind Mira's longinus, Issei savored the look on Mira's face, as if she'd been struck by lightning. True longinus being the failsafe of humanity is no surprise, as God intended all sacred gears to be weapons for humans to fight against the supernatural on equal grounds, elevating themselves and proving the might of humanity to those that dared to underestimate them. That's one of the reasons Issei felt a connection, desperate to believe in God, that he never abandons the humans, he cares for them, he loves them. To this day, Issei never abandoned the faith and tried to live his life by the code. It was expected of him to believe in God, as he'd been brought up by people that have been excommunicated from the church and still deciding to live their life according to the Bible, not wavering even if they've been cast out. Seeing the defiance and their attempts to reconcile with their own conscience opened up the path to him becoming a believer and follower of God. He'll be forever thankful to Mother Miranda and Griselda for their efforts. It didn't help that his best friend was one hell of a devout believer herself, too. Zen's attempts to bring him to the faith had been remarkable, as he looked back. How, Zen, Leo, Jean, they all have been there for him and supported him as he navigated from one obstacle to another, finally accepting the existence of the big guy upstairs by heart, as Kao referred. Those were the good times, simpler and meaningful times. Knowing something and believing in it are two things that contradict each other, as you can't believe in something and know it at the same time. Yet they found the meaning behind believing something bigger than themselves, the comfort that comes with having faith in their struggles. That someone looks after them when no one doesn't, that cares for them when no one does. It felt good to be a believer. So, what happens now? A bleak future gave reasons to concern the beauty, her chaotic nature couldn't adapt to the times of peace. Bringing down monsters and creatures that dared to inflict harm upon others, this way of life had been the one thing she's been desperately clinging onto, ever since the tragedy befall on her. You decide, I can call Citri and organize a meeting with you and her right now. Or you can call in tonight and confront her whenever you want. Giving options to the self-proclaimed savior, Issei analyzed the body language of the people before him. Elia seemed to be rather at ease, compared to her companions, with a lax smile and resting her chin atop of her palm. Mira and Naruhito were both restless by the thought of approaching devils without precautions, as they've never tried to take the easier way. However, Issei could see the change taking place in Mira's eyes. When they began to talk, she was adamant that she would never cooperate with them if she could obliterate them instead. Now, she took her sweet time to think what to do. That's a sign of growth right there. I think. We'd like to ponder upon it before deciding. I need to get everyone's approval first. Mira's answer seemed to be one within reason, as Issei couldn't force them to meet up with the heiress. He was an empath, he knew what each of them went through. It's only natural that they can't push their traumas away to open the path to negotiate with a species that caused one of them harm. "'Kay, I'll be on my way then. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Issei needed some serious nap time, due to not being used to wielding Gay Bolg alternative for a while, he got some rust on him. Nothing a good nap couldn't fix, of course. "We're good, thanks for the help today." With a sincere smile, Mira and her companions took their leave. "Don't sweat it." Issei shouted at their disappearing figure, even they know how to utilize teleportation spells, something he still lacks at. As their figures disappeared, Issei took a sip from his coffee and checked the time. 11 p.m. still an hour away from midnight until his favorite place closes down. Deciding it would be for the best, Issei leaned against the not-so-comfy chair and began to scroll through social media. Even though he wasn't as active as others on it, he still had a few laughs and posted selfies on the platform. What a way to spend his spare time. He was no doomscroller, yet Issei still couldn't keep his eyes away from it. Leo posted another story. I don't even want to guess what kinda adventures he's been on. As expected, Rya-san still got it. Name a better duo, Akeno Himejima and Leather Jacket. Kaichu hasn't accepted my rec, no surprises there. Val and Kiba queuing up. Now that's something I didn't know, Kiba playing League. Georg. Still being a fanatic Arsenal hooligan. That's why you don't get to be happy, dude. Scotch Anne is as cute as ever with her tiara, I should catch up with her sometime. Another iconic duo, Jean and Nun Robes. I don't think she understands that she's kind of a thirst trap amongst her followers. By then, a notification dropped into Issei's phone that crushed his mood in an instant. Unknown. The treatment is complete, you may pick Ika Kiryu up now, hi to Issei. With an address attached to it, Issei knew the sender by heart. The fallen Governor General, Azazel. The mad scientist he entrusted Ika's well-being to, due to the governor owing him a favor. However, the reason his entire mind had gone haywire was different. Grigori wasn't aware of his identity by the time he had taken Ika to the governor. This changed everything. His identity was now compromised, with Grigori even knowing where he lived as the location was within Kuo. Issei struck the deal with the governor by his alias, SS, and made sure that he was cloaked properly. There was no way of linking the Spearboy persona and the Haidu Issei identity. This could only mean one thing. Someone's been deciphered. Someone within the 10 has fallen to the hands of the Grigori and have been either pushed beyond the breaking point, which seems unlikely as they've taken a vow of blood to never expose one another, or the scientist finally figured out to usurp memories from someone. The second option was more plausible than the first one due to the immense trust they've had in each other. Either way, this development needed to be quickly resolved before anyone other than him gets exposed. The question is how? To confront a cadre directly? Possibly an entire faction? No. He needed the guidance of an expert immediately. Come on. Answer the phone, damn it. For the last 5 minutes, Issei's been calling someone that made him the man today non-stop. I need you, General. Come on. Ring. Where have you been? Sakura-san. I've been trying to reach out to you. I was busy. What is it? You're going to break my heart one day, you know, Auntie. What did I say I would do to you if you ever called me Auntie one more time? That you would make Kusanagi no Tsurugi a permanent part of my skull. Damn straight. I am 28. I know, but still you're always going to be my auntie. Also, I bet my entire fortune that you were enjoying some Cuban and wanted to savor it. So what if I was? I know you're broke, don't try to fool me. Nothing, just knowing you that could be the only reason for you to not pick up my calls. Guilty as charged, brat. I even missed being called brat, you know. Weren't you the one that wanted to take a break? Which resulted in the 10 splitting up. True, but I had my reasons. You know, Kai. I know, kid. Yeah. I presume the reason for your calls is not something as trivial as missing me. It isn't. Something happened. Let me guess, you overstepped. No, I didn't. I've been operating as you told me to. Your reports say the opposite, kiddo. I'm the one writing them, of course they're going to be messy. Precisely, you haven't learned to hold yourself accountable, couldn't you learn a thing or two from me? I learned everything I know from you and Cow, that includes hiding my identity. Ah, that's why. Yeah. It's on a larger scale, I'm afraid. How large? A faction. A what? You. Please don't beat me up, I'm innocent. That's something I am going to decide, hi to Issei. Oh shite, government name. You're at Yamaya Coffee House. How the fuck? I didn't even share my location. Oh, I'm going to tear you fucking apart when I get there, brat, if you even move an inch that's going to cost you a limb. Don't believe me? Ask Georg. I believe you, damn it. You're overreacting. Am I? You're going to be the reason for our damnation and you dare tell me I'm overreacting. Damnation. You tell me that there's someone that can take you down. Color me fucking surprised. Yes. Don't glorify me, brat, it ain't gonna save you. I'm not glorifying you. I'm just stating facts. Don't even move an inch. Just like that, the general hung up on him. Issei was now more anxious than ever. He thought his auntie would help him instead of making him worried than ever before. She would find a way, that's for sure, as she dragged him out of much bigger messes before. However, Issei couldn't help but tremble at the thought of being scolded by her. Her lessons, as she called them, shaped the image of the general as a tyrant, not discriminating against anyone. Then, it happened. A teleportation circle manifested itself beside him, shaking the already terrified boy even more. Stepping out from the circle stood the almighty general. Crimson hair that defined the standards of beauty, fierce, red eyes that fixated on his brown ones, glaring at him with an undying fire he's been accustomed to since his childhood. Hanging from her shoulders, the red cape of rebellion, a single ornament that wherever General appeared, proved to be enough to cause fear and discord. Suited in her battle attire, the general looked as mighty as ever, even when she's been past her prime. For Issei, this woman became the only solace when he found no one else to turn to, taking him under her wings, teaching him about the supernatural and what they represented. Informing him of his destiny as he's been chosen as one of the children of God, that he needs to fulfill his duty to look after those who can't fight. An exact role model for the youngsters at the hero faction, or at least, she had been, once, up until the time of their departure from the banners of Cow's brigade. With iron-tight grip she had ruled, no oppression escaped her wrath. Proclaimed as the finest swordswoman in the entire world, General rose the humanity as a faction during her stint as the leader of Chaos Brigade, standing right next to the supernatural, as if to scream something like as divided as you are, we are united. As soon as Issei saw the furious figure of General approaching, he immediately sought out to do one thing only. Covering himself. If there's only one thing in this entire world capable enough to make him scared shitless, it's the General having a meltdown, something only he's able to do according to Tobio. She's never striked anyone within the 10, he achieved that by making the General upset on such a scale that she went in for a slap that resulted in him having a sore cheek for 2 weeks, along with a broken tooth. Her expression then and now matched evenly. Issei would even dare to say that she's now more angry with him than she was at the time. Get up. I don't wanna. Get up. Reluctantly leaving his comfortable and safe spot, the brunette now found himself in front of the magnificent figure that always gave him comfort and safety. Still covering his face for an upcoming strike, Issei passed a glance through the space between his fingers, lifting his chin up to maintain eye contact with his semi-parental figure. That deadly look in her eyes conveyed everything Issei needed to know, that he fucked up through and through. Hands off, immediately. Now, kiddo. The General struck fear into the hearts of those that dared to even come face to face with her. Issei was no exception, he had been made sure of the fact that when Sakura-sen's pissed, no one can escape her wrath. At ease. The control she had over him was absolute, for every command the General conveyed, Issei felt as if he was experiencing some sort of deja vu. Only able to obey. The figure in front of him made Issei tremble, the thought of being hit by the General one more time made him absolutely fearful. His legs felt powerless, not even able to support his little weight. In front of her, Issei returned to his childhood, looking up to her for protection and information. The cold, indifferent look replaced the furious ones, and Issei completely understood what it meant. Punishment. The thought of it was enough to startle him, as he'd been always fearful of the General, a sentiment shared within the members of the 10. Once Sakura's been pushed beyond her limits, she gave special lessons to those that incurred her wrath. Yet, as it turned out, the only one that she ever felt the need to be physical was none other than Issei himself, the rest being torn to bits with her tongue only, capable of crushing the mental of whomever she decided was in need of desperate correction, as they've strayed from their paths to become influential figures for humanity and the future. As she raised her hand, Issei prepared himself and closed his eyes. He didn't want to be hit. He didn't want to be hit. He didn't want to be hit at all. He's scared. He's fearful. He didn't deserve to be hit. He didn't want things to turn out like this. Issei didn't want to be hurt. Come closer. Why did the General feel the need to hit him? Why? 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 He braced himself. It won't hurt. It won't hurt. It won't hurt. It'll hurt. It'll hurt. It'll hurt. It'll hurt like a bitch. He could feel tears slipping away from his eyes, down to his cheeks. Insulting Sakura always resulted in her breaking his heart, the heart that she healed years ago. Yet. He couldn't abandon her, he wasn't someone that reaped the benefits of someone and let go of them the moment he didn't need them. Issei would always bear the blame, he's been like that since his childhood. If her hitting him would make her heart at ease, he'd bear it. The strike he anticipated never came, only the warmth of the mother figure he longed for came through. SHHH. There's no need to cry, my boy. BB but. I get it, don't worry. Placing his head on her bosom, providing the solace the young boy needed at the moment. Sakura ran her fingers through his hair, something she always did whenever he was around, stating that it calmed her. Embracing the sullen and devastated child that she adored since she came across to him, Sakura's actions proved to be effective as Issei poured his struggles and tears freely. I didn't. No need to cry over spilled milk, we'll get through it eventually. We always have. She was akin to a mother figure when he needed one, gave him a heart and filled it with love and comfort. This boy gave her the joy of being a parent when she needed one more soul to save, to forgive her conscience. No one in this damned world could ever take him away from her, not even herself. Issei taught her how to be human, how to love someone unconditionally, and the boy returned her love with undying loyalty. At first, Sakura screwed up, raising soldiers and children were indeed different as she figured out the correct way along the road. She'd been angry with him before confronting him, as Issei she raised wouldn't make the mistake of exposing himself. She didn't bring him up to fail when he decided to take off on his own. Sakura's pretty confident in her skills when it came to the battlefield and the bureaucracy, no son of her could screw this much. She'd been ready to give him an earful, too, before seeing how shaken he'd become over the course of his journey. Which faction? G. Grigori. The Fallen. Damn. It's going to be tough. I'll sort it out, no matter how hard it's going to be. If the whole world decided to be against her boy, Sakura would see the end of the world herself whilst lighting one cigar. It didn't matter whether he's guilty or not, she wanted him to feel that there are people behind him that no matter what he does, they'll always have his back. Dealing with someone that rivaled her strength and surpassed her on the political side of things was something she needed to bypass for the sake of the boy she raised. He's always been gullible, not afraid to show his emotions and preached honesty above everything. For the cynical and rational Sakura she had been, Issei was a weakling with no saving grace. He couldn't even hold a sword if his life depended on it and had always been behind his peers when it came to magic, even when he had the perfect sacred gear for it. He was simply a lost cause, not even worth splitting their rations. Yet, this boy had a heart of gold, this much was enough to give him a fair chance. What gave you away? Did you come into contact with them lately? This. The boy reached into his pockets and pulled out his phone, with a message sent to him no less than 15 minutes ago. As Sakura gazed through the contents, she understood how serious the situation was. They demanded a meeting with him. She always advised him to use proper methods of cloaking when striking a deal with the fallen angels, they've always been more cunning than their neighbors. Yet, it didn't matter. Sakura hadn't been the head of Chaos Brigade for nothing. This Aika, you know them. MHM. Is she the reason for your involvement with the fallen? Yes. Then you have nothing to worry about, I'll see this one through myself. You did the right thing. Although, it would have been much better if you had consulted me first. Sorry. Don't be. I know the likes of Azazel, as long as something of equal value is presented, he'll keep his mouth shut. Sakura pecked the top of his head, as a way of showing that she wasn't exactly upset with him, that misfortunes happen from time to time. Her action resulted in the boy embracing her even more tightly. Truthfully, Issei has always been one of her weaker spots. This lone child had been the one to teach her about the joys of raising children, even if they weren't hers, managed to place himself to a spot in her heart that no soul could dare to reach. Remember how we used to operate in official meetings with the factions? With me being your bodyguard and you doing the talk for the hero faction. Precisely. I'll handle the governor, you look out for me in the meantime. It had been an eventful day for the governor. At last, he had been able to restore the identity of the girl, using every unorthodox method at his disposal, even going as far as to call a Juka of the underworld to resume the treatment on his behalf. This small favor of the spearboy cost him a month of brainstorming and pushing the limits of spell analysis, as the effects of the memory alteration spell imposed on the girl was still on full drive, even after the caster bit the dust. For the sake of helping a child of God, the duty bestowed upon him the moment he fell from grace, Azazel went to unseen lengths of dedication. The governor didn't know why, but ever since he had taken his duty, he could feel a connection between the children and the fallen, as if they'd been destined to fall, so these children could thrive under their wings. Every member of Grigori had been tasked with monitoring and caring for the unfortunate souls that possessed the gift of their father. It mattered not, for every child, the gates of Grigori are open, even those that have been born as the enemy of the fallen, such as Vali himself, and even Issei. In purest of coincidences, he had been able to mark the connection with the spearboy that had been branded as a terrorist and Issei, due to the fact that the boy came for his aid regarding the cause of Aika Kiryu, the possessor of Tilo's karma. The Watchers suffered due to their behest actions, in the wake of humanity proclaiming themselves as a faction. This particular case of the Japanese boy, however, needed to be handled with utmost care. Azazel could gain the trust of numerous factions overnight, just by turning the kid in. Underworld would happily organize the trial and deal the punishment by the dawn, because the boy meddled with the heirs more than once, resulting in certain pillars being forsaken of their future. Norse would make an example of him due to his involvement of the bodyguard of Odin herself, perishing in an effort to protecting the allies of Nordics. Even amongst Grigori, Azazel could picture some individuals wanting their share. Yet, there are always backlashes to every decision. By turning in Issei, Azazel would possibly betray his own duty to look after children of God, that is due to the fact that amongst those that have been selected as the elite of the Chaos Brigade, every single one of them are either blessed by benevolent gods or possess sacred gears. Taking the fury of Chaos Brigade after losing such an important member into the equation, Azazel knew no matter the decision, he would simply lose at the end. That's the exact reason he wanted to meet up with the boy under the disguise of Aika Kiryu's treatment. Of course, the governor could hand in the girl without a fuss, however, trusting an individual of his caliber was a gamble. Quite the resume, don't you think, Vali? I should have expected it, to be fair. Keeping up with me and even forcing me to resign is no easy feat. Haidu told me that he had his tenure in Chaos Brigade. I didn't think it would be this bloody. He exceeds my count by quite a margin. You came face to face with him on day one, ha. What's he like? He's good, pretty darn good, I'll give Haidu that. Considering he's raised by the leader of the Chaos Brigade, I think it's only fair. Care to tell me, what would happen if I pit you against him, for real? It seems your old age is finally catching up to you, Zaz. Even if Haidu used every trick in the book, I wouldn't lose. You told me he beat you once, how did that happen, then? I only used scale mail and in contrast to Haidu, I had no intention to kill him. He still needs a few years to catch up with me, if those spears are all he got. I don't think the spears are the only thing in his disposal. Every member of the Chaos Brigade's elite force has either a Longinus or an artifact that rivals the strength of the Longinuses. Consider it next time. If there's going to be a next time, I will, Oz. Oh, there will be, I presume he's on his way. You brought me here because of it. The governor needs a bodyguard to keep his hands clean, of course. If what I expect turns out to be true, you and Haidu will probably get into a fight. I sometimes forget that you're an actual important figure because of all the daydreaming you do, you know. What are your so-called expectations, then? Haidu will bring someone with him that exceeds his own authority and power. Those that are exposed often consult their leader about their next move. So you're basically saying we're going to be hosting the leader of Chaos Brigade, right here and right now. Just the two of us. Yup, that's why you're here. A fight between me and the general will only result in destruction. If things get serious, I'm throwing you against Haidu, and you two will duke it out. You're going to make me kill my friend, you know. You always choose the most unfortunate path, Volley. Can't help you with that one. Tell me about it, the boy I clicked with turned out to be a serial killer. I wonder whether it's due to my misfortune, or I'm indeed cursed. Volley graced through the list one more time, so many important figures and influential devils perished under the hand of Haidu, the lad he became somewhat fond of in the recent times due to their similarities. Just as Volley thought the day had been going fine, he received a call from Azazel, seeking his immediate help regarding the boy. If only Haidu could keep his identity hidden, Val would have hit Emerald in League overnight. Queuing with Kiba proved to be the right call, as the lad would steamroll through top lane with Fiora, whether he's counter-picked or camped. You owe me a promotion, jackass. You told me you were done with Chaos Brigade. I am Val. I have no connections with them anymore. You just walked in together with the infamous general, prick. Yeah, I did, so. Are you doing this on purpose? Doing what? Acting oblivious as if she ain't the leader of the organization. Your information regarding Chaos Brigade is pretty outdated, you know. General stepped down from the captain seat 2 years before I cut my connection with the faction, appointing Zod in her place, and reigned as the honorary leader. I ain't gonna trust you now, Haidu. Not after seeing that. Seeing what, Val? The people you put 6 feet below, fucker. Even made me shocked. Oh. Sona has that list, I gave her myself. I'm surprised she hasn't shared it with y'all. She's another type of psychopath, what can I say? Sona would most likely see it and throw it away like nothing ever happened. Can't blame you for that one, not gonna lie. The youngsters, whether due to their inexperience and failing to read the room correctly, began to speak amongst themselves, earning the ire of their respective caretakers. Hey. I brought you here to look after me, Val. Not to gossip with the suspect. Kid, shush. Hearing the orders encompassing themselves, Issei and Volley took their stances behind their parental figures. The governor leaned comfortably against the couch, staring at the infamous general in the eyes, in a peaceful manner to not escalate the matters further than needed. General. Governor. It's been quite some time since our last encounter. I see that you went for a change regarding your escort. This one is a bit feistier than the rest. This kid is one of the best when he puts his mind to it, I assure you. I take it that you're still milking the descendant of Lucifer, not to mention the dragon in his soul. I don't have the luxury of raising child soldiers like you, I'm afraid. Gotta use every card in my hand accordingly. Try my method, the benefits are surprisingly decent compared to the effort. My moral compass is still within the desired limits, hard pass. Don't dare to preach morals to me, fallen. I heal the children you leave to die on their own, the ones you've continuously ravaged the lands of due to your petty conflicts and arrogance and your little wit. At the very least, we butchered our own. The damage you and your companions have done to the realms is irreparable. Yet, you needed humanity to look after itself. What better way to educate them than to strike anything that doesn't resemble them, am I right? In a fierce eye contact, both Azazel and Sakura knew that continuing to argue like this would not solve a single thing and would only hurt the pride and accomplishments of the other party. Time for the youngsters to talk was gradually approaching. Issei, love. Would you? Reaching to her pockets, the general pulled out 2 Cubans of equal length, as if to say that she considered the individual in front of her as her own equal. Putting the second one at the side of the table, closer to the governor, brought to him by Volley, Sakura leaned towards her boy. With pleasure. In a flick of his hand, appeared a bluish flame that made the eyes of the governor go wide. Lighting the Cuban effortlessly, Issei made eye contact with Azazel to see if he caught up with their little play. As expected of him, the attention to detail was one of the stronger suits of the leader of Grigori. Sharing a glance with Volley, Azazel conveyed his thoughts. They had to up their game. Snapping his fingers, the Emperor produced a trail of flame in its purest form that reached to the tip of the Cuban, effortlessly lighting it. Quite the trick. Hardly. I can't produce holy flames at the tip of my finger, unlike you. Nice to see that you can catch up to things when you're invested. As the leaders enjoyed the poisonous air filling their lungs, the youngsters felt the need to complement each other's capabilities. They would be the key to solving the situation, whether Haidu would be exposed as the SS of Chaos Brigade or continue to live his life however he wanted. Both Sakura and Azazel could only hold off each other from those two duking it out. Still contributing to their efforts. I'd retired long ago, Governor. My only objective now is these kids being able to live their life how they want. A woman of your capabilities. I'm surprised. It's a peaceful life. I get to be filled with pride with each step they take. Grigori could definitely be able to benefit from your experience regarding the children of God. I only swore allegiance to humanity, I couldn't take your offer even if I wanted to. Besides, it would leave a sour taste in my mouth to work under someone after years of leading the youngsters. Fair enough. The tension de-escalates slowly as the leaders come into the peace of mind. A conflict at this point in time wouldn't benefit either of them. Azazel witnessed the rise of Chaos Brigade at the palm of the woman before him in real time. The method she had undertaken resulted in humanity being able to hold their grounds against the supernatural effectively. The general knew the exact point she needed to apply pressure to get the results she wanted no matter the faction, even made deals with Grigori to ensure the well-being of the children below her. Afraid I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. What are your demands? I have none, I only called Haidu Issei to evaluate him and confirm my suspicions. If he's directly under your command, I don't see any reason to lose a valuable ally in times of need. He has been under my banner, not anymore. Regard him as a bystander in this conflict. Care to elaborate? Whatever he has done are the results of my direct orders. Anything he does after this meeting will be his decision, I can confine his destiny no more. If you put it that way. Volley. Yeah. Still adamant on your promise? Definitely. You heard the general, Haidu Issei isn't aligned with the Chaos Brigade nor the former leader. I don't see any reason to keep him alive. Am I allowed to go wild? Azazel could grasp the importance of the boy for the lady, she wouldn't have come all the way from her hideout if she didn't value his safety. However, both of the leaders were curious about the outcome that would result had their protégés clashed. The governor could see it in his counterpart's eyes that she too wanted to see what would happen. It would help to develop the lost respect between the youngsters once more. Sakura knew that it was inevitable, both Vali Lucifer and Haidu Issei have been raised as free spirits. Their ideologies differed and that would result in a conflict in the long run. She could see the bloodbath that would have taken place had it been for these children decided to solve the problems they have against each other without the supervision of their caretakers. This was the only way for them to coexist in contrast to their differences and sins. You seem to underestimate the boy's capabilities. Issei, be a dear and remove the heir of Lucifer for me. Permission to go overboard. Granted, Kynareth may descend if necessary. What would they do? Obey the orders and fight until the opposing party falls. Or defy their parental figures and refuse to hurt the friend they recently made. That would also help the leaders reevaluate the growth of the youngsters in their absence. Neither Azazel or Sakura could keep them under their wings anymore, they needed to take off on their own. This spar would prove that they could manage just fine without being dependent on anyone. Round 2, bring it on Val. Divine Dividing. Zenith Tempest. I have no plans to hold back this time, prepare yourself. Neither do I. May the best one win, then. Taking their stance, forming eye contact with each other. Issei and Vali both knew the importance of their fight, a matter of pride and respect for their leaders. Neither one of them would fall without giving their all. For the people that raised them, made them the man they are today, the youngsters would fight until they can't. Clasping his hands together, Issei made the first move, slowly opening a gap between his hands. The brunette manifested a spear made of pure ice, found in the depths of River Elevator of Niflheim. The technique made possible thanks to the efforts of Scotty of the Land of Shadows, leaving him for a month to spend in the frozen regions of Niflheim to understand the difference between the types of ice found in various mythologies. Capable of freezing anything on its path, as well as to repel almost every flame. Ever-frozen spear. Winterblast. Neat trick. Thanks. Not enough, though. Concentrating the inner devilish energy, Vali manifested a weapon forged from his own blood and heritage, in a flash of brilliance. A holy weapon that is condemned to the house of Lucifer, only those that possess the blood of the first sin are able to wield. The Lightbringer, prized gift of Samel, Lucifer. Obeying the descendant's will, the Lightbringer shifted its attribute to demonic energy, to take down the foe before him. Issei knew that with just Winterballist, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the damage output of the Lightbringer, one of the finest blades created by the god of the Bible himself. However, every problem would be solved in due time. The brunette would eventually pull Rongaminiad out of its sheath if things get to that point. He knew Volley didn't have any intentions to back down from this fight, as he had been defeated once. Deciding to make the first move, Volley lunged forward. This time, he wouldn't let Haidu decide the tempo of the fight and would continue his assault as much as he could. Aimed at Haidu's right shoulder, Volley made a slash that would result in at least a fractured bone, with the power of the swing alone, if Haidu decided to parry it rather than step aside. Unfortunately for Volley, Issei made the hasty decision to get out of harm's way before the strike could connect with him. Continuing his relentless assault, Volley didn't back down from being the aggressor as he went in for a stab, turning his body at the right moment to strike Issei. Successful in his attempts to injure the boy, Volley retracted his blade and stepped back. The tip of the blade connected with Haidu slightly at his neck, bleeding profusely. If he hadn't been able to move himself at the right time, the battle would have ended in an instant. "You're serious about this, good." Reinforcing the spear to make it more durable than before, the brunette took on the role of the attacker as he pulled a trick from his sleeve. Closing the gap between them in such speed that made the boy startle, Issei went in for a slash that would cleave the boy in half. The anticipated Volley would be able to dodge the strike purely because of his experiences, due to that Issei used a trick that would help him to take the lead, conjuring blades of ice beneath his foe's feet with his longiness to make him lose his footing if he decided to play defensively. What he didn't take into account was Volley didn't seem to care if he's injured or not, as long as he managed to get hits on his opponent. Not backing down and resisting against the strike by holding the greatsword horizontally, Lucifer wasted the plans Issei delicately made. Haidu seemed to be careful with his approach due to him pulling out Lightbringer, a wise choice by him. "I'd be ashamed if you think I'd go down with such cheap tricks, Haidu. I guess you're past your prime." PFFT, as if. "I'm still as good as I once was." They have been going at it for at least an hour, wrecking Azazel's apartment in the process before taking the fight outdoors. Both parties didn't seem to back down from the fight, no matter how injured they were. Their weapons had their fair share of being wrought down due to constantly clashing against each other. Drops of sweat ran down from their faces, the battle had taken its toll on them. Yet, neither of them had any intention of resigning as they were confident in their capabilities to make the opposing party surrender. "You don't act like it. That's only because I'd want you to live, honestly. If I were you, I would be more concerned with my own well-being. You can't win against me, Val, not in a million years. The lance that shines to the ends of the world. Rongaminiad. That's more like it. Come on. Divine Dividing. Balance Breaker. Malabranch Fusion. A subspecies balance breaker, most probably developed by Azazel himself. Issei knew the dangers of Xi balance breakers due to him possessing one himself. The power that comes through manipulating the mechanics of the system and rewriting the origins of the gear proves to be effective, yet also harms the user if not handled correctly. Manifesting itself as a scythe, the balance breaker absorbed the greatsword into itself, converting the energy of the Lightbringer and Divine Dividing into another deadly weapon. Sensing the energy level of the scythe exceeding the Lightbringer by quite a margin, Issei knew he was bound to unleash the seals placed upon the lance to catch up with. This weapon of Volley was akin to another Longinus in terms of output potential. Such power made Issei wonder about how it was even possible. Alamids. One must savor his honor, facest thine opponent alone. Lancelot. For one to shine, thy struggle must not be against opponents that rose from nature. Mordred. Thy battle must be against evil descent. Bedivere. Thine opponent shall exceed your strength. Gareth. The conditions of thy battle must not be inhumane. Agravain. Thou must seek the truth. Kay. Thy struggle must be for thy life. Percival. For the sacred lance to reveal the end thou battle must be against a being of honor. O holy lance, tell me of the end. Rongaminiad. I won't fall for the same trick twice, Haidu. As Volley observed pillars of light heading to his current location, he braced himself. The Malabranch fusion was something he asked Azazel to develop against beings that exceeded his potential at the time. Haidu was fit for this criteria, solely because he wielded Rongaminiad and Zenith Tempest, two artifacts that were capable of ending the world, according to the dragon in his soul. If he could get the timing right, he would strip Haidu of his privileges in one move. Gripping the scythe tightly, Volley awaited as the lights continued to come at him. One decisive strike would prove to be enough, he would make it enough. As the pillars were about to collide with him, Volley spinned the scythe with all his might, successfully sending the lights to oblivion in a flash. The fusion differed from Haidu's Rongaminiad in one aspect. Nothing could stand against the unholy convergence of Albion, Samel and Devilkin's finest weaponry. Even the Tower of the World. The balance breaker amplified his physical capabilities on top of granting him access to otherwise locked out techniques by the God of the Bible for a short amount of time. And Volley would use it to the brim to gain advantage against the brunette. Seeing the figure of Haidu puzzled by his demonstration of power, Vali made the decision to strike him unexpectedly. Closing the gap between them in an instant, the Emperor swung his scythe precisely without Issei being able to repel or dodge, getting a clean slash on the boy from the top of his right shoulder down to his liver. Blood sprouted from the brunette as he was launched by the sheer pressure of the strike, not before leaving Vali a present. As the Emperor tried to get out from his position to not get hit by the holy lightning Haidu summoned, he struggled to balance himself and took in the whole strike himself, leaving him with second-degree burns on his forearms and face. In their exchange of blows, Vali emerged victorious as Issei struggled to compose himself after being nearly sliced in half. Still, Vali knew that Haidu would get up if it weren't for the specifics of the balance breaker itself. Surrender, now. Before things get ugly. Z. B. It's no use, Haidu. Albion got his claws on you, give up before the toxin spreads thoroughly. The Malabranch fusion utilized the best of the three artifacts, Divine Dividing, the Lightbringer and Malabranch. Sanguine Desire, without the cons, allowing Vali to tap into the toxin that made Albion feared through the realms, even when it had been prohibited by the god of the Bible. What Haidu now felt was the poison of the White Dragon Emperor on a smaller scale, spreading throughout his nervous system and paralyzing him. In under 5 minutes, he would need to say his final prayers. Zenith Tempest. Balance Breaker. Recurring Wrath, Chinerous Tempest. Round 3, Val. In a flash of elegance, Haidu Issei stood proud, as if he hadn't been infected with the deadly toxin, wielding Rongaminiate and Gay Bolg alternatives simultaneously. Ha. 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 You're a damn monster. Drenched in sweat, barely managing to catch their breaths. Issei took an E, clinging into his prized weapon to hold himself from completely collapsing. Him and Vali have been going at it for at least an hour and a half, with either side having no intention to back down from the only fight they would be allowed to go all out and show the other side who's the boss. Up until meeting Vali, Issei hadn't been able to be forced back as much as he had been. The irony that "ha" comes out from your fucking mouth. Sparing a glance to his opponent, the brunette observed as Vali himself took a breather and tried to compose himself. The youngsters were not able to overpower each other, no matter how much they tried it, with Vali being the superior side, thanks to his Divine Dividing working overdrive for the most of the fight. Even with such advantage, the Emperor was uncertain about the outcome of the fight due to Haidu's unorthodox balance breaker, a kind he hadn't ever seen before. During the fight, Haidu often managed to get out of harm's way with his speed alone, leaving Vali to take the role of the attacker, and be damned if he couldn't keep up. However, in moments when this force of nature slipped up, Vali made sure to leave the maximum amount of damage to his body, all for no avail, as Haidu's balance breaker made him practically unbeatable in such circumstances, reverting the damage in an instant and increasing his resistances every time Vali could come close. Vali wasn't aware that one could force a sacred gear to such lengths, diversifying the utilities of the gear and changing the balance breaker completely. Even his Malabranch fusion used Albion's magical capabilities and his venom, granting him the edge often. Yet, Haidu's balance breaker didn't resemble any kind of elemental or weather manipulation, the core aspect of Zenith Tempest, able to give the wielder total control over these concepts. Irony. You sliced me up like an onion, fucker. You healed up in an instant, how am I gonna compete with that? I don't have a cheat code called Divine Dividing, jackass, you do. And I ain't gonna regenerate a whole arm in 2 seconds, prick. Can't argue with that. The spectacular battle had come to a stalemate as neither party weren't able to overpower the other, whether due to lack of output potential or insufficient motive of their fight, as they both had no desire to wipe out each other completely. A battle of endurance it had become, to see who would fall short first when presented with an unavoidable force. Yet, the brunette's experience in such matters proved to be applicable more than Vali's pride to go undefeated. Kid's decent, gotta give the lad that. With interested eyes, the governor watched as the battle unfolded. He had high expectations of one of the elite of Chaos Brigade, even before meeting him directly, one that had been directly raised by the woman beside him, who had given her fair share of trouble to the realms in her prime. Achieving such power in such a young age was the proof of extraordinary resilience and potential, as Issei knew that dearly, as he had a part in raising Vali as well. Brat's been through stuff, it's only fair if he reaps the benefits. What he experienced, what Issei gave up in his route to rise amongst the ranks of hero faction to be selected as one of the core members of the precautionary force General herself founded, had been influential in his character and personality. People like him, who could go beyond their mistakes and try to live another day, always succeeded in their goal due to their endurance. Can't see that clearly, haven't come up against anyone that could stand their ground this well with Vali before. Even in his early years, Vali promised extraordinary potential due to the circumstances he had been in. His physique and wit made Azazel wonder if he was actually a child, as Volley would not be swayed out of battle even when he was the underdog, because he knew his limits very well and would operate according to them. Subduing him was an achievement in its own, something his foe managed to do solely due to the element of surprise. He's not bad either. Still has a long way to go, though. Analyzing the opponent in their short time, Sakura made her claims as she had seen the state the heir to Lucifer was in compared to Issei. In a battle between Longinus users, everything depended on how well they could adapt to the other party and their unusual techniques, results of their balance breakers. Volley Lucifer's Malabranch fusion compared to Haidu Issei's recurring wrath was at best an ordinary spell, nothing out of the world, in contrast to her expectations. As in. Curious about the inquiries of the fellow general, Azazel made his claims. He too could see the difference between the youngsters as the brunette relied more on his weaponry, in contrast to Volley being more reliant on his hereditary powers and battle prowess. If I had that brat under me, he'd have turned out to be a Satan candidate by now. Heh. What makes you say that, Sakura? I hadn't realized we agreed on a first name basis, but I'll consider it, Azazel. We've been acquaintances for at least a decade, I suppose there's some kind of familiarity between us by now. Savoring the cigar in her hands, Sakura rolled her eyes at the thought of associating herself with someone as deranged as the governor. There's a prime reason for her being the leader of Chaos Brigade and forming the hero faction to further educate the youngsters and protect the rights of the innocent by battling against the supernatural, a reason she instilled in every pupil of hers. That one could never trust the supernatural, for they've done more damage to humanity than they've benefited them. Even the Watchers under Azazel, those that protected and provided for the children of God. Under the guise of being beneficiaries, Abrahamic factions doomed the innocents by bestowing their knowledge to them, often resulting in the suffering of those that had no desire to be indulged in their affairs. Fallen used the bodies of the humans to provide for themselves, a practice that has been long prohibited by the will of God. Angels, unknowingly, loved humanity, a blind love it had been as the creations of their father, often lose their sanity at the sight of them. For years, Sakura maintained her authority as the leader of Chaos Brigade, appointed by Sentinel, a fallen angel that questioned the integrity of Grigori. During her time, the method in which they dealt with supernatural was simple. Annihilate anyone that dares to disturb the life of men, fight fire with fire. For she was one of those that had their life turned upside down by the members of Abrahamic factions. The redhead took the road of vengeance, not discriminating whether they've been innocent or not, slaying the wings of any creature she had come across. Amongst her followers were all kinds of people that had been affected by the supernatural or were wronged by them. Those that she could call her comrades in arms whilst she had been slaughtering beasts mindlessly came from the direction of the church of all places, aiding in her conquest. Every single one of them had traumas inflicted upon them by the place they called home. Yet, they found one common goal that channeled their efforts to waste their lives for. That kid, meanwhile, has the necessary means, doesn't possess the techniques required to take down someone like Issei. It's one of the reasons Issei is able to hold his footing, too. Deciding to please the curiosity of the fellow leader beside her, Sakura exclaimed. Volley Lucifer may have become a powerhouse through this method, however, against the prodigal Issei, fell short due to not realizing the importance of how incapable he is with the extraordinary weapon he summoned. Against a lance user like that brat of yours, my kiddo pulled out the only weapon that could equalize the circumstances. I fail to see your point, General. In theory, Azazel's claims were absolutely right. The scythe would have been a perfect counter to the Rongominiad gay-bolg alternative duo if it was used properly. That's exactly why he knows with a scythe he can regain his tempo and footing due to not having to enter the danger zone. Yet, knowledge itself isn't enough. Has he ever fought against anyone other than Issei capable of dual-wielding apocalyptic tier spears? I can see that he hasn't, it shows. Unnecessarily trying to be on the dealing end whilst he should wait for Issei to come at him. That's why you're the scientist and I'm the fighter, Governor. In the experienced eyes of Sakura, without bias, Issei would emerge as the victorious side just because the kid knows what he should do in such a situation and executes it properly. Sakura raised him to provide support when necessary. Issei didn't have to be the only frontliner of their group, as neither his weapon nor sacred gear itself promised such a role. In the 10, the frontliners were either her, CC, Saintess, Princess or Fiend. Amongst such heavy hitters, they could afford to place the brat in another category that would benefit them more. That didn't mean he wasn't capable of defending himself, quite the contrary. Haidu Issei would come on top against anyone in their group if he used everything in his disposal. He had, once. Having a Longinus didn't place you at the top and all of a sudden, every single male within the 10 possessed them, yet it took them continuous trials and errors to end up where they are at now. Haidu Issei suffered from something Sakura liked to call improper diagnosis. His personality and sacred gear were enough to make him completely fall into a support type. He possessed the means, and the rather tiring part could have been skipped completely due to him being able to wield any element without channeling magic. The kid bled like a fountain and it wouldn't stop easily. Later the general found out that he's a hemophiliac. Definitely needed to stay away from harm as much as possible. If it had been that simple, this brat would have remained within the 10 and would succeed as the next Grey Witch in a few years. AK, improper diagnosis. Issei didn't have any talent to unleash his potential as a Magi, even when he had the perfect device in all creation. What to do with a child incapable of benefiting from his greatest strength? Open up another path for him, of course. Curing his disease was, unfortunately, not an option as complete healing was as scarce as water in the Sahara. He needed to be resilient, durable enough to not get hurt as easily as the others. The driving factor was found, the next step was to find his second greatest asset. That turned out to be his extraordinary skill in footwork, able to sway away from clear strikes with agile movement. In her experiments with the second generation of youngsters, Sakura learned that making the sacred gear users dependent on their gears was the wrong move, as they'd be rendered useless with just one incantation from curse bearers. Handsome Fiend was one exception from the second generation that she didn't inherently have under her wings, and that lad turned out to be the most compatible with his longiness, achieving unseen lengths with his gear. To tackle the improper diagnosis as she named Issei, General found another way for him to flourish even against unfavorable odds. Making him completely independent of his longiness, even prohibiting the usage of it in his early years under her tutelage. Even the most arid land can flourish if it's taken care of properly. That's the way General operated. In the end, Issei managed to become a force to be reckoned with without his most prized asset. And found the proper use for it when he put his mind to it as well. His balance breaker, recurring wrath Zenith Tempest. If Sakura were to describe it, it would be more akin to a space-time manipulation technique rather than the usual elemental control Zenith Tempest is known for. It made him immune to most elements and provided resistance to elements not registered within Zenith Tempest's system. Allowed him to conjure spears of various matter from which he gained increased resistance. Definitely enough to crown the technique as a mediocre tier balance breaker. However, there's a reason this kid managed to fight every single one of them into a stalemate a year prior, herself included. This balance breaker of his is no ordinary, mediocre utilization of the longiness. There exists another technique within, which she prohibited him from ever using at that level. That Haidu brat, it seems as if he's incompatible. I can't put my finger on it. Continuing his analysis on the youngster's ability to fend off each other, Azazel lit his own Cuban in fashion, earning himself a doubtful look from his company. When he looked over to Volley, the kid knew what he could do with his longiness and acted on it. That could be whether he was more in tune with his gear due to the constant interference of Albion, or simply Volley was better at handling a device like Divine Dividing. Nothing seems to escape your eyes, Governor. Confirming his suspicions, Sakura glanced over at the contestants herself. What the governor implied was almost the truth, to be completely honest with herself. I can't exactly point out the cause from a single demonstration, but I bet my money on the boy being not educated properly about his longiness, that's solely because no one knows exactly how it operates either, no offense. The operation mechanic of Zenith Tempest varied from wielder to wielder, depending on how compatible they are. From the looks of it, Issei had a hard time manipulating and controlling his longiness. You owe me big, then. Almost the truth, yet so distant from it. Ah. I see. What is it? Information regarding the children of God was invaluable, especially one raised under the wings of the finest swordswoman alive. Why would I share his weakness with you, Azazel? You're still the governor of fallen angels, I'm still the general of hero faction. If you uncover it yourself, that's a different story. Being acquaintances and beneficiaries differed from being allies, the governor continuously overstepped his boundaries and made the line thinner and thinner with each step. He's one sly bastard, Sakura would give him that. His incompatibility regarding the balance breaker had been an issue Sakura tried to solve before making it usable in any circumstance, ultimately failing due to the nature of the technique. It came down to the spears he wielded and what they represented, what they're most likely used for. Gay bold alternative affected the user on existential level, granting them immunity to poison, curses and increased resilience through putting its own curse on the user. Wrath of Dunscaith, capable of driving the wielder insane by having their consciousness constantly invaded by the spear's first user, Scathach of the Land of Shadows. One slip up from Issei would result in the lady manifesting herself within his body to offer her damnation to Celts once more. Such a spear represented the sins of humanity, to bring out utter carnage and damnation to whomever is at the receiving end. A bold alternative is a weapon that can't be wielded without possessing the same desires as the Lady of the Shadows. Wrongominiate offered its user the power to mend together the world by enacting itself as the tower. The restraints that have been put on it by the Knights of the Round Table are the only thing that kept this beautiful spear from being used to destroy the world, as it had the potential output to wipe out the planet in one pillar of light. The sacred lance can only be used to save the world and protect humanity. Any other desire would result in being purified by the spear's failsafe system. In reality, no soul could possess both weapons and use them at the same time. Issei managed to break that statement with his balance breaker, due to his physique and mentality being enhanced by Zenith Tempest. Such power came with a cost, warranted as it had been. Without perfecting the balance breaker, Issei would need to constantly battle the Lady of the Shadows and Rongominiad's failsafe in his consciousness, whilst trying to compose himself. Dealing with either one of them in a normal situation was an experience that no ordinary man could manage easily. Both of them at the same time even wore down their joint wielder. With the strain that comes from maintaining balance breaker, it was inevitable that he would be seen as an incompatible child. Then, it begs the question. Why does Issei feel the need to use both of them at the same time? Because of his balance breaker's speciality, of course. Recurring Wrath Chinerous Tempest increases the output of each unique spear by a margin, surpassing the likes of Unawakened True Longinus, even without needing to release more than 7 restraints for Rongominiad, without needing to partially give Lady of the Shadows control to enhance Gaebold's capabilities. With just one of them, he wouldn't be able to gain the edge against someone like Vali Lucifer. The gap between them was closer than Sakura would like to point out. In that case. The shining eyes of the governor fell as they've been replaced with determined ones. He wouldn't waste this opportunity. Want a closer look by yourself? Sakura could understand Azazel's perspective, as Issei's case was different from most Longinus wielders, solely because that kid knew what he should be able to do, but fails at the execution. Definitely, it might be the only time I come up against the second most powerful Longinus. I'm going after your brat, then. Feel free to do so, I have utmost faith in him. HMPH, consider him lucky if he manages to last against me for 10 minutes. Sakura wasn't called the most precise swordswoman in all of Chaos Brigade for nothing. Time to back up that statement in the most fashioned way possible. Vali Lucifer could be defined as the most fortunate out of all the heirs of the original Satans. Possessing a Longinus due to his mixed heritage could be easily seen as a disgrace to most of the underworld, yet as he's the Lucifer of this generation, no one dared to speak against him. His gramps had a huge part in him being practically untouchable in the underworld's internal affairs, as no one could match the influence of the Lucifer household. The miracle child of Lucifer he had been coined as. Spending his early years with the most skillful warriors of all time, of both underworld and overworld, it was expected of him to shine brighter than his fellows. He was destined to rise the throne of Lucifer to a whole new level, to take what is rightfully theirs back from the fake Satans. Even if the underworld thrives with the emergence of the new Mau, in Vali's and his grandfather's eyes, they are only usurpers. Indoctrinated to become the future of the motherland, Vali Lucifer embarked on his journey with one goal in mind. To become the apex predator of the underworld. Everything he experienced, whether it left a sour taste in his mouth or filled his being with profound happiness, defined him as the man he became today. Vali of the Lucifer household is the man that experienced the death of his loved one, shaped, molded by the loss of someone he held dearly. Vali Lucifer is a traumatized man, witnessing the full-scale cruelty of Heavenly of Aloha, learning the meaning of being able to depend on his comrades at such a young age. That boy is the same boy that cried his heart out when he had heard of the news of his grandmother's demise. What he fought for, what he learned, what he had given in exchange to become the being he was destined to be. Not a single one of them mattered against this freak. If Haidu is a force of nature, this woman is, surely, Gaia herself. Never in his life, Vali could be cornered in such a way that he couldn't even perceive what is happening around him. The way the infamous general came at him left no room for him to even think about his next move. As agile as a hydra, possessing the might of the Nemean lion. This woman crushed whatever expectations he had about the leader of Chaos Brigade. He could now understand why Azazel couldn't finish them off at the very beginning. Because if that's the retired general, Vali had no idea what she would have been capable of if she was in her prime. Such deadly sword technique she had displayed, even so that Vali was absolutely sure that even Arthur, the Prince of Pendragons, wouldn't be able to overcome it. TCH. It seemed as if the general was frustrated, whether it had been because Vali hadn't been able to give her a fair fight according to his reputation, or that he exceeded her expectations by going toe-to-toe with her protege, was something Vali couldn't quite put his finger on. The predicament Vali found himself in was absolutely, without doubt, miserable, as his balance breaker nearly shattered and could only endure so much. I don't understand, really. Shaking her head, the general continued her assault, relentlessly. Vali couldn't follow up in time, resulting in a diagonal slash that spanned from his elbow to his fingers, nearly chopping 3 of them in an instant. Bleeding profusely without being able to fight back, the boy widened the gap between them by retreating away from the legendary blade his opponent wielded, creating a little opportunity to take a hold of his breathing. What she couldn't understand was a thing Volley couldn't ponder upon due to the circumstance he has been in for the past 5 minutes. Come to think of it, Volley wasn't even sure if they'd been going at it for that long, it could have been shorter. The general thought as if Volley was just a speck of dust under her feet, that she could end the fight whenever she wanted, but refused to do so to determine the strength of her opponent. This fight felt way too one-sided than Volley would ever admit. Even when he had Albion on his side, the heavenly vanishing dragon, the heir of Lucifer, couldn't get a hold of his standing. Every time he attempted to divide the strength of his opponent, the general responded by not letting him take away her power, by literally giving him no room to concentrate on activating his gear in the first place, something that seemed out of this world to him. What should have been an instantaneous spell, according to Albion, was cut short due to the relentless assault of the lady. What's there to not understand? Her strikes came no more, as Volley spent the last of his energy reserves to actually survive the fight against her, rather than going band for band with her, something that he never thought he would need to do up until meeting this freak. Firmly planting the blade on her hands to the ground, General rested her chin atop, deciding to please the curiosity of the heir. That you turned out to be so clueless, I'd have expected more from that madman. I presume his old age is slowly catching up to him. Clueless. Him. What? Oh. Darn. Do you mean? Volley couldn't find the energy to even speak, he was beyond wasted thanks to Haidu and General. He's got some rust on him, not as bad as Haidu, but definitely past his prime. Though, Volley wasn't sure he would be able to keep up with the lady, even if he was in shape. This lady was the live evidence that everything he believed to be right was actually wrong. Look, kid. I don't sugarcoat this stuff, you're the worst when it comes to wielding a scythe. Just so you know, that comes from someone that spent their whole life on the battlefield. You don't have any idea how to properly use it, do you? Sakura saw the likes of Volley in every part of her life, having something powerful in their disposal, but not being able to use it to their full potential. Q in Haidu Issei with Zenith Tempest. Being versatile and having different aces under one's sleeves are generally believed to be useful, and they usually are. Sakura herself had different aspects about her that only in adversity she would benefit from. However, someone like Volley, a close-range fighter that preferred hand-to-hand combat, naturally don't have much choice. The thing is, as Sakura learned over the years, that for some individuals, if they simply master something they are good at, as opposed to diversifying their strengths, it would benefit them much more in the long run. That's the exact thing that made Haidu Issei such a force to be reckoned with, as a spear user. Of course, he knew how to hold a blade and cast basic spells, that much is guaranteed. Yet, for him to become the man he is today, Issei didn't need to hold a blade as well as herself. In contrast, he became obsessed with spears. He first began to hold it, distribute the weight evenly, and align his footwork to match the movement of the spear. The fundamentals, as she coined. For 6 months, Haidu Issei only held a spear, Sakura didn't even allow him to take a jab at something. He needed to be familiar with the weapon in his hands, even consider it as another limb. For his first year, Issei could only train his spearmanship against another member of their faction, not even given permission to use anything else than a spear. Rightfully, there have been moments that the kid just couldn't progress without being able to apply his education on a real-world scenario. At that point he would receive a mission that undermined his quality, yet would show them exactly how he fared with a lance. Needless to say, Haidu Issei turned out to be an excellent spearman, with potential to overthrow the previous user of True Longinus as the most skilled spearman of the entire faction. The kid surely lived up to his potential, due to being able to wield Drongaminiad, as the lance only heard the calls of Pendragons before him. The point is, kid, don't look at me as if I'm saying something that makes no sense. I have no idea whether it's because you've been under that crow's influence for far too long, or that you lost the ability to think for yourself, but the way that you fought against that brat clearly shows that you literally fight as if you're in some sort of a game, believing that overpowering your opponent is all it takes. The real world is tough, people are far more capable than you think. I don't understand. What she implied, Volley couldn't make sense of it, as she said. Did she literally imply that Haidu is weaker than him? That Volley only fought to get on top? Ah. I'm not the one that needs to tell you this, right? Tell me that you don't think of it that way. Sakura couldn't believe that the heir of Lucifer could be this misled about warfare, that power is the absolute deciding factor in battle. Come to think of it, it's only fair as Azazel himself wasn't such a warmonger. There, look at him. Why do you think he has a better time against Azazel than you have with me? Pointing at their direction, the general awaited Volley to observe them completely. As Sakura said, Haidu fared much better against that old man. He could keep up with Azazel's strikes and answer them without even needing to pull himself back, going band for band with him. Haidu was in much worse condition than him, Volley could see that, yet he kept on fighting as if it didn't bother him even slightly. Issei is nowhere near your level, power-wise, yet he's able to match with your rhythm. That's because he's better with a spear than you're with a scythe. The idea is sound, I can see the logic behind your balance breaker. Yet, it'll only hold you back if you don't know how to use it properly. I'd even reckon that you'd beat him if you kept the greatsword, because you, at least, could use it to some level. Focus on your strengths first, then focus on your opponent's weakness. Lecturing the young Lucifer, Sakura extended her hand, signifying that their battle had come to an end, with Volley having a wild hair up on his ass. Volley could understand a bit better about how Haidu managed to come on top against him on both occasions. Because Volley lacked the fundamentals of fighting with a weapon, as he had been only using them as a last resort instead of his primary means of fighting. Haidu would continue to be the winner unless he's forced to abandon his spears, because that's the thing he excels the most at. However, if he could develop something. It's possible, however, I would recommend against it. Why? First of all, if you think you'll be able to match Haidu's tempo with a simple change, that means you haven't learned anything from this fight. Secondly, I wouldn't want to be addressed as a copycat by the red one. We'll eventually go past him. I'm not concerned about Haidu, but rather, this woman. Volley, I would recommend you to not come face to face with that lady ever again. Some fights are meant to be never repeated. Just because she handed my ass to me, doesn't mean that it'll always be the case, you senile lizard. In case you forgot, I was able to hold my ground against beings far more powerful than her. There it goes, you never learn, do you? Do you actually think that Haidu is more powerful than you are? Yeah? He's got the second strongest longinus in all of creation, it'll only make sense if he's able to overpower me. You're smarter than that, kid. If he's better at Zenith Tempest than you are with me, why do you think he didn't manifest his gear before? Because he wants to keep a low profile, no. Showing all the cards he has on board from day one would only make him more targetable. That's correct, yet, I'd advise you to observe closely. Can you see any difference in his style or power after he's materialized his longinus? As the dragon in his soul advised, Volley began to watch the fight between Haidu and Azazel as it unfolded. Haidu often managed to be the favorable one due to Azazel not going all the way with him, as opposed to the general wrecking him with everything she's got. While they clashed, Volley could sense that the brunette generally lost the grip he had on his spears, slipping away from his hands from time to time. Why did it happen? Volley had no idea, but could understand Albion more clearly. He's got an unpolished balance breaker. Damn straight he does. Instead of being more durable, that kid is burning his insides trying to maintain the improper balance breaker he's got. Haidu's not the almighty man you picture him to be with that unorthodox technique, he's only got an advantage that you can very well dispel. Which in turn means that he's only had one up against me for a while. If I can drag out the fight, it'll surely be able to wear him down. I see. Not only that, it seems to be that he can't maintain his focus clearly. You know what it means, right? I'd be ashamed if I didn't. His biggest strength becomes a weakness for him. If I play my cards right, Haidu will fall on his own. Correct, now, do you understand what that lady tries to imply? Not everything is about being powerful. I lost to Haidu because he had been more prepared to fight against me than I had been, compared to him. Now, I know his weaknesses, his strengths, with enough firepower, I'll be able to fry him. Good, I'd have been disappointed had you not figured it out. One more thing, though, why do you want me to pursue the leader of Chaos Brigade no more? You're oblivious to certain things, but I can feel it, Volley. The lady has a mystery surrounding her, and she can feel that you and I are having this conversation, at this moment. I'd suggest you drop this at once. Whatever, my head fucking hurts. I'll deal with them later. Just let me lay down here a bit. At this point, Volley's condition could only get worse as he's continuously bleeding, yet he paid it no mind at the moment. The mental exhaustion from dealing with Haidu and the general outweighed everything, maintaining the Malabrance fusion only contributed to this fact. The cool breeze helped to soothe his mindscape, healing him internally, bringing peace to the chaotic train of thoughts. Up until one fucker crashed right next to him, resulting in a crater, with a light spear lodged into his right shoulder. Rough night. Not budging ever so slightly, Volley asked nonchalantly, Haidu was far more durable than that. Fucking tell me about it. Panting, with clear signs of exhaustion, the brunette replied. Azazel pushed him far more than Volley did, as expected of the governor of the fallen. In an attempt to get his footing back, Issei tried to pull the light spear out of his shoulder with great effort. To no avail as the light spear continued to burn through his soft skin, resulting in a bigger hole and nearly disconnected his right arm from his body. Don't bother, unless Oz wants otherwise, it'll remain there until the end of your existence. Think of it as his signature move. Volley had seen it firsthand when Azazel put down rogue members of his faction, imbuing them with a light spear connected to their life force. It was a scary technique, only to be used when Azazel absolutely demands the opposing party to cease their advance. Forever. My ass. Kynareth. With an agonizing screech, an enormous figure appeared right behind Haidu's body. The figure soothed any injury in his body, healing them in an instant. At the very least, Volley could only explain it that way. As if made entirely of silk, the figure cleansed Issei's body with an unknown fluid, shattering the light spear lodged onto his shoulder along with itself. This was Haidu's technique to heal himself in an instant, whilst increasing his resistances against the opponent's element. I'm fucking spent. Not being able to compose himself, Issei lay in his spot. His arms and legs gave up, not capable to support him or his spears anymore. Even you have limits, Haidu. You're never meant to fight against a cadre, after all. Taking a jab at the boy laying right beside him, Volley chuckled. It'd only get even more interesting from this point. At least I didn't give up after a light spar against Sakura-san, prick. I can take her on for about half an hour. You might, on the other hand, I'm able to demolish Azazel at every chance. It's just a matter of being able to hold your ground against someone bigger than yourself. Let's just call it a bad matchup. Yeah. Let's call it that way. It ain't a lie, though. I can see why they wanted to take on us separately. We would have a better time against our mentors, respectively. Both of the youngsters specialized in different aspects. Volley is the more powerful one out of both of them, and Issei is the more technical one. They both have what it takes to take the next step towards becoming a better man in the future, with their minsa trained and bodies molded by the experiences they have gone through. You could trust Issei to take out a high-profile target, and he'll deliver, flawlessly. On the other hand, Volley would be a much better choice to have in times of crisis, as he's more solution-oriented and can cause massive damage to larger areas. They had no desire to be enemies, and it would only leave a bad taste in their leader's mouth to let go of a valuable ally in times of need. These kids, they would be able to overcome what both Azazel and Sakura lacked, a true unity regardless of race. As their friendship blooms, both of them will have time to question their beliefs and change them accordingly with their experiences. It'll only benefit them, both of the leaders could see it. Impressive, it seems you've raised an interesting kid, General. Azazel was beyond impressed with his capabilities as a hitman oriented towards assassination. That kid had potential to shake the world with his balance breaker, earning the namesake of it fully. Of course, it wasn't developed correctly. From Azazel's point of view, it needed some sort of emotional drive to ensure that it functions as intended. As he lacked the emotional aspect of this fight, it's only natural that Haidu Issei seemed as if he wasn't compatible with Zenith Tempest. Lucifer's not half bad, either. Give him to me and I'll make an excellent side user out of him in 2 months. Volley had promising potential, even at his ripe age. He had room for development in every department, something that Issei could only have with his Longinus. In contrast to her brat, Volley Lucifer could be trained to be more of an accurate and reliable fighter. Their origins differed, and it had an impact in their potential. As a devil, it's only natural for Lucifer to end up as the supreme one against Issei. I can't speak on his behalf, he's past the age where he would listen to what I have to offer, I'm afraid. It might seem from an outsider's perspective that both of the generals raised them to become weapons to be used for good, but for the sake of honesty, the leaders enjoyed raising another soul purely to help them more than future-proofing the faction they spent their lives for. After all, they weren't only leaders, but parental figures as well. In spite of you, that's one thing I'm grateful for, truly. My kiddo calls me whenever he wants to see me. For her, Issei was more than a child in need of help. Sakura found the meaning behind her actions when she took Issei and the rest in, under her wings. Before meeting them, she had been consumed in her madness, exacting revenge after revenge, an infinite loop of creating and dispelling the same hatred, over and over again. As she healed them, she healed herself as well. You can learn a thing or two, you know, Volley. Azazel's adventures with the heir of Lucifer didn't span as deep as those two, as they obviously needed each other. However, Volley imbued him with the importance of peaceful times and what it means to look after someone that didn't even share his race or blood. Be fucking grateful that I answered your call in the first place, old man. Volley considered not picking up the phone until he couldn't bear Azazel's continuous calls. That damned crow didn't know when to stop, really. Meanwhile, it's true that this night had taught him many things about both Haidu and himself. Volley could do without them. In midst of Azazel's laughing and Volley glaring at him, the general picked up her sword and made her way towards her boy. He's gone beyond the usual limits with a last incantation. It's natural if he's exhausted to such a point that he can only observe the commotion at the moment. How are you holding up, kiddo? Taking her place right beside him, Sakura looked at her boy as he had difficulty breathing properly. This power of his, it never promised his well-being. Sakura continued to look deep into his eyes. She could see that her boy couldn't even open his mouth due to pushing himself too far without precaution beforehand. The injuries he sustains are still fresh, and it'll only get worse. He wanted to speak, but couldn't. Issei couldn't even move the muscles on his mouth to produce anything, whether it's meaningful or not. Seeing that he had lost the ability to communicate, Sakura could understand the severity of the price coming his way. Alright, try to move your pinky finger, can you touch mine? Positioning her left pinky right next to his, the general waited patiently. She had seen him become like this before, due to his improper balance breaker. First of all, she needed to calculate how dangerous the after state would be, that way, she would be ready when he feels comfortable enough to deactivate the balance breaker. If he still has access to his nervous system, General Anska could reverse the damage without problem. She could feel that her boy was trying his hardest to move his finger, yet even with extreme effort, he wasn't able to match her finger, even if it was right next to his. That meant only one thing. Wrath of Dunscaith pulled her tricks once more, clashing with Rongaminiad ferociously. Everything's alright. Interested by the condition of the boy, Azazel made his presence known once more. Even Vali was staring at the almost lifeless form of Haidu with perked interest in his eyes. Nothing you need to concern yourself with, Governor. At times like this, Issei needed to be treated with care, so as to not injure his mental and physical state even more. The governor might not have ill intentions right now, yet, without proper treatment by an expert at handling his situation, her boy would be forsaken of his connection to this realm. What's the matter? He was fine a few moments ago. Standing up in great effort, the heir of Lucifer observed as his friend went into a state of shock. From an outsider's perspective, at least, it seemed that was the case. From the looks of it, Haidu's improper balance breaker had an unwanted side effect plaguing it, which would explain the condition he was in during the fight. As I said, it isn't something you need to delve into, Lucifer. I'll take care of your friend, I always have. Replying hastily, the general braced herself for the worst. In one swift motion, she took her boy into her arms, carrying him as if he's lightweight for her. Recurring Wrath Zenith Tempest had an ability that she had forsaken the use of without her permission, which enabled Issei to temporarily go beyond his limits and use everything his existence had to offer. The Longinus reconfigured itself to obey the wishes of its user, allowing her boy to utilize the gear without suffering from his inability to maintain its power output at all times. Zenith's descent. When Issei first developed this ability, Sakura suspected that he might have been contaminated by an evil deity that resulted in such unorthodox usage of the device. The power balance breaker gave him was an unintended outcome, as Zenith Tempest isn't known for being able to manipulate space-time that was needed to perform the descent of an old god. For months, she had searched for an answer that could satisfy her curiosity. The answer came from afar, in the form of a strange visitor. 6 number HT number UPRP E68 -1 ++N. 4S3H.T and $NN2 equals KFKE at 7 IHRWQ equals X -6 PI5 and 0 YMTZ2V3G BP Y5 + 5T plus and N and $++SG AE8 number 3.3 NVKBG5 TTT number I. BE8 VZULEET6VIVHC plus 9 BA7 number MMHL equals AP equals -6 number %TI and FBAH8 plus IRE5 UWLK790 YE acute 4 plus and X6 and 1 R5. T7.9Q equals LRLXA4B. BY8U2 GU0F, 4G2MH. HHWWLAPB 5% INVHBG plus B minus 4BFQLH6UQ JOJ 8UT $966Y N2 plus 9 ZU equals J umlaut 5. YM6. %. PL halt. Stay where you are. This instant, Sakura always hated dealing with children, especially those that hadn't been in her care, nor were related in any way with her. They meddle with things they don't understand, and generally have been constant headaches for her throughout her whole life. This time, was no different. The so-called owners of this town had come due to their extravagant show, at least the general could deduce that without even looking at them. To think of it, her brat mentioned that they have been behaving well and acted rationally for the past year. Paying them no mind, the redhead continued her advance, with light and graceful steps. They don't matter at this moment, and she could very well deal with them if they overstep their boundaries. Sakura wasn't afraid of any consequence, whether she makes an enemy to the underworld out of herself. Even if they are directly related to Satan's, Sakura had her own ways to deal with beings that exceeded her capabilities at this moment. Hey. Sona Kaichu told you to stop moving. An irritating voice grazed her ears, still, they didn't matter, only her boy did. Provoking the wrath of a being that is on a higher level on the food chain than them, these heiresses surely didn't know what they're making themselves a part of. Sensing the energy of a dragon, the general, in a swift move that is befitting of her, got her boy on her sole shoulder, like a fireman. It seemed as though she needed to punish some ignorant children. Grasping the line shot from the sacred gear of the boy, Sakura pulled the owner with might that couldn't be withstood. Losing his footing, the boy flew towards her with such velocity that Sakura knew if she struck him at the right moment, it was over for the boy. Luckily for him, the general knew that ending the life of Citri's servant wouldn't benefit her boy at all. Instead, the redhead caught the boy with her free hand, applying enough pressure on his throat that he would barely breathe. Vritra. With the blonde boy at her mercy, Sakura glanced over to the sidelines. Quite the group, huh? Apart from Eris's, another group appeared alongside them. Consisting solely of humans with sacred gears and artifacts, they must be the Mira Adria and co. As Issei reported. One of them had caught her interest, the lady with Trolonginus. State your business, or I'm afraid we will use force. That Citri kid, able to stay calm when her servant is literally choking under her fingers. It made Sakura, at least, intrigued about her capabilities. I haven't been aware that I needed your permission to walk in the lands of God, devil. In an attempt to get a rise out of them, Sakura spat back. Truthfully, it always made her furious when a devil used that sentiment in Earth, the lands which have been blessed by the Almighty. It doesn't matter who you are, if you set your sights on our territory, we will protect our rights. Not wavering, Sakura could appreciate it. If it wasn't about her boy's well-being, of course. I have no business left here, I got what I came for. Enjoy your territory. He needed to be taken care of as soon as possible, Sakura couldn't waste her time here. Hurling the blonde boy back to her group, the general continued her advance. I'm afraid you have something native to this land, unless you hand him over, you can't leave this town. Going as far as declaring that Haidu Issei is her asset, Sona Citri made it clear that this lady wasn't welcome in her rightful land. However, what Sona failed to realize is that this lady didn't like that sentence, not one bit. You dare. Oh shit. As someone that experienced her fury firsthand, Volley positioned himself in front of Sona as quickly as possible. Her tone, with varying degrees of fury and venom, made it clear that the general was pissed. It isn't a fight either of us can win, Sona. Don't push it. Neither Haidu Issei nor this lady will leave this area, Volley. That's the end of it. You really can't read the room, can you? Whatever, I just fucking hope it'll go our way this time. Volley knew that his form wasn't any good, however, if Sona and Riaz try to take on this woman, they wouldn't even be able to see what hit them before ceasing to exist. Well, it's ought to be interesting. Hey, do you mind not slicing them up to the point they can't breathe, Sakura? Azazel had no desire to participate in this battle, it wouldn't benefit him in the long run. He just hoped that this crazy woman had some sort of self-control in herself to not end the lives of two sisters of Satan's that would fast forward them straight to apocalypse. I don't take orders from you, Crow. Feisty, I like that. Still, Sakura was not without reason. She knew that clashing and possibly killing them would do no good, yet, if it meant that her boy could get to live one more day, she was willing to end the world. She needed to be the bigger person, as expected of her status. If you care about this brat, I suggest you stop your aggression. He needs to be treated. I'm confident in our restoration capabilities, I'll be sure that he is completely healed by dawn. Healed, she says. PFFT. I beg your pardon. Ah. Never mind, I presume I have overestimated your relationship with my boy. To think that they haven't been aware of his circumstances, Sakura made the right call to take him with herself. If Issei went by himself or with Lucifer, there's a good chance that they would try to heal him. Last time I checked, Miki Haidu wasn't aware of supernatural, or had red hair. Unless you are his guardian figure, I am not convinced that Haidu-kun is yours. Sona could deduce something amiss from this interaction, the fact that this lady, Sakura, was overprotective of Haidu-kun, an unexpected reaction from a foreigner. HMPH, sophisticated brat. I need no approval, nor confirmation. Bet, lost. Last warning. Hey Sona. I really suggest that you should reconsider your decision. This isn't a fight we need to take. Volley knows that Sakura is doing what she believes to be true, and as the one that raised Issei, Lucifer could presume she knew what is wrong with him at the moment. She's taken an aggression towards one of my servants, Lucifer-kun. It isn't something I can overlook. That jackass initiated it, we both know. No offense, Genshuru. And none taken. What's gotten into you? As far as I know, you are always ready to take on people. It seems odd. Because it's the fucking first time I got beaten like this, like, she took my ass out and presented it to me. Here, your ass, take it. In like, 5 minutes. 4 minutes 27 seconds, kiddo. You took it fairly well. No one asked, Oz. I don't care, I found it so interesting that I kept a timer. As the tension de-escalated, Sakura kept on her advance. She could overlook the threats and ridicule, as long as she takes her boy to safety in time, nothing else matters. Save for one small detail. Ah, Tsubaki-chan, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be aware of this. In Sakura's mind, a switch had just been turned on. As if triggered by the presence of an annoying fly. So Tan. What have I said to you about informing me about people you can't handle? To call your one Isan, of course. That. Motherfucking. Leviathan. Kusanagi. No. Tsurugi. Tsubaki. Why? Sona absolutely didn't want her sister to meddle with her affairs, even if she couldn't handle them on her own. If she was to depend on her sister for everything, how would Sona be able to grow as her own person? That single mindset allowed her to try to surpass her sister in every way possible, but if she was to call her for every single incident she couldn't deal with on her own, Sona couldn't grow as a person. That is what she believed. It was as clear as day that with a faction leader, we have no power against them. This lady seems to be on the same authority level as the governor, even if they are not in allegiance with each other. It was the right thing to do, Kaichu. Presenting her case, Tsubaki Shinra bowed in front of her master. She could understand the frustration Sona feels at the moment, yet for them to be safe and sound, she had to call for help. Someone that was able to take on Vali and leave him devastated to this degree would straight up butcher them. You must have guts to come all the way here, Leviathan. It became apparent that Sakura didn't like Seraphal's presence, withdrawing her blade and tightening the grip she had on her boy. Can't say the same to you, leader of Hero Faction. Or should I say, founding mother. In an instant, everything playful about her attitude changed, an almost cold personality like her sister's came knocking. This was Seraphal on business mode. It has become obvious that those two knew and resented each other. Heh. Founding mother, that's something I hear rarely these days. Come to think of it, could it be because there aren't any remnants from that time, are there? Her status as the founder of the Hero Faction, many years ago, back when she was still slaughtering the supernatural without remorse. You're an old hag, don't compare me with yourself. Have you taken an interest in innocent boys these days? I wouldn't be surprised if it was the case, truly. I took an interest in him almost 10 years ago, it isn't something new. Unless you desire to be united with your ancestors, I would recommend not meddling with my boy, Mao. It took courage to challenge a Satan, but to threaten them. It was on another level. You haven't changed in slightest, what a surprise. I take it that we're handling this the old-fashioned way. Damn, straight. The feelings inside her reignited when she saw the sickening face of the Mao. Her whole being was enough to nauseate Sakura to the point she wanted to puke. At that moment, just as Sakura was about to flare herself, she noticed that something was amiss. Her shoulder, drenched in blood. Shit. That meant only one thing. Kynareth prepares to reap the price. Even the curse of Dun Scaith wasn't able to delay the lands blessed by God, ravaged, driven by perpetual chaos. Such destruction took place around that not even one single life form survived the aftermath, save for one soul that stood in the dead zone, resting as the beast continued its advance, destroying everything on its path. This man, with his gray hair, ragged clothes and malnutrition physique, indicating that he had been living in the apocalyptic world for far more than his companions, paid the beast no mind, as if he's been used to its presence. Issei looked around the place, it didn't resemble anywhere he knew of. Yet, the sight he had just seen was enough to shake his whole being, as if the whole world had become a silent, horrifying painting. As he continued to wander, he spotted a gruesome sight. Hundreds of bodies lay on top of each other, not even worth burying as they would eventually be destroyed by the beast. Welcome, listener. Alerted by the man's sudden speech, Issei turned around, there's no way that he could be aware of his existence. As far as the brunette is concerned, he's only here because he pushed himself too much, his real body is not here, only his consciousness. When he turned around, scared, he observed as the man seemed to be talking to an old-fashioned radio station. With a microphone in hand, the old man continued his speech. Heh. It's a bit weird, using this device. Too bad Irregular One didn't leave me with a manual, I can't blame him, though. He did everything he could, even transferred his origin to me. That's why. For his sake, for my own sake, I have to keep going, even if I no longer possess my clockwatch. You can call me Seventh. I don't know whether you can hear me, or whether this message broadcasts at all. Only thing I have left in my disposal is hope, something I haven't lost yet, maybe the only thing I still have in common with my younger self. I have been wandering Earth for the past 10 years, in search of something that could help my situation. I have no idea how Irregular One kept on going with what little tools he had. Just had a dream about my younger self. I would have given everything I have to return to those days, when I was still oblivious to everything around me. I'm straying off the topic. I ask for your forgiveness, I'm a bit emotional, nostalgic, even. Today's subject. Apocalypse 101. It's pretty simple, in contrast to popular belief. Trihexa awakens and ends the world, no one is able to resist it, no matter how powerful they are. I still have no idea who awakens the beast as it varies from cycle to cycle. How pathetic of me, truly. I have to give Irregular One more credit, this clockwatch is something that would have driven me insane in the first place. Doing something over and over again and expecting a different result, isn't it the definition of insanity? Still, I have defeated the beast more times than I bother to count, at the very least, I had, once. It's not immortal as the holy scripts describe it to be, yet, there's a twist. There is always a bigger fish, even if the said beast is the apex predator. I never understood how he was able to stand up to me at that time, when we first met. Now, I know that he is simply the better one out of the two of us, that he lived through every outcome, compared to I, who formed his own ending. Why did he give up? That's something I'll never be able to know, as he saved our existences, and to this day, continues to sacrifice his life, so that I may be able to save our dot. Due to Irregular One's clockwatch, I haven't been able to escape the apocalypse as I would have with my own, as our devices differ by origin. I adjust the clockwatch slightly, keeping my existence intact. He, on the other hand, reverses the clockwatch altogether, undoing everything he worked hard for. Even if by some miracle I get out of this scenario, I have no doubt that he will come knocking once more. After all, it's because of my counterpart's specialty that he damned us all, it was always his goal. Listener, what I'm about to tell you is a secret you must keep. I can only hope that you abide by the last wish of a man that has lost it all. In this world, people with magnitudes of power exist. There have been people that could slay the beast in one swift strike, people that could raise the dead once more, with all their might restored. Infecteds that could have your very being, yes, taking away what compromises your existence for themselves. However, my counterpart and I are different, for we are dot. You might wonder, how did I end up in this predicament? If I'd love to answer that, yet as it stands out, I actually have no idea, due to the interference of the man who rejects reality, the paradoxical one as we call him. His tone, solely composed of regret, whether it's because of not being able to save his world from damnation, or that his choices led to this predicament in the very beginning. There have been, let's say, glitches in the timeline, you're not familiar with them, at least, not yet. Thanks to the efforts of a certain invader, they have manifested once more, condemning my existence to eternal suffering. Still, I have to give credit where it's due, he did what he believed to be true. As if to communicate with someone that changed the course of his destiny, the man shouted towards the device. Second, I resent you. It's entirely my fault that I believed you. Your ideals, what you tried to preach to us, they have never been about our well-being, but rather, your desire to climb the stairs to achieve the secret syllable. If I could realize it sooner, then maybe, Irregular One would have been able to tamper with the timelines. At least, better than I could. From an outsider's perspective, the man preached absolutely nothing reasonable. Yet, Issei could sense that something was wrong, very very wrong. You betrayed our trust when we took up arms against the paradoxical one. I had to know that what you promised was, in its entirety, impossible. You had no power to reverse our fate. You couldn't reverse your own, nor your paradoxes, timelines, anomalies for what this man had gone through. Issei felt as if he could have done something about it. A nonsensical thought it may have been, yet he couldn't shake the feeling. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if we didn't shake on the deal. I believe I would have kept my own clockwatch, and you know it, too. You knew that we would end up the same as before, without our gifts, powerless against the tower. What you didn't take into consideration is, conjuring a spell from the depths of his existence, the man revealed an antique clockwatch made entirely of materials Issei couldn't recognize. That Irregular One never gave up until the end. As long as I don't burn out his gift, I'll continue to hunt you and the tower. Let this be my oath. Second, I'll demolish the timeline you worked so hard to protect. Original 7th, out. Connection terminated. Message transmitted. Shaken by the experience, Issei woke up drenched in sweat. Albeit the terrible sensation, he knew what it was, after all, it had been plaguing him ever since he activated recurring Wrath Zenith Tempest for the first time. Trauma. Issei called these fragments of memories that appeared in the aftermath of Zenith Tempest's absolute technique, balance breaker, as such. Never in his experiments had he seen any that ended in a positive manner, always and always it had been some sort of damnation imposed on, whether it's about him or his companions. He anticipated it to be about the sanctuary, the worst moment in his life that he still couldn't forgive himself for. It should have manifested about his traumas, as the possessor of Zenith Tempest, it was his price to pay for accessing such an unorthodox technique. The brunette had no idea why it happened, or how it happened, yet for some reason, he was able to access the worst moments of someone he didn't know anything about. For the first time, he had no idea what it was even about. There were far too many variables that he didn't know, that he wouldn't even dream about. Timelines, anomalies, mysterious figures surrounded in complete darkness, clockwatches. This one felt as if it was not a trauma, but precognition. Danger coming his way, shrouded in mystery. Who was that man? How did the world become such a desolate and desperate place? What even is an anomaly according to him? Who is second, a man capable of destroying the world and removing the gifts of people? What is the paradoxical one this man preached about? Why did he call himself seventh? What is the clockwatch of the irregular one? This trauma, he didn't like it, not even a bit. Who could even have such trauma? As far as Issei is concerned, Earth is still alive and kicking, it didn't make any sense. Yet, Issei knew, everything happens for a reason, there must be something very important about the message this man conveyed that it reached out to him, a complete bystander. Could he help him? Issei had no idea. Only thing he was sure of, this was no mistake. He was the intended recipient of this message. Hey. What are you doing? I just got finished patching you up, and you seem eager to injure yourself even more. Ringing in his ears is the voice of a woman that helped him every time he fell short, one that cared for him and overlooked his mistakes, even when he was considered dangerous by everyone around him. The anxious look in her eyes, covered in sorrow for the situation the brunette is in, made him feel guilty. The lady boasted a bold outfit, befitting of someone that could be considered royalty. Her pitch black, long hair reached her waist, her bangs dangled over her eyes because of her tiara. With crimson eyes that Issei couldn't mistake for any other, the lady stared at him, one part of her wanted to give him an earful, to ensure that he will never use that godforsaken balance breaker anymore, the other, only wanted the best of someone that she considered as her own blood. Sorry, Scotch Anne, and thank you, for taking care of me. His iconic smile that could reach to 1,000 hearts at the same time, only manifested itself against the figure whom he could call a sister in all but blood. Scotty of the Land of Shadows, direct descendant of the legendary huntress of the Jotunheimer, Scotty. Ugh, why do I even bother? You're always like this, ever since I entrusted that damn spear to you. Did that bitch finally get to you? Issei could see that she was furious at the state he had been in since they came back from the sanctuary. He had been reckless, could even be called outright suicidal in many attempts. It wasn't like he didn't know his limits, yet, if he didn't push himself as hard as he can, how could Issei grow stronger? It wasn't as if he was a descendant or a prodigy like the rest of the 10, only a guy with an unexplainable obsession with spears. Scathach. Nah, she's still locked away, at least, she was when I checked last night. The vengeful spirit of Dunskaith, ensnared within her prized weapon, gave bold alternative. There have been numerous times that she tried to break out from her prison, nearly succeeding in her attempts when she took control of him during the trial. It wasn't a pleasant memory, forcing him to fight against his companions, the 10. Last night. Let me ask you this, hi to Issei. Oh shit. When he heard his name in that tone, Issei knew that Shiwftie finally snapped. They didn't use their real names on every occasion, there's a risk of them being bugged, or even outright possessed. For that sake, every single individual within the 10 often referred to each other with pet names or their code, Shy Huntress for her and SS for him. How long do you think you've been out for? A few hours, perhaps. Humming face to face with him, the lady put her finger on his torso, applying minimal pressure. Even when she didn't use much force, Issei felt as if his entire upper half was burning. I carved your body open, extracting that poisonous liquid for 3 days. 3. Her whole demeanor changed, as if a switch had been turned on. Issei wasn't used to this version of her, seeing the usual kind and cute Shiwftie fuming without control right in front of his eyes was a defining experience. He could even argue that her right now could rival the general when she is pissed beyond saving. Do you have even the slightest idea about the state you were in when Sakura barged into my cabin? You don't, Issei. Believe me, you don't. You haven't been this messed up as far as I can remember. Dazing off, Shiwftie began to prescribe the aftermath of his battle with the governor and Vali. Your whole body was falling apart, you could have lost your arm. Be grateful that I had enough time to suture it back into place. If Lady Sakura was even a bit delayed, you would have been a cripple for the rest of your life. Caressing the wound with her soft hands, the beauty looked straight into his eyes, which were full of dread. The boy would have been absolutely devastated, that Shiwftie could say. I see. Looking back, Issei had pretty many defining moments in his life that shaped him to be who he is today. As a cripple, everything would have gone down the drain. The fact that he couldn't be healed was icing on the cake. Just pray that you're one tough man to deal with, otherwise White One's venom would have definitely sent you straight to hell. Sorry. Don't be sorry, be responsible. I have a heart, you know. Idiot. The bags under her eyes, clear signs of exhaustion, it seemed as she had been using all her energy to treat him. Issei had to be thankful, without Shiwftie and her expertise in alternative medicine, he would have bit the dust by now. I'll be, from now on. His pitch toned, indicating that he felt sorry for being such a mess. He didn't like to be a burden to those that he loved, and Shiwftie knew that if he could do it on his own, Issei wouldn't even consider getting her hands dirty. Placing her petite hands on his torso, the beauty held herself back from weeping, trying as hard as she could to not break down here. Look, I love you, Ice, I've always loved you. It breaks my heart that every time you and I meet up, I always end up trying to keep you alive. I can't stand seeing you like this, can you understand? Look at it from my perspective, what would you do if I were the one lying in this bed, with broken bones that can't be healed and internal bleeding that does not stop for no apparent reason? I would've. You would travel every realm, looking for a cure, I know. That's what I do every time you end up like this. It's just that, I want to see you healthy, on your feet, with a smile on your face. Am I not entitled to that? Her eyes welling up, threatening to burst at any moment. When you take on someone, take a look back at the people waiting for you, alright. Wiping the tears in her eyes, Issei stood up, with her whole body shaking. I'll be right back, do not try to get up. Even when I did what I could, one wrong move and your arm will fall off, I'm not kidding. On her way out to leave the cozy, warm room, Issei threw the tiara on her head, which lodged itself to the frame of the bed, serving as a warning. Ha, talk about a psycho. Making her presence known, the general entered the room, as her subordinate left. Sakura-san. Don't waste your energy, you'll need it. What she says is true, though. Taking her place on the comfy sofa, Sakura looked deep into the eyes of the boy she claimed as her own. You've gone too far, kid. Kainerith can't keep you alive if you continue to get yourself all worked up like this. You've gained nothing from that fight. Yet, I should have known, I was the one that allowed you to perform that technique. Taking half of the blame off his shoulders, the general lectured him. Issei didn't need to go that hard for a fight that he wouldn't benefit from. You, if I remember correctly, called Kainerith forth 4 times. Was it necessary? Wanting him to point out his mistake by himself, the lady awaited. No. I just wanted to show off, I could have done the same with only 2 incantations. I should have called her when Volley chopped my arm off, and a second time when the governor impaled me with a light spear. The rest were all on me. That scenario would have only resulted in the injuries being amplified by only 2-fold instead of 4-fold, which we could have resolved with simple treatment. You know what will happen if you activate it before you're fully back on your feet, don't you? Staring at him, the general wanted to know whether he took this seriously or not. It'll amplify the severity of my already wounded state, I know. I'll try my best to not use it. No, brat. You won't use it till I tell you to, that's the end of it. What if I? You'll make sure you won't be forced into a fight you can't win without Kainerith, or else, it isn't going to be your demise, I will be. A straight up threat, something Issei was quite accustomed to, yet, it didn't matter as he was still upset about it. Ouch. Take it easy, and try not to overwork Issei. She's been treating you without rest for the past 4 days. Wait, 4 days. I thought it was only 3. You sure don't listen to people when they talk, do you? Taking Albion's poison out of your system alone took 3 days. That's how bad it was with 4-fold the price, boy. Like Issei said, be grateful. If you didn't have extraordinary regeneration capability, you wouldn't have made it. Geez. I didn't know it would end up like this. Neither did I, but it was to be expected due to the nature of the balance breaker. Your spears didn't help it, either. Both Rongaminiad and Gaybolg would have fried your soul if you wavered a bit more. Still, one of them at least made your recovery easier. Let me guess, Gaybolg. Yeah, I presume the ghost of Dunscaith doesn't want its only host to bite the dust. She had been working alongside Issei to patch you up. She took control. I didn't know that was possible without my permission. Not exactly, but I won't spoil the fun. Gaybolg developed a, let's say, interesting ability due to your balance breaker. You'll figure it out once you recover completely. Sakura was amused by this change, Issei could see it clearly in her eyes. Whether or not this development would help him will be clear once he gets on his foot. I see. What happened after the fight, though? Did you just bring me here straight? Correct, yet, you owe me the head of Leviathan. I believe you don't like to be indebted to me, do you? She wasn't joking, Issei wished she did. He didn't know why or how, but both Sakura and Seraphol Leviathan hated the shit out of each other. Every time they came across, destruction followed. Drop it already, Sakura-san, pretty please. What did she even do to you, anyway? He could bet all his fortune on this conflict happening in the first place, just because both of them were petty and didn't like each other, no ulterior motives behind. Out of everyone that I've come across in my life, the only debt I haven't paid back yet belongs to that Mau kid, and I won't stop until I fulfill my promise. For now, she's crucial for the stability of the underworld, once she isn't, I'm coming straight after her head. Maybe, they dated back farther than Issei realized. Only time Sakura talked about someone like that was Sentinel, whom she had taken care of back in the day of the trial. I see. I need you to restrain yourself, for my sake, please. I'm currently in the process of integrating myself into society, and I believe Sona wouldn't forgive someone that had a hand in her sister's demise. He couldn't throw away everything he worked hard for, just because the general wanted to fall into her old habits of creating carnage once again. Someone grew caring, I suppose. Where's the boy I raised? Half joking, Sakura snickered. If she had proposed this to him a few months ago, the lady had no doubt Issei would have been the first one in line to take down Amau. He's learned, that's good. He fell victim to his own fate a year ago, I'm afraid. You only have Haidu Issei at your service from now on, not SS. Drawing a clear line, the brunette replied back. He couldn't afford to participate in meaningless conflicts anymore, he had a life to live. I never liked him, anyway. That brat was too arrogant for his own good, you'll be even better. Him maturing at this age, Sakura was now certain that she raised him well. That brat learned everything he knew from you, though. Does that mean you're as arrogant as he was? As they pushed the conversation, Issei realized that he even missed the usual bickering among the 10. He enjoyed every bit of this talk and would even drag it out more. He sure didn't. If that was the case, he wouldn't try to convince everyone in the group that jumping into a pool full of electric eels was a good idea. A core memory for them, with the brunette being in the captain's seat. Hey. How could I know that they were indeed dangerous? I still have marks from that day, you know. Look, kid. I'm not even mad that it happened, I treasure it to this day. Only thing I still don't understand is, how did you convince the fella? Ah, the group's no funcy, foggy fella. Back when they were still together, Issei would try everything in his power to drag them into weird situations. As a hot-blooded young man, he always wanted to try out new stuff. Convince. I dragged him down with me, there was not a % of consent from his part, haha. Leo also pushed us from behind via whirlwind, so there's that. So. That's how it happened. PFFT. Even when General was seen as a cold figure in the faction, there have been times that she couldn't bring herself to stop the youngsters from having their fun, and occasionally participated in it. Do you remember Toby's cannonball? I was sure that he was going to cause a mini tsunami with that fall, hahaha. How could I forget? That bastard completely soaked me, I had no other choice but to pay him back. Issei could picture Toby's face from that time clearly, as he realized that he pissed off the only one in the 10 that he shouldn't have. Ha. I wonder what they're up to, haven't been talking with any one of them for a while. Reminiscing about the past made him emotional, as they were close as 10 foreigners could be, a true family under Sakura's guidance. Why don't you call them all over here? Sakura knew what they've been up to, as she purposefully kept tabs on all of them behind the shadows. They might not be her responsibility, nor do they have any desire to aid in her conquest anymore, but that didn't mean that she would stop caring about them. The 10 meant everything to them, and they meant everything to her. I don't know. The truth is, apart from handsome black fiend, shy huntress and usurped princess, Issei hasn't talked to them for over a year. Be sure that they won't hold any grudges, as the brunette was the one that made the decision to split apart from the group, resulting in the 10 dissolving altogether. Give it a shot, you won't regret it. I, for one, don't hold you accountable for what happened, they don't either, I'm sure of it. The sanctuary incident, something that defined the dynamics of their group. The main culprit. The boy with the spears, of course. Alright. As he reached over to his cell phone, he spotted his caretaker approaching him, with 3 cups of herbal tea on a tray. Handing him one of them, Issei conveyed a clear message with her eyes, which had their brightness restored as the lady needed a minute to clear her head. Drink it up, it'll help you recover, and it tastes good. Presenting him with the cup and taking her seat right next to him, but not before handing the general a cup of the herbal tea she had prepared herself, Issei took a sip from her own tea, savoring the taste. I'm sure of it, thanks, Scotch-Ann. Don't mention it, that's the least I can do. She had missed his presence, Issei could admit that. Issei has always been a soft spot for everyone within the 10 as the second youngest and the most unfortunate one amongst them. Especially for Issei, as they've grown up together long before the 10 was formed by the general. Her spot on the 10 was solidified thanks to the gentleman resting right beside her, even going as far as challenging CC to let her in, instead of the prodigy of Grozauber. Can't be. Fuck. It's the only time I'm out of town and this happens. Horrified as he hovers over his phone, Issei couldn't believe his eyes. His actions reflected on the women beside him, trying to figure out what happened. What's the matter? As the oldest one, the general put her cup down and approached her boy. If it was something she could handle, then he had nothing to worry about. Issei needed to acknowledge that currently, he was no good and he could depend on them. Taking the phone from his hands, General took a look for herself. Indeed, the info on the message was, at the very least, intriguing. Centralized defensive fortification field for enigmatic entities, huh. I'm impressed you got your hands on something like this. Last time I tried to reverse engineer their systems, I almost blew up the whole device. Still, the situation seems troublesome. A system developed by fallen angels to maximize the security of their place of choosing, abbreviated as COFFE. The working mechanism of the device was rather troublesome, as the owner would need to set up detectors all around the territory to pinpoint the exact location of an intruder in real time. That was my payment for a mission I'd done for Azazel. Toby helped me when I wanted to set it up on Kuo. Now, it has found 3 entities roaming within Kuo, possibly with malevolent intent. I need to do something about this. Overbearing yourself isn't the answer in this situation, as he couldn't do anything about the predicament his hometown is in. Sometimes, one needs to trust someone else to do the dirty job for them. If you think you're going anywhere, it seems that you haven't listened to us, kid. Handing the phone back, Sakura ruffled her boy's hair, embarrassing him. I can't stand by, Sakura-san. He knew that Sona and Rias weren't equipped with enough information to deal with intruders, they demonstrated it in many circumstances. Mira and her group could only deal with beings that are on their level. Even with their combined might, a high-class supernatural entity would cause them trouble. Scowie, make sure this brat doesn't leave anywhere. As she stood up, Sakura took a look towards their direction. Issei had to learn to depend on people when he's struggling, something that the general had difficulties teaching him. Got it, general. May I set up the teleportation circle? No need, I'll take my own. Conjuring a trail of flames in her hands, the red head splattered the pure magicka she accumulated on her hands to the wall, forming a bright flaming circle that connected her to the place of her choosing. Sakura's means of travel, specialized gates, for they are nigh impossible to trace and track down, it suited her. Let's just see. Sona Citri had an awful couple of days. First of all, both Vali and Haidu-kun fought to death, something that she didn't anticipate they would have done, rendering them unavailable when their territory needed them. When she inquired about why they've gone after each other's heads, Vali simply waved her off, telling the beauty that it needed to be done, and both of them knew it. However, as she pressed further, the now bedridden Lucifer told her that their pride got the best of them, as they didn't want to let down the people that raised them. Secondly, she had an epiphany about Haidu-kun and his origins, forcing her to reconsider her choices, which almost put her against her own flesh and blood, Serafal. Taking her time off to consult her older sister, Sona learned that Haidu's parental figure, the general, and her sister had an interesting past. It was one of the few times that Sona had seen how stubborn and serious her sister could be, as she insisted that Sona cut all ties with the boy and never speak of him again. Third things third, regrettably, both Haidu-kun and Vali had suffered serious injuries. Mira Adria and her group offered their regards and wanted to get in on the deal she had made with Haidu-kun. After negotiations, they could agree on basic principles, such as to not take the initiative to reincarnate them if they ever fall, and ask for consent prior. Rias wasn't pleased by the news, but she could at least understand their worries and took a vow alongside Sona. Lastly, as both of their heavy hitters were out of combat for the time being, intruders decided to terrorize Kuo. Whether they had intel of such occurrence or the timing on their behalf was just unlucky was something Sona contemplated during the confrontation. If they were the everyday troubles she had been expecting them to be, Sona wouldn't have been worried. Yet, it was quite different. 2 Longinus users, an exorcist, and a high-class fallen angel. Waging 3-way war on the streets of Kuo, finally arriving at their destination, the abandoned church. Even when Sona and Rias swallowed up their pride and called the only Longinus user available to them, their combined firepower couldn't overpower them, resulting in a stalemate that was going to end in the opposing party's favor. For the time being, the only thing Sona could do was stall them until someone arrived, whether it's Haidu-kun or Vali. Where's Vali when you need him? As Rias was backed into a corner by the magician affiliated with the church, she cursed under her breath. Both Issei-kun and Vali had the candid idea to leave them defenseless to please their own pride, and she would give them an earful about this. He shouldn't be your concern, else we won't make it, Rias. Her queen, Akeno, shouted as she deflected a lightning bolt heading her way, with her own. The Bishoujo didn't like it when her own technique was used against her. This magician was something else, she had to admit. Mastering not 1 but 7 separate elements and providing support with his sacred gear, he's on another level compared to them. He better be ready, I'll break every bone in his body tonight. Flaring up her power of destruction, Rias made up her mind to focus on the battle she had been participating in for the past hour. If he's got any firm ones left, be my fucking guest, Gremory. Mira had her fair share of trouble against the exorcist of the group, who would have thought fighting against a swordswoman would be this tough. Even when they tag-teamed with you occasionally, this lady just left them breathless with one maneuver, taking both of them out and forcing them to compose themselves for a few minutes, then Kiba and Naruhito took their turn and got absolutely moped. You're the one to talk. As if you wouldn't butcher Haidu when you get the chance, Adria. The redhead spat back as she hurled a condensed ball of destruction towards the second magician, who raised monsters from thin air to absorb the hit for him. Dealing with Longinus users wasn't fair, and it was starting to get on her nerves. I'm jumping on that son of a bitch whenever I see him. Mira was beyond pissed about Haidu's absence in time of need, because that bastard preached that they needed to call him whenever there's a threat they couldn't face on their own. Just as they were about to clash once more, an unknown participant took part in the battle by crashing right between the groups, forming a crater by her descent. I'll overlook the comments about my boy just this once. Oh. Fuck. The first magician accidentally spoke out loud and immediately covered his mouth at the same time. They were royally fucked. GGG. General. The swordswoman's legs gave up in an instant, for the intruder was someone she thought she would never see in such a place. On your knees. It seemed as if her arrival stopped time itself, with every participant now looking at the elegant figure of the lady. Her cape flowing with the breeze, just like her red hair. Her eyes, spewing hatred for the way things had gotten, directly fixated on the church trio. When the lady realized that there were people behind her, she turned her back on her subordinates. My apologies, devils. It seems that these kids caused you some trouble. I'll make sure that they're properly educated this time. Putting their general in such a position, the trio knew that this time, the general would have to get physical with them. Sensing that the crow didn't take her advice and went in for a strike, Sakura caught the hold of the fallen's weapon before it could strike her from behind, taking a quick maneuver and coming face to face with the lady. Big mistake, honey. Her tone alone promised danger, and the fallen understood it. Before she could get away, Sakura got a hold of the fallen and slammed her right into the ground with such force that the fallen's bones were nearly crushed in an instant. Taking her profound anger out on the crow, the general caught the fallen by her arm and sent her flying in one move, crashing against the wall in a loud thud, followed by her own sword impaling itself on fallen's wing, making her unable to escape. I'll take care of you later. Now. The ragtag group of Kuo, witnessing such raw strength and swift action, came to the conclusion that this woman was someone that they shouldn't mess with. Especially Mira and Riaz, as they've been trying to put down the crow, for she seemed to be the only one that they could subdue, all for naught as she boasted 8 wings, unofficially declaring that she was not their match, and nearly took Mira's leg as her prize. Saintess, enlighten me. What did I say about Japan? That. We should counsel either Fiend or SS before making our move. The mighty Saintess that forced her limits crumbled under the influence of the lady, whether it's due respect or fear, Sona couldn't put her finger on. One thing was certain, that Lady Sakura was a figure that she shouldn't have made an enemy of. Befitting of a faction leader, the general's influence reached out to even these magicians under Church's banner. Did you? Such powerful aura, suffocating the trio by sheer presence alone. Forcing them to kneel, the general approached the trio. It seems that they've forgotten the ways of the hero faction, she would remind them with great pleasure. But. The youngest of them, in a desperate attempt to rationalize their invasion of the territory which belonged to the Sisters of Satan's, decided to speak. All for naught as General knew exactly why they were here in the first place, yet it didn't matter, their choices are what took them on the route to invade the town of someone they considered as their brother. Silence. You have no idea what you've gotten yourselves into. Tell me, did the Vatican finally manage to brainwash 3 of you? After they've split apart, everyone has begun to realize their desires. Fiend and Princess went on to live their life as they saw fit, as ordinary citizens, like her boy. The trio in front of her decided to take on the course of the church, much to her dismay and disapproval. Yet, Sakura wouldn't stop them because of her experiences within the church. It was a mistake, as she could see clearly now. Negative, General. We're only here due to an assignment, I'm sure you can understand. Although the youngsters were terrified of the lady, the eldest knew that even if they've overstepped, they can come into an agreement and leave without incurring the wrath of their former leader. It wasn't the right approach, the eldest realized as his companion was sent flying, courtesy of General's heels connecting with his jaw. I take it that you value Church's orders more than mine, Georg. Is that true? To say that Sakura was fuming with anger would be an understatement. All these years, she had taken care of them, and that is how they repay. Especially the Faust, as she had recruited him all by herself, taking him from the suburban regions of Württemberg and providing him with love and a home to call his own. And never, my allegiance is only and only yours, General. My duty within the church can never compare. Georg, as he could now understand the severity of the situation compared to before, grit his teeth. They have miscalculated something along the way, else General herself wouldn't descend to protect the heiresses, if anything, she would have turned a blind eye. Don't try to sway me with that tongue of yours, Faust. You've blindly taken an assignment in Japan, without alerting Haidu or Ikus. You know what it means, don't you? When they agreed to dissolve the 10, both Ikus and Haidu expressed their desires to live a normal life in Japan. Whatever errand one another had, they needed to let either one of them know and work in tandem with them. The lady explicitly put this rule into regulation so that they wouldn't have to fight against each other. If I sent Haidu here, he had every right to end you. Be thankful he's out of commission at the moment. Bullshit. Haidu wouldn't live in a town filled with devils, even I know that. The youngest of the group spat with disbelief whilst trying to compose himself. The SSC knew that damned man would have cleansed this town without even taking another look at the devils. His unexplainable hatred to them wouldn't leave his side without any reason. Everybody repents, Leo. Are you suggesting that I'm misleading? Leaning against her blade, Sakura looked deep into the boy's eyes. She could feel the primitive fear in his eyes, as if they've taken a route they wouldn't be able to turn back from. It was far from that, yet they needed to know their limits and acknowledge that they've made a mistake. No. Just that, I can't believe that he works alongside devils now, my lady. Taking a knee once more, the youngest boy looked deep into the eyes of his caretaker, the woman that gave him a shot to grow out of the cocoon he had ensnared himself into after being forsaken by his own flesh and blood. Their respect and admiration towards the general couldn't be compared with their duty to serve the church. She was the reason they could live the life they wanted and eradicate anyone that dared to disturb it. It seems that you've forgotten the principles, even though I've ingrained them into you. However, that I can turn a blind eye to, for now. If you're unsure, ask him directly. Keeping her gaze intact on the trio, the lady reached for her phone. Dialing the number of Huntress, Sakura didn't need to wait as nobody in the 10 would have the guts to not answer her calls. Your orders, General. Bring the brat over here, support him as much as you can. We don't want to injure him any further, however, there's a situation he's going to be the judge of. Sakura could deal the fair punishment according to her standards, and she definitely would. Yet, the church trio attacked the land of another member, that's something they need to solve amongst them. Understood, I'll dress him up in accordance with the situation. Would the old suit befit the occasion? It'll do perfectly, Scowie. Don't forget to take a crutch with you, else we both know he's going to use Rongaminiad for it. This boy and his obsession with his spears, it'd never get old. Anything else, my lady? Ah. If it's not going to be too much of a bother, alert Fiend and Princess about this situation, a reunion would be splendid. I'll work on it immediately, my lady. Farewell. Her respect never wavered, even if Scowie was the lady of the Dunscath of the century, she knew it wouldn't be plausible without Sakura's involvement in her life. Raising them to be such figures in their society, what could one woman even ask for if not the well-being of her children? Dead silence lingered throughout the abandoned church, as the trio had no intention to talk back to their general. That was expected, as their ferocity and commitment to the cause she had thrown them into had been the most defining experience of their life. Still, Sakura saw an opportunity to exercise her authority on another level, to show the respect they've had for her, to the devils. Move an inch, it'll cost you a finger. Understood. Inspecting the sharpness of her blade as a show of her seriousness, Sakura didn't feel the need to look at them. She had her own ways of knowing whether they disobeyed her orders. As she turned her back, she spotted the mixed group, with varying degrees of emotion all spread over them. Some had been alerted due to her advance to their direction, an expected reaction, others, in awe of her tight grip over the intruders. There was a group that wasn't shaken by her show of power, remaining calm throughout the lecture. However, only one of them had been observing her actions closely, determining whether Sakura had been plotting something against them, or that she came here due to her connections with Issei, the Citri heiress whom her boy chose to form a bond with, as expected. Fret not, I've come here in peace, Sona of the Citri. There has been some misunderstanding, I'll make sure something of this caliber never happens once more. Even if they weren't equals in power, they were considered to be equals in this conflict. Both parties had to offer their respects to the other, despite their status in the supernatural. Sakura could see it in the heiress's eyes that she was accustomed to dealing with people exceeding her authority, a pleasant development for her. I can only hope that is the case, General. I'm afraid you haven't given the adequate first impression with your recent actions. This girl is decent. Sakura could say that. The way she chose her words was kind of astonishing. It seems Seraphol's sister was educated in bureaucracy. No need to call me General, only those that are under my command should address me as such. You may refer to me as Sakura. Her role as the founder of Hero Faction and her identity as Sakura are two separate entities. The lady came here as her own, not as the representative of her faction. I'll be more careful from now on, Lady Sakura. Though, that I don't understand, Issei keeps addressing you as his general. Does that mean his allegiance is with the Cows Brigade still? She didn't waver and confronted quickly. Sakura could adhere this attribute as a positive when dealing with someone of her status. Worry not, I have no affiliation with the brigade anymore. Neither do these children, including Issei. Isn't this something you could have unearthed within the documents? Indicating that she was aware of the situation, Sakura waited. It was the general herself that allowed him to leak the documents, as they'd help present his case to the devils in its entirety. I deem confirming the information is necessary if I am to work alongside Haidu-kun in the future. My observations regarding him and you have not let me down for the time being. I can only wish it stays the same. As a gesture of her sincere attitude, Sona Citri went in for a handshake. Making an enemy of someone like Sakura would only end in carnage. This woman was the one that terrorized the entire underworld during her reign within the organization. Her assets are unmatched even in the motherland. Ha. You'll turn out to be quite the interesting specimen that I can say, Sona Sitri. Use Haidu Issei as you deem fit. Appreciating the handshake, the redhead stared down at her opposition. This kid showed promising talent in dealing with external affairs. Much more than her sister, that she was sure of. I have no intentions of using him. I presume he's already worn out from being a puppet to matters he hadn't been informed of sufficiently. His cooperation will be enough. Interesting. Not many would turn down such an offer. Of course, Sakura would never willingly make her boy a slave to them. She presented this offer only to determine Citri's intentions. He's not a weapon to use, a tool to waste, Lady Sakura. In my little time with him, I have seen enough to deduce that Haidu-kun deserves a second chance to live as he sees fit. Sona's genuine tone, reinforced by the look in her eyes, told Sakura enough. Her boy found a goldmine and would need to work delicately to enjoy the riches. I've heard enough. Such maturity at an early age, Sakura hadn't seen anything like her for a while. Coming from Leviathan's sister, it was surprising to see the contrast in their personalities. May I inquire about something that's been bothering me for a while since our last encounter? Anything you wish, Sona Sitri. Now that Sakura was pleased, she could loosen up her posture and work on her relationship with the heiress. What is the problem with you and Serapho Leviathan? I have no intention of participating in what meaningless conflict you two have, and as long as it stays within a reasonable level, I frankly have no interest in it. A reasonable level meaning neither Haidu nor she would need to intervene and fight against each other. We're the faces of our factions, girl. There can be moments of heat due to our differing priorities regarding our people, that much is guaranteed. You have nothing to worry about if you think either one of us is going to drag you in. Even if that Mayu and I end up in such a position that we need to resolve it for once and for all, I'd advise you and Issei to not step into it. Neither of you have any contributions to the state of our conflicted relationship. Firmly drawing the line, Sakura spoke as calmly as she could. It was inevitable that they would need to duke it out sometime. Would your aggression towards Serapho Leviathan deviate towards the underworld? Whether Sakura would draw her blade on innocence is what Sona Sitri wanted to know. If it did, it would be my decision. If you see my boy beside me, know that it was his decision to side with me, not because he's under my influence. Not promising such conflict will never occur, Sakura remained firm. If the civilians of the underworld were a danger due to your actions, would you take responsibility? Overstepping her boundaries to ask one last question, Sona's determination proved itself absolute once more. Never have I ever painted a target on the back of the innocent girl. Regardless of species. Her beliefs didn't allow her to do so, guided by the Almighty all her life, Sakura knew the importance of mercy. I understand. Thank you, Lady Sakura. Before meeting with Sakura in person, Sona had many doubts, as the lady was the former leader of Hero Faction. However, this little talk changed almost everything she had anticipated about the redhead. Sona was now certain that Haidu-kun was in good hands during his tenure. In a moment of weakness, Sona found herself bowing in front of the lady. Sakura's index finger trailed through the face of the now bowing heiress, stopping at her chin. Lifting her head with minimal pressure, the redhead came eye to eye with the girl she had seen her younger self in. Raise your head high, Sona Sitri. Never bow in front of anyone, regardless of how powerful they might seem or how much you respect them. Always think outside of the box, so that you can survive. I can see you have what it takes. Don't turn out to be like us, your sister and I. We've only found comfort in the battlefield, and it's too late to let such warmth go away. I had no idea a magic circle would leave me this exhausted. The first thing Issei noticed after stepping out from the shadows, the idiosyncratic technique Scout developed for precise and secure teleportation, was the current state of his body. Even with Scout's help and the crutch under his shoulders, he couldn't find it in himself to take a step towards Sona. As if his whole body soft-locked itself, preventing him from fracturing his bones even more. Even standing still became a hustle, as his knees were starting to give up after a few minutes of lifting his weight. If it weren't for Scout balancing him, Issei was sure he'd kiss the ground at the very moment he got up from the comfy bed. Sakura-san was right, at this state, let alone fighting someone, Issei couldn't even walk without help. However, there was a reason his general called him here, despite his injuries. What's the matter? As expected, the one that could see the situation Issei was in, was none other than his partner, Sona. Understanding his desire to move towards them but not being able to realize it, the heiress instead took the initiative and made her way towards her partner. As they looked into each other's eyes, they could see that both of them had been concerned for the other's safety. And nothing, I'm tired, that's all. It's been a couple rough days for me. I believe you had your plate full, too. In essence, Haidu Issei was an existence that hated bothering other people. Even if he was in no condition to perform basic movements, he wouldn't make it public. Just needed to endure it until the general sent him back. I can't be fooled that easily, Haidu-kun. You're still affected by your battle with Volley, I can see that clearly. Taking the crutch under his shoulders, the graceful Citri made a move that surprised her friends. In an effort to support him, the beauty placed his left arm over her shoulders, distributing the brunette's weight evenly with his companion. Thus, allowing him to move around without injuring his already fractured bones. Keikaichu. I'm fine. I really am. To say that Issei was embarrassed by her sudden move would be an understatement. What has gotten into the cold president? I admit that this Gakurin suits you, yet if you wanted to conceal your injuries, I'd have suggested not to combine it with a white shirt, Haidu-kun. Red would have been a better choice. The bandages under the shirt were stained slightly, indicating that the wounds were still open, and the teleportation did them no good. Due to his pain tolerance, Haidu-kun might not have noticed it, yet nothing could escape Sona's perception. I see. Does it really suit me, though? I always thought I looked a bit silly in these. Hearing Sona being honest on this degree was a surprise, a welcome one nonetheless. I'd advise that a change in neckties would suffice, both the outfit and the man are splendid enough. To be able to say that with a straight face, Sona is one brave girl. However, her courteous affirmations did not include reading the current mood of the place they're in, unfortunately. First thing in the morning, I'll head over and get a new set. Or I could ask a deranged Thai collectionist I know. Within the 10, everyone had a couple of weird fetishes. Leo was a social media addict, Georg was a hooligan, a gunner unfortunately, Toby, due to the influence of a certain miracle child, had an appetite that couldn't be satiated. Issei's case was obvious enough, Skaoi had been a member of the book talk community ever since she discovered the app, thanks Leo for that. Sakura-san had been spending her entire fortune by buying up all the rare cigar supplies in the East. Asaka was a degenerate weeb, often attending Comic-Cons and forcing all of them to cosplay. And lastly, did somebody say they need a choker? The exorcist appeared right in front of them in an instant, taking Issei's hands in her own. Just when did you? Say no more. A portal appeared on the exorcist's right side. Coming out from the magical circle was a seemingly endless cloth stand, extending as far as the eye can see. Various types of neckties could be found within the stands. Let's get rid of this one first. In one swift move, the exorcist unlaced the tie completely, earning herself a doubtful look from the sidelines. Hey. Would this one fit? Shuffling the stand to find the correct tie to match with Issei's outfit, the exorcist pulled a green bow tie. It doesn't mix with the gloves that well, let's look for something else. Throwing away the bow tie, the exorcist continued her search for the perfect tie for the gentleman. Aha. This one'll be decent. A pink western bow tie, primarily worn if one feels particularly flirty with someone special. It'll come off bold, I'm looking for something else, something special. As if in a trance, the exorcist began talking to herself. Hiya. The perfect one. A 7-fold tie with stripes, utilizing the mix of indigo blue and periwinkle as the secondary color. Quickly lacing the necktie, the exorcist took a step back and marveled at the harmony of the Gakurin and the new addition with tears in her eyes. It's a special brand only manufactured by Thai seamstresses. Can you feel the texture? It's marvelous, I'm a bit jealous that it suits you better, Ice. I'll ship a pair to you whenever I get the chance. Seeing her all worked up just because of a necktie spoke volumes about the situation of the 10 and their priorities. I suppose you two are familiar with each other. Sona had to know that if Lady Sakura was here, it would mean that Haidu-kun would be acquaintances with the intruders. Unfortunately, yes. Jean, Sona. Sona, Jean. Introducing the females to each other, the brunette could feel that he'd have headaches for the next couple of days. I can't exactly say it's a pleasure to know you after you ransacked our town. It was time to do business, and Sona Citri knew exactly what to expect. Don't sweat the small stuff, sis. One day we'll be shamelessly invading Kuo, the other, we'll lend a hand. That's how it goes with this thickhead here. Pointing at the brunette, Jean dismissed her weapon and decided to play it safe. It's Leo and Georg back there, isn't it? Taking a look at the boys kneeling at the altar, Issei would have facepalmed if he knew it wouldn't result in his stitches torn away. Yup. Saintus's happy-go-lucky expression and attitude was starting to get on Issei's nerves. Be grateful that I can't even lift myself, let alone Gabolg. Or else I'd have sent y'all, straight to the land of shadows. Uchi. You're in my town, without my knowledge. What would you like me to do in such a situation, Jean? Not to mention that they've almost destroyed the relationship he was slowly building with the supervisors of the town. The brunette knew that acknowledging the authority of Sona and Rias was crucial for him to integrate into the new status quo, of which he was displeased at first glance. Dunno, I didn't think you'd make a huge deal out of this. She was right to think like that, as they've never held grudges against one another, regardless of how badly they messed it all up. I wouldn't back then. Now. We all have people to answer to, Jean. Just as you are working for the Vatican now, just as I'm cooperating with the devils. The 10 is no more, we've gone our separate ways. It didn't matter whether they've been working alongside one another in the past, as they've set their sights on his town, Issei wouldn't play the nepotism card and let them leave without the fair punishment. You've changed. That I can see. The boy she remembered, the Issei she knew, could never form such coherent and meaningful sentences. Jean now saw a man in front of her, instead of the obnoxious xenophobic boy he had been a year prior. It's only natural, I didn't put Kirsten to rest to turn out the same after. Losing someone dear could have drastic effects on one person. It seems that Issei had his fair share of maturity after the sanctuary incident. May her soul rest in peace. Upon realizing that the three of them prayed at the same time, a smile formed on Issei's face. Even if they've parted ways, they were still the protégés of Sakura. Heh. Some things never change, no matter how much time passes. Deciding to partake in the conversation, Issei cracked a smile of her own. It seemed as if they genuinely needed to hold the reunion tonight. Why did y'all even come here, Leo? To locate an exiled nun? Why did they exile her? Got no freaking idea. I see. Did you find her? Yeah, she's with the devils for now. General thought it would be nice to offer them something after we've laid destruction on their territory. Sorta reparation, I guess. My territory, Leo. You did as you pleased on my territory. But don't you worry, I'll let you see what happens when someone messes in my turf. Leaning against the cold walls of the abandoned church, the quintuplets wanted to spend some time together after being away from one another for too long. Unfortunately for the trio, they weren't alone. I'd argue that it's our joint territory, Haidu-kun. Sona's reason to stay at the church whilst she sent her peerage to their homes was simple, to learn more about Haidu-kun's friends. Right, sorry Kaichu. Inadequate, Haidu-kun. My bad, Citri-san. I'm going to throw up so hard. The youngest couldn't contain himself and made his discomfort due to their way of flirting. SS was enough for him to lose half of his brain cells, now coupled with a younger one of Sakura, it was one of the most disturbing things he had ever seen. Shut up, Leonardo. Issei and Leonardo had always bickered among themselves, often resulting in the youngest getting his ass handed to him in a silver plate. Make me, weirdo. Glancing at her general direction, Leo pushed his luck. It was now or never. You little prick, come here. It is known that they couldn't stand each other, yet when the time comes to actually perform on the battlefield, Issei and Leonardo were a tough duo to deal with. How's it gonna be? Standing up from his spot, Leonardo came nose to nose with a lady of the shadows. Old school. Street style, even. Rolling up her sleeves, Issei made her stance clear. Splendid choice, Huntress. It would prove to be a good chance to let off some steam without care, and Leonardo would take it for granted. The stuck-ups of the Vatican were getting on their nerves recently. Should we interfere? Unaccustomed to the customs of the group, Sona Citri wanted to know whether they were serious or not. Nah, let them be. They'll be able to heal themselves back up, and they both hate it whenever someone interrupts their fights. It's a matter of pride amongst sorcerers of the 10. They both know that if they utilized their magical knowledge in this fight, the town would be demolished beyond repair. Thus, they were left with only one choice. Pulling punches without consideration. I see. Even if they cared about each other, this group could resolve the disagreements amongst them with violence. An interesting approach, for sure. Enough about them, honestly. What's up in Kuo? Anything interesting during my absence? If you count Volley being bedridden as an interesting event, then I'd say there is. Is he alright? I don't think I pushed him that far. Volley was one tough motherfucker, everyone in the supernatural world knew that. It would take more than one fight to render him useless. Better than you are currently, as expected due to your differences. Riaz and her queen were able to heal him to a degree, but he needs further treatment, so do you. Issei knew that Kaichu cared about his well-being, but to this degree, he had no idea. I'll be fine in a couple of days, I just need some rest and herbal tea. Issei would definitely make him available in a few days, he had placed his fair share of trust on the now crazed Huntress when it came to dealing with medicine. Why are you so adamantly against healing? I can't understand it no matter where I look at it from. Before Issei could explain himself, someone beat him into it. It's not that he is against healing magic, Citri Eris. There are conditions imposed on him that prevent such occurrence from happening altogether. Adjusting his glasses, the eldest of the group spoke with certainty in his tone. Beg your pardon. Ah. Where are my manners? I'm Georg, I've been with Lady Sakura all my life, and hence, these youngsters. It's a pleasure meeting you. Likewise. May I ask why would you cut the path of healing? It didn't make sense, forcing Haidu to never be healed must have something else behind it. To ensure that we don't cross the limits of the human psyche, Eris. Has he informed you about his condition before? A condition. Now that's novel for the beauty, as far as she had seen from his medical records, Haidu Issei had no known illness. We haven't, Georg. There have to be secrets every now and then. Taking the lead on his own, Issei replied back. There was no use to let her in about the condition, it would do no good. I believe I have to know my partner's illness if I plan to work alongside him. Sona's words resonated with the eldest of the group, as she had every right to know. He began to explain. Severe hemophilia, heiress. That's why he's more prioritized as a support type within our group, like I and Leonardo. I'm afraid we haven't been able to completely get rid of it due to the illness's nature, as it's genetic. I'm afraid I can't follow. What does having hemophilia and not being able to be healed have in common? As I said before, in order to not end up with a fried mind, heiress. I presume I have to backtrack a bit for you to completely understand. Have you ever read Thoughts on Restoration Magic and Its Nature by Ajuka Beelzebub? A magnificent work, one of Georg's favorite, as it allows the reader to understand the inner mechanisms of magic as a whole. I haven't, what of it? Sona wasn't that concerned about the theorization of magical fields, however, if it would allow her to understand the situation better, the beauty wouldn't waste another second and begin reading tonight. I'd suggest you do, it'll definitely broaden your horizon regarding the beauty of magic. Anyways, Ajuka Beelzebub states that restoration spells as a whole work only and only under the following circumstances. The wound has to be fresh and needs to be treated within the first 7 hours upon inspection. Secondly, it has to be caused by physical or magical trauma. Third, and the one that we have proof of, is that the wound needs to be active after consciousness develops within the person. Restoration magic, although commonly mistaken due to its working mechanism, was a tricky topic even debated to the date. Which in turn proves that treating hemophilia with restoration magic is not the way. Why not take an alternative and treat the wound? We've tried, heiress. It's not simple, even if we close the wound with magic, the bleeding does not stop, no matter the technique. As the blood within our bodies are finite, expectably, treating him with restoration magic only worsens the current situation. Sooner or later, his heart would have run out of blood to pump out, completely. Even if the body is treated with healing magic. Issei's case was already strange, however, the method they've dealt with was even stranger. Who allowed him to go out on the battlefield, then? If the bleeding doesn't stop whatsoever. There was more to unearth, and Sona knew it. Haidu definitely had something that could compel the negatives. General did, after making sure that he wouldn't bleed as easily as we do. That's how he can continue to aid those in need. He can still be healed, no. If the bleeding stops completely with medicine. Before Gaybolg, sure, that is how we used to treat him. After, I'm afraid something has changed. Issei's unholy bond with the soaring spear gave him the edge to push forward regardless of the circumstances. What does a spear have to do with hemophilia? I can't understand no matter where I look from. So many workarounds that could have been solved without resolving themselves into darker techniques. Curse of Dunscaith, Citri-san. Something that I've deliberately implanted on myself. Before Georg could continue, Issei took the lead and decided it would be better if he spoke with Sona himself. A curse. Why would someone resort to being cursed by a spear? Yeah. Even though it's formally classified as a curse, it's actually a deal with the ghost of the Land of Shadows, Scathach. In exchange for being able to completely use the spear and taking the risk of having my consciousness invaded every time I call it forth, the former Lady of the Shadow Realm increases my durability, pain tolerance, and blocks out curses from other sources. There's also another negative, but I believe it would be better to show it. Signaling the elder boy, Issei unbuttoned his shirt, revealing bandages all over his torso. With curious eyes, Sona observed. The cons were already severe enough to be able to use a weapon, what more could there be? Calling forth his mana, the older brunette focused on a singular wound, applying one of the lesser ranks of healing magic. What should have resulted in the injury closing ended as the wound grew bigger, with an interesting side effect, as blood spurted out and flew towards Issei's right hand, which absorbed the crimson liquid. Ha! Lady of the Shadows. Reverses. Healing. And takes my blood for herself. That is why I can't be healed, no matter what. The deal he made with Scathach, it was the only way he could survive due to his rare condition. Even if the negatives outweigh positives for other people, Issei's case was special enough that he benefited from it more than the vengeful spirit. I see. Never could Sona ever expect something like this when she first heard the word condition. Even with his illness, Haidu Issei marched forward without care, that's something she could, at the very least, admire. No need to worry, I'm used to it. That girl over there has been taking care of me as far as I can remember. Whenever I get myself in trouble, she comes rushing, so I'm in good hands. His smile never left his face, even if he was utterly injured. Haidu-kun found the strength in him to be positive. When she looked at them, Sona felt that they cared a lot about one another, despite their differences, despite the fact that they were now in opposing factions. They haven't forgotten what the other meant to them, and supported each other regardless of their allegiances. Lady Sakura's influence on them was enough to turn them into such considerate people, she could say that with all her heart. Hold up, I gotta take this one. Yelling out in the midst of Leonardo's advance, Issei observed as the youngest had trouble stopping himself and collided with her nonetheless. Disregarding the fact that they both collapsed to the ground, Issei answered the call. Yay. What do you mean you can't come? You will be there in 5 minutes, Asaka. I don't take no as an answer. It's a reunion, old fag, of course we all will be there. Yes, church trio included. I'll drag your dead body to my shack if I don't see you there. Yeah. Wanna fight, bitch? Let me get an old friend back and we'll see who dies, cunt. You're goddamn suicidal, princess. Do you think you can win against me? Let's see who ends up on top. Hate you too, bye. As the lady ended the call, she shot a glance towards the sidelines, who were listening to her replies to the princess with mild expressions on their faces. She couldn't blame them, the only way she could convince that weep was to invite her through a challenge. Let's roll, General awaits. Standing up by tossing the boy on top of her to the sides, the lady settled the dust on her dress. Oh, and ice. I might need Gabe Bolt back when Asaka drops by. No problem, it's all yours. Taking his crutch and leaning against Georg, Issei steadily stood up with great effort. You're invited as well, heiress. General wishes to have a proper talk with you. Hey. Sakura's orders, I'm only a messenger. If you have a problem, reason with her, SS. Although worried due to what she might think of them, Issei was relieved that he could spend more time with Citri-san. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.